Jamal on his way, scuttles in, bowls to him, and he drives straight down the ground. It's beaten the mid-on field, and a chase here for him. The ball's creeping towards the boundary, it's just going to make it, and Joe Root has done it. He's become the highest scoring Englishman in Test match history. He's beaten Sir Alistair Cook's record of 12,472 runs, and I must say it's highly likely that it'll never be beaten.
A record-breaking day in Multan yesterday has put England in a very strong position in this Test match. 492 for 3. They are 63 runs behind with 2 days to go. Good morning. Welcome to the fourth day of the first Test between Pakistan and England. It's almost doesn't need me to say it really. It's another belting day. The sun is beating down, and England are back for more. Root and Brooke have put on 243 for the fourth wicket. Both had the chance to make double hundreds. We've been looking through the record books, looking at England's highest scores actually in their Test history. Well, I'll go some to beat that. 903 for 7 declared in 1938. They've got an 849 as well in the West Indies in 1930. Their highest score in modern times, 710 for 7 against India at Edgbaston, a match in which Alistair Cook made 294. And talking of Alistair Cook, Joe Root is 97 away from Alistair Cook's record of being the most prolific batter in Asia. So poor old Alistair, his records are falling left, right and centre. I've got Stephen Finn alongside me. I've got Alex Hartley alongside me as well. Now we've got some news. Abrar is not going to bowl this morning because
he's in hospital. He's got a bit of a fever, so he's obviously bowled a lot yesterday. It was best part of 30 overs, if not slightly more. I was trying to look at Zoltz's scorecard, but it's very complicated to understand. Only he can interpret it, I think. I don't understand that. He's bowled 35 overs, so in the heat, he basically bowled all day from one end, and he's had a fever overnight, which does not surprise me. So he won't be here today, which is I guess a blow for Pakistan, not only because they're a bowler down, but also one of their senior spinners, or if not their only senior spinner, playing in this Test match.
Yeah, it's just significant for them, isn't it, really? I mean, he bowled so much yesterday. He didn't quite hold an end because he was being knocked around, but he is a key part of this attack.
Yeah, and the difficult thing for Pakistan was that they only picked one frontline spinner, and by frontline spinner you mean someone that is solely playing in that capacity. The others are batters that can bowl a bit of spin. So you're looking to your frontline spinner to be able to control the scoring rate. It allows your seamers to rest and rotate from the other end where there are a few more cracks. But yeah, he never really allowed the screw to tighten upon England, and even without him today, at least Pakistan in a really tricky position with England well set to, I think, break that the modern post-war record runs. I'd be very surprised if they don't make it beyond 710.
710 for 7 against India in 2011. Well, they've got a great opportunity, haven't they? 492 for 3. Joe Root coming back for more, 176 not out. Harry Brooks got a chance to make his highest Test score. That stands at 186. Joe Root actually have to go some to make his highest Test score, up to 254. I don't know what sort of physical shape he will be in today. He wasn't in great physical shape last night when he walked off, so much so that, I mean, normally when you break a record like that, fantastic day, you come out and speak to the media, and of course everyone wants to speak to him, but that didn't happen last night. Into that dressing room, lots of rehydration, massage, whatever. I don't know what he was like in bed last night, when your muscles are aching. You talked about yourself, Vinny, how when you get cramp, you can just sort of feel it in your legs during the night. So yeah, anyway, hopefully we'll get a chance to speak to him today. So it was Ben Duckett who came out last night to assess England's day, and he says Joe Root has put England in a tremendous position in this game.
I mean, Rooty to go and battle all day was extraordinary. And we've put ourselves in the best situation we possibly can on a pitch that's not doing a great deal at the minute. Tomorrow is the biggest day of the game, really. We'll try and get ourselves in a position where we can really look to go past Pakistan and give ourselves enough time to have the chance to take 10 wickets.
Is there enough in the pitch to force a victory?
I mean, we managed to take 20 wickets last year in Rawalpindi, which was an extremely flat pitch, so we'll give ourselves every chance to. You never know, a couple today we're going a little bit low and the odd one bouncing, so yeah, we're hoping that the pitch might change a bit in the next couple of days, and if it doesn't, then we've done all we can.
Yeah. It was a great collective batting performance today. but Joe Root stands above it all. I mean, a remarkable cricketer and a remarkable achievements today, going past Sir Alistair Cook. What's the sort of feeling in the dressing room about what he's achieved today?
Probably not enough, to be honest. Rooty is extremely humble, and I think at times when he's sat in there, and it's credit to him, it doesn't really feel like you're sat around greatness. He's just as hungry every time he goes out to bat to score runs for England. I'm sure after his career he'll be able to reflect on what he's doing, but to be in the same dressing room as him is incredible, and long may it continue.
So finally, 150 leads, something like that, and put pressure on. Is that kind of the plan, or do you want a few more than that?
I mean, it depends how quickly we score, I guess. We'll probably talk as a group after this and be pretty clear on that. We know the pitch isn't doing a great deal at the minute. And to even be in the position to say that we could maybe get 150, 200 past them is an incredible effort. So, the morning session tomorrow is the most important of the day. If we can, limit the damage and be in a position where we can kick on in the afternoon, I'm sure that will be the plan.
That was Ben Duckett speaking to me after play yesterday. He played really well yesterday. That thumb injury, out he went, first wicket went down, out he came. He played very positively, 84 from 75 balls. He got England going. Actually, in a way, the most eye-catching batting yesterday was from Ben Duckett and from Zach Crawley for a small period. And Brook played positively to start with, but there was a lot of running for England to do yesterday. I mean, it wasn't one of those kind of like cliche Bazball days where the ball was being belted over the rope. There was 1-6 and only, I think, 1-6 attempted as well. It wasn't Ben Duckett hit one out towards deep mid-wicket, but I think he was just looking to get it over the inner ring. It was a kind of different sort of day from England yesterday in a way.
They did the hard graft, didn't they? They managed to lay themselves the foundation, and I think with so many runs on the board for Pakistan, it left England in a position where they couldn't come out. I think they had to try and play a touch of the longer game, which you have to do in the subcontinent. You have to wear the opposition team down. You don't necessarily have to put one of the opposition in hospital, as they have done with Abrara, with what's happened to him and his fever. But it's an attritional game, and then you allow yourselves the chance later on days 4 and 5 to make it go fast forward. And I think that England feel not very confident, because they still do have work. They're still behind, and a flurry of wickets could lead to them being around par at the close of their innings. But if they do the hard work first thing this morning, and Brook and Root can get through that initial energy from Pakistan, it leaves England in a fantastic position, and I think they believe they can force a result from here.
Yeah, I think they played the whole, I know this time in 2022 we were talking about Bazball, and it was, go out there and score as quickly as you can and try and hit as many sixes as you can. But I think yesterday they found the balance perfectly. They're still scoring at just less than 5 runs and over at the end of the day, but it was actually more, let's just knock the ball around. There's so many gaps here, and when the ball's there, when Pakistan are bowling full and wide outside the off stump, which is what they were doing, and crunching it through the covers, they then got their boundary. And it was interesting just talking to one of the staff on the Pakistan team, and one of the players said, the England boys hit the ball hard through the covers. Yeah, because you're bowling wide outside the off stump. Anybody would hit the ball hard through the covers. So I think for me, when we look at the 2 innings separately, when England were bowling, I think they bowled a lot better than Pakistan, even though Pakistan managed to get a decent total on the board. I don't think Pakistan bowled all that well yesterday in reflection.
It's a ruthless old game, though, in these conditions on this pitch. I mean, is it a good pitch for Test cricket?
No, it's clearly not. It's a poor pitch for Test cricket. It's not a spectacle that we've watched for the last 3 days. We've seen a master batter in Joe Root going past what at the time would have felt like an insurmountable amount of runs for Sir Alistair Cook, but no, I wouldn't say it's produced a spectacle for us to watch. But what it might end up doing is producing an entertaining last day and a half of cricket. But no, I don't think you could call this pitch a good one.
I never thought I would watch a Test match where over 1,000 runs were scored and be bored watching it. It was a really strange day for me yesterday, because obviously there was runs being scored, and Joe Root was absolutely exceptional, breaking records, but there was passages of play where England were going at 4 or 5 runs and over, and I was like, this is just too easy. I want a bit of ball passing the outside edge. I want a bit in it for the bowlers. You don't want the bowlers, it felt like at the end of the day, just bowling for the sake of it.
Well, I've worked it out, 1,048 runs for 13 wickets, 80 runs per wicket. so far.
Yes, it's been a wild test match for the batters, and they're cashing in for all those green tops that they've played on in England in recent years, where the ball's been zipping around. So Alistair Cook referenced it yesterday. It's time to dip your bread and enjoy sit at the feasting table.
Well, he loved doing that, didn't he? On the flat surface. He used to say, you used to kid him. You only get them on flat pitch. He said, well, yeah, but no one else did they? I used to get them. No one else got a double 100 when I got a double 100.
That's true. It's because he didn't sweat and was incredibly fit. That's why he was able to play those long innings in these conditions. I think what the disappointing thing about Pakistan was that they did the hard work at putting the runs on the board. They weathered the England plans, but then when they came to bowling, there was no imagination whatsoever about what they tried to do with the ball. There was no hanging it wide outside off stump. There was no bouncer theory that you can try for a while. It was just, we're going to try and wait to either bowl a magic delivery, which seems almost impossible on this pitch, or we hope that you slap one to a fielder. There was nothing in between.
I'm so surprised they didn't go to the bouncer theory, because we've actually seen England use it quite a lot, and yes, they didn't get a wicket doing it, but actually when it's been used against England take it on. And England we saw when at Rawalpindi, when Pakistan used it in 2022, England just kept hitting the ball in the air to the fielders, and it actually lost a little flurry of wickets. If I was Pakistan, I'd have thought maybe just try it. They tried it for 1 over. You've got to try it for longer than that. You can't just expect it to happen in 6 balls.
And in that 1 over, Brooks stepped outside leg stump and tennis batted 2 down the ground. If I'm Shaheen Afridi, who's capable of bowling these searing Yorkers, and I've bowled 2 bouncers to Harry Brook, and he's given himself room outside leg stump, looking to open up this open offside, why not try and bowl one of those searing Yorkers at off stump if you see him going? Like you look at little moments within the game yesterday like that, where you feel as though that England could have got themselves in trouble. Then Pakistan were just like, oh well, we'll just go back to what we've been doing for the last 50 overs, and it hasn't worked.
How much of it is with Pakistan? I mean, England came here a couple of years ago and belted them 3 test matches, and they haven't been playing particularly well. You get 550, you think, wow, great, we've got a chance here, and they think, oh goodness me, they're creaming us all over the place.
Here we go again.
Kind of that feeling.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like that. I've played in teams where you get to a certain point and you just accept your fate that you're going to be out there for ages. And it's a window into the team. I chatted to Brendan McCullum this morning, and I told him how impressed I was with England at the latter stages of day 1, when they were sprinting towards the boundary in the outfield. They were diving for everything. He said, I was so proud of what I saw over the course of the bowling innings for England, never ever throwing the towel in. They were a bit sloppy for those last 20 minutes of it, which
they had a sort of circus 20 minutes.
Yes, but that wasn't through lack of trying, and I think what we saw yesterday from Pakistan was a touch of waving the white flag.
Yeah, well, what we can see today, I mean, they're right up against it here. Some early wickets, of course, would help. England, they've got a slightly unpredictable tail in a way, haven't they? Wokes, Carse and Atkins, all of whom can bat and score runs, and on this pitch you might back yourself to score runs, but I've seen stronger England lower orders possibly.
And that should give Pakistan hope that if they break this partnership, inexperienced Jamie Smith playing his first test away, and then the bowlers, that's the sort of thing that should give you heart. I'm not sure it's given Pakistan much heart.
You're probably right. I mean, Jamie Smith actually, it's probably, it's a very good day for all sorts of people, quite a good day for him actually, because he had to keep wicket for practically 2 days.
2 sleeps makes a massive difference. When you're a bowler or you've been out there, you come back the day after having 1 sleep after a day in the field and you're exhausted, you struggle to wake up. You come back after 2 good night's sleep. This morning everyone had been charging around. If you're Pakistan though, and if you can get Joe Root or Harry Brook, then I think these 2 will bat properly, and what I mean by that is they'll bat as they did yesterday. But when Jamie Smith is in with the tail end, that actually Chris Wokes, Brydon Carse, they're going to come in, they're going to play some shots, because that's most likely the message that they'll be sent. So actually with that, it's going to create opportunity, because if batters are trying to find those boundaries, trying to get as many runs on the board as they can, it will create opportunity. So that should give Pakistan a little bit of hope that England, they might get slightly reckless if they're in a strong position.
OK, Alex, thanks very much. More from Alex later. Finney's going to stay with me for the start of this day's play. The players are out there. Joe Root and Harry Brook ready to resume. It looks as though it's going to be Shaheen Shah Afridi to bowl the first over of the day from the media centre end. The crowd today, it is a small one. The England supporters are up there at the far end of the ground, or standing up at the moment. Probably going to hear Jerusalem very shortly. And away to our left hand side, smattering of spectators sitting in the shade. You want to be in the shade, although just look at the current temperature came up on our TV monitor just now. It said 25 degrees, which is quite pleasant, but it's going to be 35 at peak today.
I might want to send that temperature gauge back to the manufacturer because it was hot out there.
Yeah.
We went for a team photo, which we were both chuffed about this morning, Simon, weren't we? Across the other side of the ground, we both wore our finest clothes, looking resplendent, and it was a touch damp under the armpits when I got back to my to the solace of the commentary box.
Yeah, so another warm day, and play's about to start now, and it is Harry Brook who is on strike. A slip and a gully and a short mid-wicket, and Afridi goes in, left arm round the wicket to bowl to Brook, and Brook cracks the first ball of the day away. A nice looking shot, and we deserve 4 really, but Pakistan have got a deep backward point in, as they have had throughout this innings so far, just about anyway. That sweeper out there, they know England like to play those shots, people like Duckett for example, and Brook, and so it's a run saving position, and it's one more run to the total. 493 for 3. Now what's going on here? We've got Jerusalem, we've got no Simon Finch, the trumpeter, but we've got someone playing a euphonium on the far side of the ground. It's Jonathan Agnew. I don't know if you can hear it at home as Afridi bowls. It's defended by Root into the offside towards extra cover, and there's no run. They are on the far side of the ground. Jonathan is amongst them playing his euphonium.
Well, he's been practicing.
Just about hear it in our effects microphone. Let's turn that up a bit. Anyway, you can hear the singing. Oh, there we go. Here goes Afridi, sets off to bowl to Root. He's with him now, and Root forces that back to the bowler, who stops it, and there is no run. That's still going on. Anyway, Jonathan, he's in the breach today with no trumpet player, and he's got his euphonium. He's been practicing. You can hear him in the room, sort of just down the corridor.
I'm lucky I sleep with earplugs.
Well, there we go. The England supporters who are here to the compliment of Jonathan Agnew's euphonium today. That's a first. 493 for 3. Afridi bowls. Oh, and it goes right through a Root there, past the inside edge, I think, with the angle. And Rizwan threw it into the air. But there was no concerted appeal and nothing from the umpire. But one has beaten the edge, albeit the inside edge, and very close to the top of the off stump as well. And a good carry from Afridi. I wonder how long you can keep that going after a whole day in the field yesterday.
It's one spell. England just have to get through this passage, and clearly just get through is not the way that England like to do things. It's they'll play it far more positively than just getting through, but if they do get through this first half an hour wicketless, that just sucks the life out of you as a bowling unit.
Afridi comes in and bowls to Root, and Root dabs it away towards backward point, and there's no run. Normally if Root's in the field, I noticed actually when they do Jerusalem, he'll turn to the supporters and applaud them, but of course he's got his batting gloves on. He's got his, as Glenn Hoddle would say, he's got his batting head on.
That's it, yeah.
So he didn't turn around and acknowledge them.
No, he calls it his bubble, and a lot of batters like to go into their bubble when they're batting. They have their own idiosyncrasies. You see someone like Steve Smith always fidgeting, and Joe Root walks away towards square leg quite quietly every ball, then comes back, takes his guard. So he might not even have heard our correspondent doing Jerusalem.
He might not have done. I think Aggers felt this morning it was like a bit of a tribute to Root as well, you know. Just completely ignored it. Here's Root drives thick inside edge up towards mid-on, a bit like he seemed to ignore his record yesterday.
Well, that's it. I say if he's not turning around and acknowledging too much, breaking the England run test scoring charts, I'm not sure he's turning around to raise his bat to the correspondent for playing his euphonium.
No.
However impressive it was, it sounded in tune. It's a much deeper sound than the trumpet, isn't it, the euphonium?
It was a bit like he was playing it in his hotel room, and you're tempted to say, "Shut up!"
Open the window.
8 in the morning or something. He was practicing the back of the commentary box as well, and it was a good sound. We're quite a long way away, so I don't know how well you picked it up back at home, but anyway, well done to him. got through it. I think he was a bit nervous as well.
I think he was. It's as jittery as I've seen him. He usually turns up suave, relaxed to the stadium in the morning. But
he was out of his comfort zone, wasn't he, this morning? Anyway, they joined in with him. Now here's Nassim Shah bowling, turned away by Brook down towards fine leg. Another run to the total, 494 for 3. Brook's second run of the morning. Zoltz, good morning to you. I need to turn you on. There you are.
Good morning.
Fire you up for the day. A day perhaps with more records.
A lot of stats, and just got the decibel readings, and the singing of Jerusalem was considerably louder today than on previous days of this Test match, possibly due to the desire to drown out the euphonium. I don't know. I'll have to get some more data on that.
Nassim Shah. Now to bowl to Root, who's yet to score today. He has scored now, guiding it away. Typical Root shot, really, opening the face, running down towards deep backward point. He's coming back for the second, throws on the way towards Rizwan. He doesn't take it cleanly, but Root was home. So Root is underway on this 4th day. 496 for 3. Root up to 178. So his highest Test score is that 254 he made against Pakistan at Old Trafford. He's got 4 other double hundreds in Test cricket, 5 in all, so he's looking for number 6 today. It's not easy coming back after a day of batting all day yesterday. Root drives and doesn't time that, goes away into the onside. Plenty of belligerence in the shot, but it went out towards wide mid-on, and there is no run. Now Pakistan, they know what's coming today, they know what they're facing. It's a question of whether they can resist it. They know how this game is laid out, and we did have a look at the highest scores made by England in Test cricket. And that, you said in the back of the box, England could score 800.
It feels that way.
This is Nassim Shah bowling, and Root driving. It's a glorious shot and a very good piece of fielding in the covers. Well, that's good from Pakistan. Saad Shakil, he is left-handed, went away to his left-hand side. And Saeem Ayub liked that fielding so much that he's used some energy to run from the gully to give him a low 5 and congratulate him.
That wouldn't happen in the 3rd session.
No.
I think Root set off for the 2 earlier in the over with far more vigour than any runs that were attempted in that last session. It's the most sprightly part of the day at this time.
Well, I thought yesterday he looked tired once he'd reached 100. I was amazed to be able to keep on going, really. Nassim bowls to him, and Root slaps this away into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a shadow catch it out there. They're going to look to come back for the second. They can't do so. 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary. The one at deep square runs to his left-hand side, and so Root only gets a single. He's on to 179, and England to 497 for 3. First target for England today. Get ahead, isn't it? And then everything after that is painful for Pakistan.
Yes, honestly, it's this first half an hour. If they can withstand Nassim and Shaheen with a ball that's 15 overs old.
And Nassim bowls to Brook. Brook turns that away. Seems to keep a bit low, that one, down towards fine leg. And Afridi is there, lobs it into Rizwan. So England negotiated the first couple of overs of the day. Nassim's got a big streak of sun cream on his face, on either side of his cheeks, right down to his cheekbones, right down to his jaw. It's that sort of day. I was a no ball. He thought it was the end of the over. He's got to bowl another one.
Hammer blow.
They're all moving round to get in place for the next over, but he overstepped then, not by much, but there's nothing behind the line, just a bit of his heels on the line. So another run to the total. The partnership is 250, so that no ball's brought up the 250 partnership. 499 for 3.
It's taken 53.1 overs.
Yeah, well, 5 and over, but it hasn't been belligerent batting. Nassim moves in now and bowls to Root, and Root turns that away. Take the single and take the strike at the end of the over. That deep square leg fielder comes in and sends it in. So England's 500 is up. First milestone of the day passed. 500 for 3. I wonder the last time actually they reached 500 with only 3 wickets down. I mean, that's a significant achievement. I mean, normally get to 500, you're going well on a flat pitch, you might have lost 6, 7, 8, something like that, but to get there 3 down. Just shows how good this pitch is. Ben Duckett talking rather hopefully last night.
Good pitch?
well, good pitch is shorthand for good batting pitch,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes. Because the game's run by batters for batters.
Yeah. Root batting outside his crease as Afridi moves in and bowls to him, and Root respects that delivery, plays it into the onside, and there is no run. You've got that answer already, have you?
I have. Well, I saw it coming yesterday, so I had the internet shortcut ready. Don't go back too far. It was the Ireland Test at Lords last year, where they reached 524 before the fall of the fourth wicket. Before that, 2011 at Edgbaston, en route to 710 for 7, declared England's third highest ever score. They in fact reached 596 before the fourth wicket fell. Last time away from home was that famous Brisbane Test at the start of the 2010-11 Ashes.
How could we forget that? 517 for 1. 3D bowls turned away by Root into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, well, that's one of the great England innings, that, I think. I mean, it was kind of like an Ashes winning innings. That was they went there, or you went there, with reasonably high hopes of doing well in the Ashes series, but they thought, oh, here we go again. When Australia got that big first innings lead, they're bound to win the Brisbane Test. They had a big first innings lead, but to come out with that, I was in England at the time. I came out later in that series, but I was in England at the time, and I remember switching on the radio in the morning, and here I could barely believe it. I think there was something like 300 for 1 at the time.
Yeah.
Afridi and bowls turned away nicely by Root. He's beaten the short mid-wicket, he's beaten the mid-on field, it's going out towards the boundary. Is the ball going to win? It is. That's the first 4 of the day for England. 504 for 3, turned away nicely through mid-on. Yeah, and that was the moment you thought, well, if they can do this, then anything's possible.
Yeah, that was certainly the watershed for us. That first day I was there for my first day. Clearly I was there because I was playing in the game, but there for my first day of Ashes cricket, and lose Strauss in the first over, Siddle takes a hat-trick, the Aussies are all baying for blood. You thought, oh my word. Then we spent ages in the field.
Afridi to Root, who drives square with the wicket on the offside. That's a good looking shot as well. At least 2. They do have that boundary rider out there who runs away to his right hand side to pick up, and so Root comes back for 2. He's looking nice and fluent so far, Joe Root, after a night's sleep. 186 to him. He's got that goal as well of a double 100. 506 for 3.
And that long bowling innings where you had to be a really good bowler to take wickets on that sort of pitch through the middle days of that test. And when it came to batting, you weathered the initial storm, much like in games like this. The bowling team has energy. Australia just presumed, I think, that they were going to march to victory in that game. And that innings from those 3 batters.
Really bowls. Root busily plays away into the offside towards backward point, and there's no run.
And that was when we knew that we had them on the ropes towards the back end of that test match. And for us to be then contemplating having, I think we had 2 hours or an hour and a half at them on that 5th evening to set our stall out, to say that we're not just coming here to take part, we're coming here to try and set a marker out. I bounced, or was told to bounce, Ricky Ponting for a spell and hit him on the head, and just little things like that within that game that you thought, we've got them on the ropes here. And then that first 15 minutes in Adelaide happened.
Yeah. Afridi bowls to Root. Root drives, nice looking shot, but too close to mid-on for them to get a run. It's the end of Afridi's over. 506 for 3. Brook 144. Root 188. And that's when all the Australians turned up in the latter half of the game as empty seats, didn't they?
Yes.
There were lots of them there at the start of the game, and then no one turned up, did they?
It was amazing how quick the public turned on Australia during that series, and we noticed it. You'd go out to a bar, it's when we had the freedom to be able to do that in between test matches, and you turn up to a bar and everyone would say, we love the way that you're playing, you're giving it to the Aussies, we love seeing that, and it was remarkable. You'd walk into a bar or a restaurant, you'd be treated like heroes by Australians. It was...
Nassim bowls to Brook, and he's beaten him outside the off stump. It didn't carry through to Rizwan. Tried to take it coming forward there, parried it. It was picked up by the slip fielder next to him.
Very different to my other experiences of touring Australia subsequently. The problem was, that was my first experience of going to Australia, and all the talk in the build up to it was, it's going to be so hard, you don't know how hard Australian tours are. we got there, did that to them in the first test, won the second. I thought, what are all these people talking about? Talking rubbish.
Yeah, the abuse starts to happen when you're 2-0 down after 2. Well, it starts to happen before that, but Shah bowls, turned away by Brook through square leg. And one more run to the total. Used to get that in the old days. What's the point of playing 5-match series against the Poms? You might as well just make the Ashes 3.
There's this one fella in Perth who, every time I turn up, I think he's just waiting for me. So and we made like a joke of him on that first trip to Australia. So you land in Perth because it's the closest place that to the UK to acclimatise. You play a 3-day warm-up game there against Western Australia. We got there on the morning of day 1.
So it's Naseem Shah, right arm over the wicket to Joe Root. And Root gets a ball that does keep a bit low. Ben Duckett was talking about that last night, and he plays it defensively back to the bowler, saying there are a few low balls out there. Whether they're trying to sort of buoy up the camp, I don't know, but there is something out there for the bowlers.
And there was this one fella, usually a warm-up game, there's no one there watching, you can do it quite quietly. This one chap turned up with a 4-pack of VB beer. He's, hey boys, it's going to be a long summer. You boys, you're useless. He's saying, Finn, you're not going to get wickets bowling short and wide, you're rubbish, stuff like this. I was like, mate, I'm trying to acclimatise here. Come on, give me a break.
Naseem. The bowls a short ball. Oh, is he dropped to mid-wicket? He is. It was a bit like the Crawley one yesterday. He's been put down at mid-wicket by Babar Azam. It's a short ball slapped away by Root. As straightforward as you'd like, really. Naseem Shah can barely believe it. Root cracking it away, and it went out to Babar, who dropped it.
It's a dolly. Fatigued, yes. Tired, yes. But Babar Azam saying he didn't pick it up or something, but that's waist high. It's hit the heels of his hands and hit the ground.
Naseem to Root. Root drives and gets runs here through extra cover. And that's the old rubbing it in for the bowler. He's had a catch dropped. It happens, or seems to happen very frequently. You get a catch drop and the next ball gets pummeled for 4. It's a beautiful shot from Root as well, on the up, through the offside, towards the extra cover boundary. So a life for Joe Root on
186.
So he's now on 190. And England are 511 for 3.
Pakistan are gone here. The writing's on the wall a little bit.
Naseem bowls to Root. Root gets a thick inside edge on that. Plays it way into the onside. He's looking for 2. Is he going to come back for 2? Yes, he is. The throw's on its way. Slightly off balance throw. So that allows Root a bit of latitude there to come back for the second. And that is the end of the over. 513 for 3.
So talk about what times England have reached 500 for 3. That Brisbane one was the last time away from home. This is only the 6th time in an away test match that England have reached 500 with 3 or fewer wickets down. Before that Brisbane test, you've got to go back to the Chennai test in the 1984-85 series in India, the 4th test of that series, when Graham Fowler and Mike Gatting made double centuries, and there were half centuries from Tim Robinson and Alan Lamb. England were 560, in fact they were 604 for 3 at one point in that game. And
here's a Freedy meanwhile going into bowled Harry Brook, and Brook offers him the full face of the bat, rolls away into the onside straight, and there's no run.
The previous time that England reached 500 for 3 overseas was back in 1948, December 1948, against South Africa in Johannesburg. Crap scored 56. The Gloucestershire, that's no doubt one of your personal heroes, Jack Crapp. And there were
I wonder where you're going with that for a moment. That's
centuries for Len Hutton, Cyril Washbrook and Dennis Compton, as England got to 540 before their 4th wicket fell. The other 3 were before the Second World War. 2.
Freedy bowls short, and he goes to the uppercut there, Brook, and misses it. You can see what was on his mind. There's no one at home at deep third, looking to lift it over the slip cordon, such as it is. It's that deep backward point fielder, but he missed it, and it went through to Mohammed Rizwan.
There's not enough people called Cyril these days for my liking. Like people who are having male children. Cyril
needs to come back.
It feels that run in cycles, names like that.
Those
Don't they?
what we would consider to be old-fashioned names.
Yes.
They're coming back. Names
So,
like
yeah.
Iris, for example, might be coming back.
Yeah.
This is Shaheen Afridi bowling, dabbed away by Brook down into the gully. Ayub is there, hurls the ball at the stumps of the non-striker's end. They're backed up at mid-on. No run there, 513 for 3.
Cyril, Norman. You see nurseries in a couple of years' time. There could be loads of Cyrils and Normans. And
Gary doesn't seem to be coming back there, does it?
Gary's it's not far enough back to be making a resurgence, I don't think. Gary,
Ethelred.
Ian.
Someone will do it, won't they? Someone will do it to their child. Afridi bowls, it's driven back, half stopped by Afridi as follow through. He runs out towards extra cover, and there is no run. 513 for 3. Crowd building up a little bit, but not much. As Pakistan supporters are just part of the Joe Root Appreciation Society. They might get to see Babar bat later. They've already seen him drop a catch. But this is such hard work for Pakistan. Brook, 145 not out. Highest score against New Zealand last year. Goes in now, Afridi bowls down the leg side, struck on the pad. Rizwan doesn't take it cleanly, so they're able to go through for a run. I presume that's going to be called leg by umpire Shafadullah. Just waits before he signals. No, he's not going to signal. So he must have got some bat on that. So one more run to Brook. I didn't see a signal there. It wasn't obvious that he hit this. Let's have another look at the replay. Oh yeah, there was probably just an inside edge onto the pad. So one more to Brook. 146 to him. And 514 for 3 to England. It's Afridi to go in and complete the 106th over. Joe Root waits on 192. Afridi bowls to him. Short ball and good energy from Afridi. Carried through. Brook Root shaped a pull and then left it alone outside the off stump. End of the over. 514 for 3. This partnership continuing, albeit that Root has been dropped this morning. Right, time for a change. More from you, Stephen, and then Atif Nawaz is coming in.
Yeah, that drop catch as a bowler makes you feel like the world's against you. The next ball cracked for 4. The ball after that hustled through for 2 by Joe Root. He knows exactly what he's doing, turning the screw on these Pakistani fielders and bowlers. Without Abrar Ahmed today, a frontline spinner to be able to give some respite to these seam bowlers. So it's a tough, long day ahead for Pakistan, it feels like.
It is indeed. Well, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning, Finney. Morning, Finney. 7 bowlers used by Pakistan so far. And the crowds, sorry to say, have dwindled a little bit. There have been a few people come in. There's free entry again today for the general and the first class ticket. But if you want a premium ticket or a VIP ticket, you're going to have to shell out 200 rupees or 300 rupees. Here's Naseem Shah in. And that ball nearly gets an outside edge. It sort of dies on its way through to the keeper as Brook sort of felt for it outside the off stump. Kept a little bit low. Good pace from Naseem, just over 130 kilometers per hour. And he's smiling despite how things have gone this morning. He could have had a wicket to start the day. Should have had a wicket. And Babar Azam putting down a very straightforward catch. He's really testing the limits of his popularity at the moment, is Babar Azam.
He must be, yeah.
Here's Naseem Shah with a slip and a gully in place. Sprinting in towards Harry Brook. He bowls and Brook gets firmly behind that in defence down the ground. There is no run. England 514 for 3. You get the impression that inside this first session they'll certainly go past Pakistan's total of 556. And then it's all about how many more they can get. Can they sort of push for a result? Just try and squeeze Pakistan in that nervy third innings. Pakistan in second innings haven't had the best of records of late. Can elaborate on that momentarily as Naseem is in full, driven nicely by Harry Brook out towards the deep extra cover boundary, and it will get there. That's a 4. Effortless shot there from Naseem Shah, and that boundary off Naseem Shah by Harry Brook takes him to 150 off 186 balls. Really leathered that ball, and it's quite symbolic really, because that's exactly how he's played this entire innings with complete dominance. We'll hear more about that 150 from Andy Zaltzman after this over, but really has been a terrific effort from a man who thoroughly enjoys batting in Pakistan.
That might be an understatement. I think he'd want to play every test match he ever plays in Pakistan.
Is Naseem Shah into Brook again, who works this ball off his hips into the onside. There is no run. Just such a terrific player, and all three formats as well managed to find consistency. There was a little bit of a run with it, was quite a bit of pressure on him when he got picked for that England team for the 2023 World Cup in India. I remember there was almost like a national campaign to get him into the side at the time because he was so popular. I've just noticed Harry Brook's got a Major League Baseball sticker at the bottom of his bat.
He's a UK ambassador for them.
I see.
He loves baseball.
Yeah. It's a fitting ambassador the way he plays. There's Naseem Shah in short and loopy delivery, which is a very easy leave for Harry Brook. Do you know what his team is by any chance?
No.
Or is he not allowed to pick
a
team?
I'm not a baseball fan.
I feel like Zoltan knows. Zoltan know what Harry Brook's team is. You can tell me at the end of the over. Have you seen any baseball? Caught any baseball when you were in America?
Not live, no. I've sat and watched it in a bar or something. It just takes too long for nothing to happen. People moan about Test cricket having nothing happening, but baseball is just, it's next level.
Oh, it can be quite fun.
That's why it's good, Finney.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed it. I've only seen one baseball game live, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. There's Naseem Shah into Harry Brook, who pushes this ball to Gully. There is no run. That is the end of the over. I'll tell you more about my baseball game a little bit later, actually. But 518 for 3 after 107 overs. Andy Zaltzman, do tell us about Harry Brook's 150.
Yeah, it took 186 balls, 1-6, and that was his 13th four. It's his third score of 150 or more in Test cricket. Made 153 in Rawalpindi on that first Test last time here, and 186 in Wellington later that Test winter. So it's, this is 600, his 5th overseas so far, just looking at the boundary count, 1, 6 and 13 fours. So not a huge number of runs in bounds. 58 runs out of his 150 in boundaries. Joe Root hit just 14 so far. When he reached 150, he'd only hit 10 fours. I did some number crunching last night, and only twice for England has a player reached 150 with fewer runs in boundaries than Root yesterday.
Goodness. Here's Salman Ali Agha into Joe Root, who works this ball out towards fine leg. They'll just walk through for a single.
And they were both over 100 years ago. Jack Hobbs in the summer of 1924 against South Africa had hit just 8 fours when he reached 150 at Lord's. And then just a year and a half before that, January 1923.
Salman in again. Oh! Beats the outside edge. Ball that just sort of held its line. It was a flighted ball. Brook just pushed at it, expecting it to turn into his bat, but just went away a little bit, almost like a doosra. Sort of held its line, all taken by Rizwan behind the stumps. Salman in once again, flighted ball, pushed wide of point. Fielder at slip ball one to pick it up, and they'll get through for a single. 520 for 3. Andy.
Yeah, the other instance of an England player reaching 150 with fewer than the 40 runs Root had scored in boundaries when he hit 150 yesterday was the Hampshire legend C.P. Mead at Durban in January 1923.
Salman in again. This is short and hammered out towards deep extra cover. There's no fielder there, so it's a bit of a chase on. It feels like this is going to be another one of those threes. It is indeed another 3 scored in this match. Mohamed Herrera, the substitute fielder, chased that down alongside Amir Jamal, and Joe Root is on to 196. It's within one shot of a double 100, as if he hadn't collected enough accolades yesterday. 523 for 3. Finney, you want to check on that?
I just want to, what does the C stand for in CP Mead? Is it Cyril?
Brook in, and that's driven to extra cover. There is no run. Score remains 523 for 3.
Cyril Mead has a ring about it.
Well, it was
Phil Mead, wasn't it?
Phil Mead, but the C was Charles.
This boring.
Here's Salman into Brook, who again finds the gap in the covers. They're going to get another couple here, and they don't have to make much effort at all. Herrera again has to do the chasing. There's no fielder out in the deep, so another couple of runs for England. 525 for 3 at the end of 108 overs of their innings. We're talking about number crunching there, Zoltz. Crunched some numbers myself yesterday.
Fun, isn't it?
It is great fun. I don't know why more people don't use it. But there's been a lot of worries about Pakistan's next innings in this game. If England were to build a substantial lead or even an insubstantial lead, if they got something in excess of 100, Pakistani fans are worried because no side this year has a lower average third innings score this year than Pakistan. Lowest third innings score average of the year belongs to Pakistan. They got 115 in Sydney, they got 172 in Rawalpindi and 146 in Rawalpindi as well in the last 2 tests against Bangladesh. So that's why there's a lot of pessimism about Pakistan fans as this game progresses. Here's Amir Jamal now into Joe Root. Bowls full, flicked away out towards the mid-wicket boundary. There is a fielder there, so it will just be a single. And Joe Root moves on to 197. The batting milestones keep coming. It's closing in on yet another one. Batted all day yesterday, Joe Root. And, really testing conditions as well, but he's continuing on his merry way at the moment. England 526 for 3, 30 runs behind Pakistan's first innings score. Amir Jamal at the top of his run. And Harry Brook. Well, he played this uppishly, but over the fielder at mid-on, and that's going to run away to the long-on boundary for 4. It was aerial, slightly over-pitched by Jamal, but Brook just played it away almost like a net practice. It was so nonchalant in the way that he dismissed that ball. 530 for 3.
Yeah, this is worrying signs for Pakistan. 27 behind now England, I think. And yeah, shots like that and balls like that make me feel like this could be a long toiling day for the Pakistani bowlers before the batters are put under serious pressure in the third innings with scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, and with a serious lack of form as well, as we just discussed. Here's Jamal into Brook, who drives hard, but this time picks out the fielder in the covers. It is Saud Shakil, and there is no run. Brook is just looking to dominate, really. He's taking several strides down the wicket every time he wants to play a shot, and just playing with a sort of arrogance is the wrong word, like sort of confidence. It's more than confidence, though. It's like a different level of self-assuredness that Harry Brook is playing with right now. It's 157 runs so far as Amir Jamal from the main pavilion and runs in and bowls. Brook works that away into the onside, but straight to Babar Azam at mid-wicket. There is no run. He's also under a lot of pressure. Back in alongside me is Alex Hartley for the first time this morning. How are you, Alex?
Good morning, I'm very well, thank you. Good morning, everybody at home.
Yeah.
What a day.
I know, right?
Already, what a day.
We're already on the cusp of another milestone. You just had Harry Brook get to 150, and Joe Root 3 away from a double ton. Goodness me. He'll probably never want to leave Multan. Just move into Multan. Enjoy yourselves. Here's Jamal into Harry Brook. Guides this ball off the face of the bat to short third. There is no run. Yeah, it's been difficult for Pakistan this morning. They created a couple of chances, one of which should have been taken. Yep. A catch put down by Babar Azam at mid-wicket.
You just wouldn't expect Babar Azam to drop and catch like that either, would you?
No, he's got a lot on his mind, clearly. Under a lot of pressure, a lot of media scrutiny and fan scrutiny as well. Yeah, but you can't put it down.
His place isn't in question, though, is it? It's Babar Azam.
I mean, if you had to take somebody out of this team right now to bring in Herrera, here's Jamal in again, back of a length as that ball's guided to Gully. There is no run. That is the end of the over. England 530 for 3, 26 runs behind Pakistan's first innings score on a nice bright day here in Multan. A lovely morning so far. Very much enjoyed Aga's rendition of Jerusalem. We'll talk about that more just before I bring him back on in a little over 5 minutes, but also just took a lovely team photo earlier today, which was quite nice. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, no. Where has it been sent to us?
It's been sent. I think if you check in your email, it'll be in there.
And that's where it is.
Yeah, it's quite nice. Might have to do a little bit of creative editing on there, but other than that, I think it's quite nice.
There it is, Philip Brown. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a lovely photo. Don't we all look good?
Yeah, there was a thing you told me about standing on the ends in photos, which I'm now realising.
I refused to stand on the end of the photo.
I know, I'm looking at the photo, I realise why. Because I stood on the end of the photo.
You did a favour for me.
Well, no.
I just said I'm not going to be in it. I was a diva this morning, and I don't apologise about it.
I'll be a diva in the next test in Multan if we take another team photo. We've got a bit of time to chat because Salman Agha taking his time setting his field. He's got a long on and long off, but they're not all the way back. 3/4 of the way back. As in he comes to Joe Root, looking for his double 100. Plays a reverse sweep into the covers. There's no run. I have to turn down Mohammad Rizwan a little bit.
It's very loud. Me and Andy Zaltzman on this team photo look like a couple. Like we're having a wedding photo.
Here's Agha in again. Reverse sweep from Joe Root. Out towards a deep backward point. They're going to scuttle back for 2 and they'll make it. Good bit of running by Root and Brook. And Root's on to 199. At this point, I think Rizwan's keen to just sort of talk him out or frustrate him out with all the chat.
Just do anything possible to try and break this partnership. It's been an exceptional partnership for England. Joe Root looks fresh this morning.
Here's Salman Agha into Joe Root, looks for the reverse sweep and doesn't get a hold of it. And there's sort of cries of anguish from the Pakistan fielders. There needn't be because it's pitching miles outside. They can hit him in the pad, so there's no real danger or alarm there for Joe Root. He's even allowed himself a little smile. He's got an unusual stance as well at the moment for the spinner, as in he comes again. Salman Ali Agha into Joe Root, who works this ball into the leg side, just out to deep backward square leg, takes a single, and that is a double 100 for Joe Root. The accolades keep coming for England's premier batter. He takes off his helmet, he shakes his bat. It's the biggest celebration we've seen from him so far, from all the accolades he's collected in this innings. Became England's highest test run scorer. He added another century to his tally, and now he's made it a double. What a player, or what a performance.
Arguably in the form of his life at the minute is Joe Root. Can't stop scoring runs and can't stop breaking records.
Here's Salman Ali Agha, wide down the leg side, left alone. Brooks said, I'm not even going to try and play that. That's so far away from me.
Left with a bit of disdain, that.
Yeah.
How dare you bowl that filth.
There's a gentleman in the crowd with a Joe Root face mask on, which... maybe they'll get you a free mango lassi at the hotel. Here's Salman Ali Agha this time. Similar line, but reverse swept by Harry Brook. That is an extraordinary shot. It was miles outside leg stump, but he's managed to almost get it to the boundary, a deep extra cover. And in the end, they've managed to get back for another 3. Harry Brook just looking like... It looks like he's playing a game of cricket in his back garden. In fact, even if he was playing in his back garden, I bet he'd look more interested, because he's just playing... He's playing cricket right now in the manner of somebody who's playing solitaire in their head.
I would talk about both of them with that open stance that we were talking about, and you were talking about Joe Root with that. Joe Root's open stance is more so than Harry Brooks, but as a spinner, a batter would open their stance to make sure their front pad is definitely outside the line of leg stump. I know most deliveries will be pitching outside leg, but it also just opens them up, frees them up a little bit, and makes sure that they cannot be out LBW. They know exactly where that line of leg stump is.
It's been runs aplenty for England. 536 for 3. We'll hear about Joe Root's double 100 from Andy Zaltzman in a moment. I must stop saying momentarily. It was pointed out to me that I used that word wrong. So in a moment we'll hear from Andy Zaltzman as Amir Jamal runs in to Harry Brook, who pushes this ball defensively to Gully, and there is no run. Andy Zaltzman, do tell us about Joe Root's magnificent double century.
305 balls it took him to reach his 6th test double 100, 14 fours. I mentioned the relatively low number of runs in boundaries to reach his 150. I'll get the numbers on fewest boundary runs in a 200. It's his 6th double 100 in test. That puts him joint 7th on the all-time list, 2nd on England's list. He's gone ahead of Alistair Cook
again,
who had 5 double 100s.
Good morning, Sir Alistair, if you're with us, by the way.
Wally Hammond had 7 for England.
Goodness. Here's Jamal. Down the track comes Harry Brook. He's taken it on. It's gone a long way up in the air. Hasn't really got a hold of it. It sort of plugs in the outfield, but just has enough on it to make it to the long off boundary. So 4 more runs for Harry Brook, and that shot, Alex, indicating exactly what England's approach is going to be. We'll come back to that shot in a moment. And then Zaltzman, do you want to finish
just
off?
Quickly, Root has become one of 7 players from outside Asia to make 2 double 100s in Asia. including his current coach, Brendan McCullum, who had 2 double hundreds for New Zealand in Asia. The other players on that list, A.B. de Villiers, South Africa, Stephen Fleming of New Zealand, West Indian great Rohan Kanai, Brian Lara, one of the all-time magicians of cricket, and Graham Smith of South Africa.
What a list. Great players aplenty. Here's Jamal into Brook, who flicks this ball. It was going down the leg side. He just gave it a little tickle, and it's going to run away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Well, Harry Brook has hit consecutive boundaries now, and both in a slightly different style, but such as the player Harry Brook, he can find ways to hit the boundary any which way he likes.
Yeah, well, things are getting painful for Pakistan out there at the moment, aren't they? England have just come out, and they've come out and up the run rate. I think the way that they've gone through their batting innings has been so impressive. The way England got through that last 25-30 minutes of play yesterday, and they've come out and started being aggressive. However, not a great delivery to be bowling to somebody like Harry Brook.
No. It's a lovely shot still. It's one of those, it's really difficult to execute, just getting the right contact as it goes past your leg stump. There's a shorter outside off stump from Jamal. It's been cut just wide of point. The batters walk through for another single, 5:44 for 3. And after this over, I'm going to let Jonathan Agnew in on commentary. But
the latest member of the Barmy Army.
The latest member of the Barmy Army. That I have to say, like, I was not massively familiar with the euphonium. I don't know too much about the instrument and its intricacies and what have you, but I thought he played it beautifully. It was really lovely. I got to sit in Tim Peach, our producer's chair, put his headset on, do my best Tim Peach impression, and listen.
It's not about you. It's about Aggers.
Yeah, just listen to his rendition. There's a short and pulled to mid-wicket. There is no run. Well, that's what I'm saying. I got to put the headset on to listen to Aggers, right?
No, he gave it a good old blow, didn't he?
He did,
and
hear
it through the effects mic.
It was very much appreciated by the members of the Barmy Army, as it was by everybody in attendance who got to hear it. And it was on the telly as well.
They'll be wanting him to play more now. I wonder what other songs he's got up his sleeve. When he's not on air, he might be going sitting up there.
Yeah, bit of living La Vida Loca maybe.
Blowing a few tunes.
Jamal is got one more ball to bowl in this over. England 11 runs behind Pakistan at this stage, scoring runs for fun. Here's Jamal, short to Root, who pulls this ball out towards the square leg region where Shaheen Afridi will run round and get the throw back in, but they will get back for 2. So England move on to 547 for 3. They're 9 behind Pakistan right now. Brook is on 169 and Joe Root on 202. Give us your thoughts on this, Alex Hartley, as I'm going to welcome on to commentary for the first time this morning, but not performing for the first time this morning because he's been in the stands playing Jerusalem. Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, just how costly is that drop going to be for Pakistan? We talk about breaking test matches down into sessions. Well, England were 3-0 up, in my opinion, yesterday in sessions, and they've started well this morning. Jonathan Agnew, well done.
Well, I don't know what the fuss is all about. I mean, I knew they were 1 short. I had a euphonium in my bag. I don't know how it got there, so I just potted over to help them out. You couldn't have Joe Root walking out today to a load of sort of out-of-tune groaning, could you? 5:47 for 3, and Brook gets a single. Here's a poor ball down the leg side. It might be a bye. We'll see if the keeper got anything on it, or the batsman. No, don't think so. So it's another one to Brook. Good fun though.
Thoughts,
they were very
feelings,
lively down.
nerves?
That was lovely. I mean, playing in the open air.
Nerves?
1 or 2.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
1 or 2.
It's a big deal.
Oh, you know. This is swept away down to deep backward square leg for a single. I got a message from Billy Cooper, the man, the original trumpeter, giving it. Yeah, that was all right.
You did give it some, didn't you? At least I don't have to hear you practicing anymore.
Well, there are 1 or 2 notes I need to. I went high for Zoltz. He hates that. He hates the high ending. 5:49 for 3, and that must just have been very close to the leg stump. A sweep and a miss.
That single brought up the 300 partnership in 61.4 overs.
On they go.
4.8 over.
An exhausted-looking Pakistan without their frontline spinner, who of course didn't have much of a day yesterday, but he's not well. This one's fired down the leg side. Brook has a look at it and just dismissively walks away. 5:49 for 3. And so, well, who's going to bowl their spinners? With Salman who's going to have to keep going. He's only really a part-timer. England going to rack on the runs today. Rack them up. So sweep goes straight to backward short leg.
It's just negative bowling as well, isn't it? It's just filth.
Well, that's one word for it. I mean, it's unimaginative. Might be another alternative.
Just lob it down the leg side and hope for the best.
Yeah. And he goes again, and that's on the leg stump, turned away for a single. Root gets his head down, runs towards the far end. Extraordinary how he's kept going. I mean, he's kept running there a bit further. I noticed, not surprisingly perhaps, I didn't see him out at any sort of warm-up or anything today. Did you see him? I didn't. The others were playing their normal keepy-uppy football games and so on, but there was no sign of Root. I think it was just sort of laid out somewhere in the dressing room. It's a formidable performance to have batted like that yesterday, to have fought through all that pain and discomfort, the cramping, the exhaustion, and to come back and carry on. It's a phenomenal achievement. It really is. I mean, of all his double hundreds, surely this must rank as the best. People talk about the pitch being flat or whatever. It makes no difference. There are these conditions, the build-up and everything. It's been a brilliant performance. Here's a short ball from Jamal, just pulled away by Brook to long leg, where Shane throws it back.
It's England's fourth 300 stand against Pakistan. For the fourth wicket in Test history. The highest 411 by Cowdrey and May at Edgbaston against West Indies in 1957. It's the second time Root and Brook have shared a 300 stand. They put on 302 in Wellington for the fourth wicket in February of last year, and they're the first England pair to have two 300 stands together in Tests, and only the ninth pair from any country.
There you go, another record breaker. 5:51 for 3. Root's on 203, and he drives that timing. And the ball rolls out to point. So what are they going to do here? Oh, he's broken his bat.
Oh.
I suppose it served him pretty well, that one.
I'd be gutted. He just got 200 runs with that one.
Yes, I suppose it'll go into a sort of frame or something, will it? I don't know what he does with all his bats.
He'll get it repaired, no doubt. Batters are weird with their bats. You'll see them and they're taped together because it's their favourite one, because it gets runs.
I mean, that's the record breaking, and that is going to go in an auction sometime.
You would think so.
Sometime, would it? Or perhaps he'd leave it to his grandkids, I don't know. But that's a special bat.
My granddad gave me a bat. I'd be like, thanks.
Well, this would be a special one, wouldn't it? Here comes again driving. Oh dear, it sounds horrible now. that has gone. And he's looking at the bottom of his bat. It's clearly split. And he's played that out towards mid-on. He's squeezing sweat out of his helmet.
Well, gone are the days where you just borrow your mates from the non-strikers end because of sponsorship, and if you can't face a delivery with the wrong bat in his hand.
You can't, and they've stopped them coming out mid-over now unless they're completely smashed. Which this one isn't. It's just split, it happens a lot with the modern bats that aren't pressed so hard. And they simply get another one out, but that one is going to be protected, it'll be wrapped up. Some bubble wrapping, I think, around it. That'll be up in the Root attic before long. There comes Jamal again, bowls to him. He drives, he's still getting runs out of it though. That goes squares through the offside, out to the fielder at deep point. And back they come for a couple more. 2 more balls to go in this over. 553 for 3. Brook 172. Root 205. No wickets, obviously, for just joining us today. It's nice to have you with us on a hot one in Multan, actually. It feels warmer than the last 2 days. A drop catch, a sitter by Babar Azam at mid-wicket when the Root was 186. It went down. It's clipped it off his toes. I mean, it was... well, not undroppable because he dropped it, but it was one of those that really impossible to drop, you'd think. And Jamal comes in and bowls. Root shuffles forward. Bowler picks it up in the follow through. 553 for 3. Solitary kite soars overhead looking for a morsel of something. Heads off to the left. But after all the excitement of the first day, when we were almost invaded by these huge birds, we've hardly seen one since.
I've got a thing about birds. Pigeons in particular.
Oh, I don't like them.
No, but we were talking about it at Old Trafford in the Test match in the summer.
Jamal bowls and Root drives again. It sounds very tinny in the headphones, but he's got enough on it to send the ball out towards deep extra cover, pursued furiously by a fielder who actually has done really well there. He's kept it in, a desperate dive, and Saim just keeps it in. So that's what you want to see from a a fielding perspective, from a coach's perspective, a fielder like putting absolutely everything in. He's only saved a run out of 556, but it's the message that it sends. Really good effort, that.
Yeah, the scores are level now, which if you're a Pakistan fan, a Pakistan player, England only 3 down and have got themselves into such a strong position. So Joe Root swaps his bat. So pigeons are a problem in England, aren't they? And you can get like a bird of prey to come and mark their scent, basically, and scare away the pigeons.
Right.
So I wonder if, I know kites are what they call carnivals, cannibal. What they call
Not cannibals, no, they're carnivores.
Carnivores. I get there in the end. What's a carnival? That's like a circus, isn't it?
It's a key part of it.
This story is a bit like a circus.
The story is falling apart quite quickly, if I'm honest, Alex. They can carry on. Keep soldiering on.
So maybe they've come to scare away the kites, is what I'm saying. Maybe they've got a bigger bird of prey.
What's something bigger than one of those?
I know, they are quite big, aren't they?
You need a pterodactyl or something, wouldn't you?
Well, they had helicopters flying over yesterday. Maybe they scared off
Well,
the
maybe
kites.
perhaps that was it.
Must be quite confusing.
But it's quite puzzling why there were so many on the first day.
And now there's none.
No, there's none. Yeah, there's something. Well, here's our one friend is back again.
He's brave boy.
Now, they've had a drink, inevitably, while that bat was changed. And the unwanted one, they bring out 3 or 4. So which one do you want? They're all the same. But that's a very highly treasured one. And that'll be put somewhere very special. And, well, the trouble is you can't, I mean, I suppose you have it repaired, do you, before you mount it?
I would.
You can't put a broken bat up on the mantelpiece.
I think he'll have it repaired and use it again.
You could do, I suppose.
Unless he scores 100 with this one, he'll stick with it. But they knock all their bats in, don't they? So there'll be a few that are ready to go.
Yeah.
Quite often batters number them as well, so 1, 2 and 3.
There's a reverse sweep this time, and Root picks up another one, sending the ball down towards third man. 556 for 3, 557 for 3. It's rather slow, this screen. There we are, 557 for 3. So England lead by 1 run. It's an important one, that one. And well, we're expecting England to bat till tea. That's what they'd like to do, I think. Stack up the runs. Salman again bowls. It's hit in the air, but perfectly safely and quite hard down to deep backwards square leg. Root just walks the run, if that makes sense, down to the far end, and England now lead by 2 runs. And it's Brooks' turn to be focusing on that double 100. He's on 173, leaning on his bat now as Root turns it into the leg side. Again, there's picking off runs here so easily, and it was the case yesterday where I don't think Jason Gillespie will feel that I let him down if I repeat the information. He said our plan yesterday was to bowl straight and to bowl tightly.
Didn't happen.
He said, what percentage of our deliveries do you think would have hit the stumps? A reverse sweep down to deep backward square leg for a single. And you can guess all you like, but I'll give you the answer because it's pointless, really. The answer was 15%.
I was going to go 30, and that was low.
15%.
And that's what we were talking about pre-show? Before the play started, nothing was hitting the stumps.
That's not hitting the stumps either. It's wide of the leg stump and reverse swept at square leg. 560 for 3. So the poor old coach, I mean, you know, what can they do? You set your plan. He said, we've set our field. I said, you did. They were there for the straight. We were talking about Jamal and that sort of umbrella type field. 15%. This is short, tucked away down to long on for a single. And again, it's just a shuffling sort of run from Root, who comes down to this end. So he'll be on strike. 211 to him. 561 for 3. Brook 174 not out.
It's to put that in context, that 15%. I've looked at Test cricket in Asia this decade, and overall the percentage of balls on the ball tracking data that would have gone on to hit the stumps is 26%. So it's quite a lot below the prevailing average in this part of the world. I mentioned earlier on Joe Root's lack of boundaries, just 14 fours so far in his 210. So 56 of his runs, only just under a quarter of his runs. In terms of fewest runs in a player's double century, when they've reached double 100, he'd scored 14 fours. There's 365 innings, 200 innings, in which we have ball-by-ball data available.
Jamal starting a new over, bowls with a grunt. And Root simply gets into line And plays that back to the bowler again.
That's out of the 410 Test double hundreds we've seen in men's Test cricket, and there have only been 9 in which a player has scored fewer runs in boundaries when reaching 200, and none for England. So Joe Root's tied Jack Hobbs, who had 14 fours in his double hundred at Lords against South Africa in 1924 for fewest boundaries in a double hundred. So in this heat, that amount of running, Brooks not hit that many runs in boundaries either.
Your mission, Andy, is to work out how many miles he has run. We'll say that each run is 21 yards. How about that? In goes Jamal. It's steered away by Root to back. Good point. That'll keep you busy for a while. But I think it's worthwhile in this heat. And talking of heat, 3 of our friends are, I think, they're just teeing off. They won't see much of each other because they'll be in the rough, I suspect, all the way around Royal Portrush. But they're a bit jealous that we're talking about the heat. So we've got Michael Vaughan, Michael Lum, Stuart Broad all setting off. They won't see each other, will they? They'll be hacking round. Apparently it's a very cold and windy day in Northern Ireland.
Happy hacking, lads.
Kind of Michael to come out of the rough yesterday for 5 minutes to talk about Joe Root.
Probably similar temperature to this commentary box, to be fair. It's hot outside.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. In comes Jamal and bowls, and that's smashed into his foot by Root. Oh, that is a stinger. Sometimes you see that, and it's always surprising that the bowler doesn't sort of crease up in absolute agony, but somehow often it seems to hit part of the boot. That one's hurt him. That one's gone thudding in somewhere on his ankle or somewhere vulnerable, and oh dear. He's in pain. I never understood why bowlers do that.
Well, you want to get it on your boot. That's got him above the boot on the ankle, and it does.
But you just get it wrong. I mean, right on the ball of the ankle.
Got to walk it off.
That just makes you sort of wince looking at it on the telly.
Well, Steve Kirby, the Somerset coach, he mitts in pads because Marchant Delanger broke his shin when he was mitting because it hit him on the shin.
Right. In comes Jamal again, bowls, and that's driven away down towards straight mid-on. Root says yes to a quick single. He's still looking busy. Well, just dealing in boundaries.
And the relevance of that is just...
I'm just trying to work it out, actually.
Yeah, it's because obviously a bowler will bowl at 90 miles an hour, but you hit it and it obviously comes off quickly as well. That's how hard the ball is. It can break a shin before a batter's hit it. So if that gets you on the ankle and the batter's middled it, it's breaking your ankle.
I'll just get out of the way, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, but then you've 4 runs and it looks bad, doesn't it?
Well, I'd rather that than a broken shin.
Well, they're chasing enough anyway.
Oh.
We've got enough.
That's true. 562 for 3. Brook on 174. Jamal again from the far end. Runs in busily, bowls a bouncer, and Brook rather flogs that into the ground. It goes first bounce to Babar Azam, who I suspect isn't a particularly popular man at the moment. I mean, he dropped Joe Root on 186. Start of a long hot day. Your main spin bowler's in hospital.
When you're meant to be fresher.
It's not a good start to the day, is it?
No, I think that just everyone will just go, oh, here we go again.
Yep.
We're going to be out here all day.
And you relive it, don't you? In your mind, how did I drop it? And you're none the wiser, unfortunately. But it just, these things happen, don't they? It's part of the game. 562 for 3 with a ball to go in the 115th over of the innings. And Jamal bowls, and there's a cry of catch it there as that bouncer goes quite close to Brooks' bat as he tried a little paddly sweep shot, but nothing is done. 562 for 3. I do like this. You see, when you set Andy a proper challenge, the calculator comes out. And it's obviously been a sluggish start to the day because he's actually taken on this challenge as well, which is how many miles has Joe Root run so far in this innings? And the beauty of it is, after all this calculator tapping and working out and all this mental effort, he's going to announce it, and I'm going to go, oh, okay. And in comes Stone bowls.
3 3/4 miles.
You reckon? Is that right?
So, yeah.
Doesn't sound
Thanks very much. And in comes...
I take
3
all commissions.
miles. And I wouldn't fancy running 3 3/4 miles. And this, with all the pads, I've got to add a bit on for that. What sort of percentage of body weight is added on?
Well, Jamie Smith's pads were very light when I brought them up.
Actually, I guess they were. Salman bowls terrible ball down the leg side. I mean, I'll go with your filth there, Alex. That was just a tossed-up thing down the leg side that no one could do anything with. And It's not great to watch bowling like this, really. In fact, you can get warned these days, can't you, for negative bowling? Well, that's another one which this time Root's got hold of, his hit for 4.
It's just not great cricket to watch either, is it? It's just awful bowling.
It's just serving up runs. This is the thing. They've got to do something.
How many would you like to get? Because we'll keep bowling here and you keep hitting it to the boundary and we'll keep giving you easy singles.
There was a case yesterday with just no plans, nothing apart from the plan to bowl straight, which clearly failed. There was nothing else. There was just no ingenuity. Even if it doesn't work, just to try something, to try and make the batsman have to refocus in some way.
I was speaking to the Pakistan S&C this morning, and we were talking about how long Pakistan have been in the field and the fact that they've been chasing leather.
It's a horrible ball, and Root just looks at it and he's saying to the umpire, "Come on, you can't keep allowing bowling like this," and you can't. I mean, you can be warned for this. This is sort of against the spirit of the game stuff, really. You're not letting the game be played, Just going to toss it that far down the leg side. This one's straighter and pushed away out to extra cover for a single.
And he said, yeah, it's hot out there, and they have been out there a long time. He said, but the players themselves that have been out of the field the whole time, they've not covered any more distance than they usually would. He's checked the GPS just to see how tired the bodies would be.
I suppose that's true, isn't it? Another sweep. Rizwan throws the ball in the air jubilantly, appealing for a catch. But clearly he hadn't hit that. Brook remains on 174. Can't be very nice being a wicketkeeper facing this stuff. You've got the bat flailing around. Salman again, a flatter one, at least it's fairly straight. Turned away out to backwards short leg. And it's the end of the over, and it's the end of that spell, if you like, and that drinks will now be taken. And another hour completely dominated by England, who are now already in the lead. They're 567 for 3. The partnerships were 310. And on they go. Alex, I'm going to leave you with a few thoughts because it's time for Simon Mann to come in here.
Yeah, so they've covered between 10 and 13k, depending on who you are and where you're fielding. Put it into context, I guess. I used to do about 12, 13k in an ODI, so it's not, the spikes haven't been horrific for the players out there in the middle. For the Pakistan players, I don't know about the England players, but it's the heat and the fact that it's Test match cricket. It's hard on the body, it's hot out there, and you're standing around all day. You're obviously out in the field for a lot longer than you would be if you were playing an ODI.
Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. 567 for 3. Stephen Finn is making his way back. Noticeable actually, Pakistan during their drinks break, they are sitting down, most of the team. You often see that. It's been another tough hour for them. How many runs in that first hour?
We have had 75 runs in 15 overs.
That's a very good rate of progress from England. There was that drop catch, Joe Root. Babar Azam at mid-wicket. It was not that dissimilar to the one that Jamal dropped caught off Zach Crawley yesterday, although he did initially drop it and then gathered it before it hit the ground. But when the conditions are like this, it's absolutely the last thing you need as a fielding side. And then one bowler down as well with a Bra off the field, unwell. 567 for 3. And it really is fill your boots time and get as big a lead as you possibly can. I mean, it's relentless. You just have to crush the opposition in this situation. And absolutely no mercy, but doesn't mean it's easy for Pakistan. They know what's facing them today. They just have to get on with it.
Just a little more on the partnership. 318. Currently England's 14th highest of all time in Test. Their second highest for the 4th wicket, behind the 411 runs that Colin Cowdrey and Peter May put on in the second innings against West Indies at Edgbaston in 1957, which is England's all-time highest Test partnership in men's Test cricket. So that could be under threat if these two stay together. They need another 94 to overtake that. It's also England's second highest against, third highest against Pakistan currently, behind the 332 that Jonathan Trott and Stuart Broad put on in that rather infamous match at Lord's in 2010, and the 359 Zach Crawley and Josh Butler shared for the 5th wicket Broad and Trot was the 8th wicket in that Lord's Test after England had lost early wickets to the brilliant swing bowling of Mohammad Amir. Butler and Crawley put on 359 in the COVID summer of 2020 in Southampton when Crawley made that 267.
Well, the players are peeling away from the drinks break. I mean, we have seen extended drinks breaks in this Test match. The towels are out for the England batters as well. It's an interesting one for Root and Brook because they are clearly tired, and Root was very tired last night, suffering from cramp, but they just love batting, don't they? They
love runs. That's why Joe Root's so good, because he doesn't miss out in these scenarios. He doesn't throw it away on 80. He doesn't get 100 and then say I've had my lot. The reason he is such a run monster is that his appetite is never satisfied in these scenarios, and he just wants to score as many runs as he possibly can. But Pakistan are on the ropes, they're taking body blows. England will land the haymaker later on, but yeah, for now they're just dipping their bread and having their fun.
They lead by 11, England. They still have 7 wickets in hand, so we've had an hour's play on this 4th day, and the way things are going, you can see Pakistan basically batting to save the game in 4 sessions. England trying to get a lead of somewhere in the region of 250.
And the rest, I think.
I mean, it could be the rest as well.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's, if you like, a sort of a moderate long-term target.
Yes.
So if you get really ruthless, yes. I mean, the team could be on their knees by tea today.
Yes, and it's that England wants. It's going to be the scoreboard pressure plus fatigue that's going to win them this game, not those cracks on the pitch opening up. I think they've opened up 0.5 of a millimetre overnight. You walked out there, it still looks like a carpet in between those tiny cracks. So England at the moment pressing on.
The drinks break has finally come to an end, and Shaheen is going to bowl from the far end, the Inzamam al-Haq enclosure end of the ground, and he bowls a full ball which is worked away nicely by Root for more runs through mid-wicket. It got 3 written over this, I think, if they got the energy to come back for it. They've touched down now for 2. The throw is on its way to the non-strikers then. Mohammad Rizwan getting very excited by that, thinking there might be a run out in the offing, but Root had enough energy to get to the far end to run another 3. He's on 220. He's actually threatening his highest score in Test cricket now, which was 254 against Pakistan at Old Trafford. The year I can't remember, but it was in the 21st century.
It's 2016.
2016. 570 for 3. The advances to 14. Now Harry Brook, he's moving in on his highest Test match score as well. He's 12 away from equaling it, and he is on strike. Shaheen bowls to him, and Brook is forward defending back up the pitch, and there is no run. Sun beating down. Crowd has picked up a bit since the start of the day's play. Clearly the Pakistan supporters who've turned up, they just love good batting.
They do, don't they? Yeah, they're seeing plenty of it from England's batters here. Shaheen's on the cusp of his century. He's on 99 as well. I can't remember if we were on air when I was saying how when I played for Middlesex, you'd always get, if you ticked over 100, you get a ripple of applause from the bowling unit.
Shaheen bowls. He tries to play the ramp shot. There's an appeal for a catch. He missed it as he went through to Rizwan. Bowler stands in the middle of the pitch, I think frustrated more than anything. I don't think they're considering the review. How many have they got left? They've probably only got 1 left. And it's an indication actually on 3 down, well over 500 on the board, how little there is in the pitch. They've only used up 2 of their reviews so far.
They burned them quite early as well, I think, overexcited.
So Brooks stepped outside the off stump there, tried to lift it over his left shoulder down towards the fine leg boundary, trying that scoop or ramp, whatever you like to call it. Freely bowls. Brook is struck on the pad, it goes down fine. It's not taken by Rizwan, who has to chase after it. Goodness me, those hamstrings look tight for Rizwan there. Really struggling to put it in as it went down towards fine leg, and he was helped out by Naseem Shah. Rizwan walks back to pick his gloves up. What do they get through? 2 leg byes. 572 for 3. Yeah, he almost looked in hamstring pulling territory there.
You do this
Rizwan.
drill in the mornings called straight leg running. It's meant to activate your hamstrings when you're a bit tired and you're going to sprint in the immediate future.
Shaheen bowls to Brook. Brook gets one that does keep low, and he gets the bat down just in time. I think a big shout there if he hadn't hit that. And Shaheen just pats Brook on the head as he runs past him. So you got a bit lucky there, son. It's gone down to fine leg, and there is Shaheen's century. Not one that any bowler wants. The bowling fraternity, Stephen Finn next to me, gives him a round of
You've got to
applause.
celebrate these things. If you can't take these things with humour, you would be a very sad man. So, yeah, just a little ripple of applause from the bowling unit there for Shaheen.
It was nearly 2 for 99 rather than 1 for 100.
That did scuttle through, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's something to encourage England. Brook 175, 573 for 3. Shaheen bowls short, pulled away, guided pull by Root, getting on top of it towards deep square leg. Another single to the total. 574 for 3 at the end of the 117th over. Brook 175, Root 221. It is remorseless from these two Yorkshiremen. Pakistan, they're begging for a wicket. Take anything here.
It just doesn't feel like England are going to relent, does it, at all? It's definitely putting themselves in a position now where when they get the ball in their hand, Pakistan is going to evoke so many bad memories, and it's amazing those balls that scuttle through, like the one that Shaheen just bowled there to Harry Brook. They slap someone on the pad early in the innings. There's pandemonium in the dressing room. It's just, you can almost sense it happening now, and Pakistan looks sealed to their fate that they're going to put themselves through that later on today.
Yeah, definitely. Saeem Ayub is going to bowl. Forward comes Root and pushes that away into the offside, and there's no run. He's down in, well, my research is an off-break bowler. Yesterday he might be bowling some leg breaks as well.
That definitely looked like a leg break.
Yeah. Here's it now, bowls, slapped away up towards wide long on. Naseem Shah runs round, and they're going to come back for the second. Or they think about it, but actually it was a really risky one. They seriously considered it. They went once, stopped, came back again looking for it, and then fortunately for them, stopped in time. Otherwise there would have been a run out as the ball came into the non-striker's end. 575 for 3, Root to 222. Brook on 175. Gets one on his pads there, he turns that towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I was talking about Jamie Smith earlier, how he would have benefited from the day off yesterday, but of course he has been waiting for a long time as next man in, which can be quite draining. Ayub bowls, driven by Brook towards deep cover, unless you're a player who has so much confidence in Root and Brook that you think, well, actually, on this surface, against this tired attack, they're not going to get out, and they are in for a big one. I can relax and take the pads off.
Well, I've played in teams where, well, maybe not take your pads off, that's extreme.
Here's Ayub bowling, that's swatted away off the back foot by Root for his 223rd run to long on. Naseem hurls it in. 577 for 3.
I've played in teams where you'll swap, so numbers 5 and 6.
Tops that right up, it's guided away through extra cover, and they jog through for another single. Brook taking the run there, 578 for 3.
And it must have confounded broadcasters sometimes, but Peterson would say to Bell, Belly, just give me 20 minutes off here. So Bell would put his pads on, and then Peterson goes and relaxes for 20 minutes, or vice versa. Just that mental on-edgeness is something that can be a bit tricky. I found it during that Broad and Trott partnership that Zoltz mentioned earlier. I was the next player in, and because everyone's so superstitious in the dressing room, no one's allowed to move out of their spot unless it's in between overs where you can go to the toilet quickly. So I was sat there on edge waiting for 300 odd runs there. It wasn't great.
And what did he get when he came in?
Can't remember. Not many.
Salman is going to bowl from the far end now. Reverse sweep comes in, reasonable contact from Brook. Hits it out towards deep backward point, and they come back for a second. 580 for 3. Brook moves to 179. That was the only situation problem in the situation now is that you wouldn't necessarily want Chris Wokes to come in. You would want Jamie Smith to come in, wouldn't you?
You would,
so Bell and Peterson, you don't mind either of those coming in. As you're at this stage, you want Smith in next. Salmon bowls round the wicket, gives himself some room there, Brook, and hammers it through extra cover. It's a glorious shot. It's going out towards the boundary, and it's gone away for 4, stepping away to the leg side. Difficult to tell from here, but probably taking it off the stumps. But he has his eye in, clearly. He's been out there for a long time. Just having a look at this again. Is he taking that off the stumps? No, actually it was down the leg side. But he stepped outside the sidelines there to play that. So far towards the square leg umpire. It's an incredible shot. He was well off the cut strip as he was just getting his body back into balance. 584 for 3. Does it again. This time doesn't time it quite as well. It rolls up towards long off, and they get another single. Brook to 184. It's 584 for 3. I mean, it's a little bit like batting in a benefit game, this, at the moment.
Feels like it's 3 test runs. Why wouldn't you accept them? Zoltz has just put his microphone down with a grin on his face, so I clearly didn't get many in that test.
Well, after that marathon trot broad stand.
Here's Salmon bowling on the pads of Root, who clips it out towards deep mid-wicket, and they walk through for a single.
So you must have been on a break because James Anderson came in at 10. He made 6. Then you came in. Jonathan Trott failed to support you to your century. You were left stranded, not out off 1 ball.
I got left stranded a lot, I feel, in Test.
Salmon with his off breaks, bowls down the leg side. A sweep shot comes in from Brook. He doesn't make contact. It hits the pad of Rizwan. Doesn't take it cleanly either. A bedraggled Pakistan team out there. 586 for 3. They can't hope for a declaration either. Sometimes you get in the situation as Brook goes leg side again and cracks it away through backward point. They're going to get another 2 runs here. 2 fields nearly get in each other's way out in the deep backward point boundary, but the throw is good, right over the bails to Rizwan, who takes it and then just throws the ball away because it's the end of the over. 588 for 3. I mean, there isn't any declaration in sight. There's no mercy in sight here for Pakistan here. I mean, they know there's another 3 hours of this.
At least. England's best chance of winning this game is getting so far ahead of Pakistan and fatiguing them so much that they make really poor decisions. I've just seen a message flash up on my phone from Brody. Let's see what he's got to say. Oh, it's a kind message. I thought he was going to make me talk about that innings of 169, which was brilliant. It was wild, but I remember why I had my pads on. So things happen quickly when you're lower down the order. So clearly, if you're Paul Collingwood batting at 6, you've got Ian Bell at 5, and Kevin Peterson is in at 4. If you're number 6, you'd have your white trousers on and your shoes, but you wouldn't have put your thigh pads and box and stuff on, or your actual pads. But things clearly accelerate when you're down the order. So Brody was in at 9. Jimmy would have been 10 at that stage. I surpassed him eventually. And I was at 11, but I had to be fully padded up at 11 because I was worried that I was going to get caught on the hop. But then as soon as that partnership started, because you're superstitious, you're like, well, if I take my pads off, clearly Brody or Trotty's going to get out.
Shaheen begins a new over down the leg side. No contact there, and it goes through to Rizwan. 588 for 3. Well, it's good to have Stuart Broad with us.
Yes,
I presume he's listening, is he?
Must be. Yes, I think he's listening.
What time is it? I'm trying to work out the time. Is it 7:15 in the morning? He's probably on, I don't know.
Young
daughter duties.
Yeah, daughter duties. And he said, and you always got bowled, not left stranded.
Right.
I think it was LBW I was more susceptible to. But yeah, cricketers are strangely superstitious. You'll get in trouble in the dressing room if you were to move out of position. Someone would say, "Why have you moved?" I'd be like, "Well, because I'm getting pad rashed that still."
And again, short ball pulled away. Lovely looking shot from Joe Root. He's picked out the deep square leg fielder, and so it's only a single. It's Abdullah Shafiq is out there on the square leg boundary wearing his sun hat. 589 for 3. England's lead up to 33, close on 100 runs in the day already, and we are still 40 minutes away from lunch. Harry Brooks taking his helmet off. He's got something in his eye. About the best way for Pakistan at the moment, isn't it? Just, I don't know, toss some dirt in the air and hope
someone take some honey out there and hope bees come across.
Yeah,
or something.
anything. Speck of dust in the eye, just put him off. Brook 186 not out, waits for Afridi and it's forward there. And for once, we've got a dot ball as that's pushed away towards cover, and there's no run. I mean, there is another test match on this ground after this game, and I think everyone, well, perhaps apart from the batters, I don't know, they're selfish creatures, hoping that the pitch is not quite as blameless as this.
But the thing, why would they not? I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure it would break up if you left this pitch until the next test match baking in the sun. Would it break up and give us a more interesting game?
That's a good question.
I'm not sure.
Could you just, here's Afridi meanwhile bowling, turned away. That's another single towards Abdullah Shafiq on the deep square leg boundary. They walk through for the run, one to Brook, 187 to him, and that is now his highest test score.
Yeah, beating the 186 he made against New Zealand in Wellington, and this partnership is now up into the top 10 all time for England in men's test cricket, knocking the broad trot stand.
That's a shame.
Down to 11th.
Well, you could, I'm sure, if you just dress the pitch up a bit, give it a little bit of tender love over 3 days.
You'd have to do the Somerset, I think. You'd have to get a device out and disturb the pitch.
Afridi to Root, a low pull there to a ball outside the off stump. It beats the 2 mid-wicket fielders. It's running out towards the wide long on boundary. They've jogged back for a second. Are they minded to take a third? Have they the energy for a third? Yes, they have. They jog back for that. As a rather desultory throw comes in from the deep. And so 3 more runs to the total. 3 more runs to Joe Root. He's on 228. It's 593 for 3. What are you saying? The old scrubbing brush?
The scrubbing brush or the rake, yeah. But I mean that in jest. I just think if you were to leave this pitch to bake, those cracks would widen. And if you've got balls hitting cracks on day one of a test match, that's also not fun to watch.
It'd be absurd.
Yeah, it'd be ridiculous. That's the only way this pitch will deteriorate.
Really bowls on middle stump, played away quietly by Brook towards short mid-wicket. And there's no run. It's the end of Shaheen's over, so he's bowled 24 overs. He's taken 1 for 106. England are 593 for 3. They're 37 runs ahead. This Brook-Root partnership continues on unchecked, really. Pakistan have only once looked like taking a wicket this morning. That drop catch at mid-wicket from that pull shot. But apart from that, it's been all England. More from you, Stephen, and you'll be joined by Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, I think something has to get looked into how we can make these test matches more interesting. And by more interesting, I mean, there's, first of all, more of a balance between the ball and the bat, because clearly the bat is dominating the ball and has done for so long in test matches here in Pakistan. Something about the way the pitches hold together here that's different to anywhere else in the world. As a test match pitch deteriorates, usually there's variable bounce, usually the corners of cracks are breaking up and you might get some turn off those, or footholes are developing. There's something about the grass here in Pakistan that is so obdurate that it refuses to disintegrate or break down, which means that we find ourselves with stalemates like this. It's only because of the way that England play that we may see a test match result forced here in this match.
Yeah, it's good soil, good stuff.
Yeah,
it's solid soil
stuff.
Great for
that in your back garden.
Yeah, great for agriculture. Not always brilliant for engrossing cricket, although, as you say, England making the most of conditions and scoring runs by the bucket load. 593 for 3 and a lead of 37. Still with the better part of 6 sessions to go here. Salman into Joe Root, who plays a reverse sweep out towards deep third. Will be fielded by Naseem Shah. Single taken. And well, they're just scoring runs with such ease at the moment. There's a genuine nonchalance about the way they're playing some of their shots. Sort of almost like a practice session at times. Salman Agha into Brook again. It's short and wide. It's been pulled away out towards the fine leg boundary. Rizwan says catch it. And well, there's been an effort in the field from Shaheen Afridi. Diving effort, which is, I guess, admirable in the 121st over. It was unsuccessful, though. It's another boundary for Harry Brook, who moves into the 190s and is now on track for his first ever Test match double 100. He's on 191, already his highest score in Test cricket. And I had a question for Zoltz actually about England's highest ever scores against Pakistan specifically, because we've got to be in that kind of territory for sure. 2 away from 600. Here's Salman down the leg side, left alone by Brook. It's been given a wide, in fact, by the umpire. It wasn't that wide, but the umpire is sort of penalising the bowler for, I think we can reasonably call a negative line. England's lead 43 runs. Zoltz, come back after this ball, actually, because Salman is in very quickly. Again down the leg side. Will this be wided as well? It will! Well, this is extraordinary, because it's not that wide, but it's really just a deterrent from the umpire to stop bowling negative lines.
Well, I think it's determined as negative because he's an off spinner bowling around the wicket, and if he was a leg spinner or a wrist spinner or a left arm spinner turning the ball back into Harry Brook, it could be deemed as trying to get him out, but hiding an off spinner that far down the leg side towards what would be a one-day wide line is determined by the umpire as negative bowling, and that Harry Brook literally cannot lay a bat on.
Well, he's coming over the wicket now, is Salman Ali Agha, mostly just to placate Kumar Dharmasena, the umpire. This is a much straighter ball, thick inside edge. Much better ball immediately, actually, as that ball trickles out towards square leg. They get through for a single. 600 up for England with that single as well. 600 for 3. Andy Zoltzman, you're gonna tell us the high scores.
Well, the first of those 2 wides brought up a 350 partnership in 70.4 overs, so just fractionally under 5 and over.
Goodness me. Well, wait to the end of the over, because there's quite a few things to catch up on. Another reverse sweep from Joe Root. This is trickling away fine. Babar Azam in pursuit, and Naseem Shah's going to beat him to it. He's running around from fine leg as the throw comes in from that fine leg region. And Joe Root gets back for 3. That's very good running as well. They're really putting the yards in England, squeezing every run juice out of this Multan ground. 604 for 3. Andy?
It's only the second 600 score England have made against Pakistan, the other being the 657 in the first innings at Rawalpindi 2 years ago.
And that was their highest ever score against Pakistan?
Yeah, followed by the...
Salman into Harry Brook, short and cut away, but only as far as a diving cover fielder. There is no run.
A 598 for 8 declared in the Abu Dhabi Test of October 2015, and they made 589 for 8 at Old Trafford in 2016 when Root made his highest score of 254.
Here's Salman in again. That ball's worked in front of point this time. They'll walk through for a single. Brook onto 193. So this is England's second highest ever score against Pakistan. Bear in mind, their highest was just a couple of years ago. They might well on track to break that record again. England finding success in Pakistan. 605 for 3 after 121 overs. And this session so far, it's only 20 overs into it. They've already got 113 runs from this session. Extraordinary.
Yeah, brilliant batting. Clearly the fatigue of Pakistan contributing towards those runs coming more freely or very freely in this session. I've got a question for Zoltz. What is the most number of bowlers in an innings that have tonned up? Is it possible to find
Good question,
out?
yeah.
Because we're on the cusp of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here.
Wow. Here's
5
one
centuries.
Of them. Here's one of them, Shaheen Afridi. He's got 1 for 106 so far, as then he comes to Harry Brook, who pulls this ball to Babar Azam on the bounce at mid-wicket. There is no run. Harry Brook working hard, perspiring heavily, just takes a walk to square leg, lifts his helmet off and wipes his brow with the crook of his elbow. And just takes a moment at the non-striker's end. Joe Root does something similar. Still hard work. In the back of their minds, both these batters know that conditions like this don't come too often. Well, it depends really how often you're going to tour Pakistan. Here's Shaheen into Harry Brook. Bowls. Brook works that ball in front of mid-wicket for another easy single. Joe Root actually carried his helmet in his hand as he ran that run. So again, that air of chill about these batters continuing. England's lead now, 50 runs, 606 for 3. Zoltz, you got something for us?
So it's something we were looking at yesterday. The highest first innings scores to have then conceded a first innings lead. This is England's record.
Wow.
Conceding 556 and then taking a lead when England have batted.
Really is extraordinary. Here's Shaheen in again. As Root pushes that ball to mid-off. There is no run.
England also tied West Indies 593 for 5 declared in the Antigua Test of 1994, and Brian Lara scored 375. The all-time record, Sri Lanka made 644 for 7 declared against Pakistan in Karachi in February 2009, and Pakistan responded with 765 for 6 declared, which makes this game look like a bowler's dream.
I reckon if you look further into that test match, you might find quite a few turned-up bowlers as well. It might be the one. Right. Shaheen. Very tired-looking Shaheen into Root, who plays the ball off a thick inside edge into the onside. There is no run. Root's on 232. He's fast approaching his own highest score as well. Brook is 6 away from his first double 100. England's lead 50 runs. You get the feeling after lunch, Finney, they'll come out and start playing, maybe go up a couple of gears and try and get as many on the board before tea as possible, and then give themselves 4 sessions to bowl out Pakistan. That's what they'd aim for, you'd think.
Yeah, I mean, they might gear towards that declaration, but I think now accumulation and the pace at which they're accumulating is absolutely fine. 5 runs and over almost exactly.
Here's Shaheen into Joe Root again, who plays and misses that one outside the off stump. And, well, there's something you haven't seen too often in the last 3.5 days. A play and a miss outside the off stump. They're actually having a chat about reviewing it. Shan Masood is shaking his head saying, no, of course we're not going to review that. And Shaheen is still staring at him. He's really asking for it. He's still there, Shaheen. He's eventually turned his back and started walking to his mark with his hands on his hips. He's not pleased, but I mean, it was a nice delivery. Just moved away ever so slightly. It was a play and a miss from Root, but there was nothing there, and he just sort of like flicked his hands towards Shan Masood as if to say, well, go on then, you got to review that.
Yeah, I think he was asking Rizwan, did he hit it? Rizwan, who's an enthusiastic appealer at the best of times, I think even he was saying, well, I'm not sure, Shaheen. I'd love to reward you for beating the bat, but unfortunately you're going to have to trudge back to the back of your mark and try again.
And we looked at Ultra Edge, there was nowhere near the bat in the end. Here's Shaheen into Joe Root, who nearly chops onto his stumps this time. Little inside edge, bounces about 6 inches from the stumps and on its way to Rizwan. And Shaheen again throws his hands up in frustration as he collects his hat from the umpire. And I think the players are going to have an elective drinks break now. No, they're going to continue on. A bit of music playing here in the Multan Cricket Stadium. Still very warm. Gets warmer around this time of the day. Now, midday, it starts to really crank up the heat. Very good morning to everybody joining us. If you're just with us now, England have kept piling on the runs here. They went past Pakistan's 556. They've now got a lead of 50 runs. And this partnership, which is worth 357, is ploughing on Andy Zaltzman.
So I've just put the wrong input into a stat.
Oh, that's right.
I'll come back to you on the bowlers conceding 100 stat.
Well, I'm just looking, and this is England's second highest partnership ever in Test matches against Pakistan. The highest was in those COVID Test matches. As the next ball's played into the onside, there is no run. Well, they don't look like anywhere near getting out at the moment. 606 for 3. Andy's also.
Well, they're only 2 runs behind that Butler-Crawley stand.
As Salman in again, swept nicely by Brook. That'll be one of them, as they'll walk through for another single. Brook onto 195. It's really great actually to see. That wasn't the COVID series, wasn't that partnership between Crawley and
at Southampton. Crawley made 267, Butler made 152 from memory.
I remember it well. Salman into Joe Root, full and driven to cover, and there is no run. I remember it well because it's the first Test match I ever broadcast on Test Match Special. So memories, maybe bittersweet memories. 607 for 3. Here's Salman. Bit of flight into Root, who plays the ball back towards the bowler. There is no run. He's going to have to carry a bit of a workload here, Salman. He's fast approaching his own ton as well. He could be the 6th bowler in this innings to concede a ton. And there he is to Joe Root, who attempts a sweep shot. Doesn't really connect with it as he would like as it trickles off the pad to short fine leg. There is no run. 607 for 3.
Well, he'd be the 5th in this innings.
Oh, 5th, I beg your pardon.
4, yeah, I was just presuming he's going to get there because he's 11 away.
Here's Salman in again. Reverse sweep from Joe Root, just over the head of Rizwan. And It's trickling away toward the deep third boundary. It wasn't a shot played with great intensity. They get back for 2, but it was almost like the kind of shot you'd play if you were teasing somebody about their height. Joe Root just barely, just sort of teasing Rizwan by sending it lapping over his head. He'll collect another couple of runs. 609 for 3. England's lead now 53 runs, and he's Osman.
Well, if Salman does concede another
9 runs
now, it will be the 9th time that 5 bowlers have conceded 100 in a test innings. Only once have there been 6 bowlers who've conceded 100. That was when Sri Lanka made 713 for 3 against Zimbabwe back in 2004.
Oh my goodness.
Who got those runs? Sangakkara. Was it 2004? Was he playing?
As Jayawardene would have been there as well. Mahela. Here's Shaheen from wide of the crease into Harry Brook, who punches the ball with soft hands into the covers. They run through for a quick single and make it easily. And Harry Brook now to 196, so 1 boundary away from what would be his first double 100. 610 for 3. Sorry, tell us about that test against
that game. Marwan Atapattu, fine opener, who began his career with 1 run across 3 tests in 6 innings spread over about 6.5 years, but became a fine player for Sri Lanka, made 6 test double hundreds, 249 in that game against Zimbabwe. Sangakkara 270. Mahela Jayawardene 100 not out, 713 for 3. Ouch.
Where was that played? Bulawayo. Okay. Here's Shaheen into Joe Root again, who drives straight beautifully. That is an exquisite shot. It's running away down towards the long on boundary. There's a fielder in pursuit. Naseem Shah is just going to pull it in inside the rope, and Shan Masood will do some relay fielding alongside him. But another couple of runs for Joe Root, who's getting ever closer to yet another milestone. Goodness me, they keep coming in this test match, in this innings, I should say. 612 for 3 now, England. As we say, very good morning for the first time to Ramiz Raja. Ramiz, how are you?
Hello, all good. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Very well. On milestone watch at the moment.
Yeah.
And they're coming left, right, and centre.
It's been that kind of a game.
It's been that kind of an innings, I suppose. 612 for 3, England. The lead growing by the ball. Here's Shaheen Afridi into Root, who punches this ball past the fielder, who dives at gully. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. That's extraordinary. It was just the most delicate of touches from Joe Root. Waited on the bounce and guided it away. It doesn't really feel like much of a contest between Shaheen and Root at the moment. Root just dominating. So much finesse in that boundary. And 4 more runs for England. 616 for 3.
It's quite amazing, actually. From stats point of view, that only 1 6 has been hit. Is that right, Andy? In a score of 600 plus.
Yeah, 616, so 610 runs have been scored without the aid of what some call a maximum. I know Andy doesn't like that term. Here's Shaheen in again. This is short. It's been pulled slightly aerially. On the bounce now, out towards a fine leg. Again, they'll get back for another 2. And they're in a bit of a race at the moment. Who's going to get to the milestone first? Is Joe Root going to get to his 250, or is Brook going to get to his double 100? Root's on to 242. I mean, this is about as easily as runs have been scored in Test cricket in the recent past, Ramiz.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I mean, when Pakistan go out to bat, only time will tell whether they find it easy on this placid track or not. I still maintain that it's going to be a mental battle more than the technical battle to see off England.
There's Shaheen into Joe Root, short, and he's cut it away quite stylishly. There is a fielder at deep backward point. He's got a bit of ground to cover, and he does it well in the end. Root back for another couple. He's on to 244 now.
4 2s in his last 5 balls, which is quite impressive, having run as far as he has. Well, 16 boundaries, 64 of his runs in boundaries.
He's, well, to be fair, he gets to jog most of them. He gets to sort of walk a lot of them. Yeah, Ramiz, to go back to your point about the mental battle for Pakistan, this year they have the lowest average third innings score of any test playing nation.
That's a worry. That's a worry. It's clearly a mental disintegration more than anything else, because playing at home on day 4, day 5 shouldn't worry a team.
Full and driven beautifully by Joe Root out towards the deep extra cover boundary. Again, a bit of work to do. The fielder in the deep, Mohamed Herrera, the substitute fielder, he's got a lot of work to do. And That's another 2 for Joe Root. He's on to 246. England 622 for 3. And, let's go back to those scores. So in Sydney, this is the last 3 games where Pakistan have batted in the third innings of the Test match. Sydney against Australia, they scored 115. In Rawalpindi against Bangladesh, they got 172. And their most recent Test match, also in Rawalpindi, scored 146. So that was a pretty batting-friendly surface as well in Rawalpindi.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the pressure that seems to get to them. And it's not that it's a young side. I mean, it has quite a few powerful performances with the bat. I mean, Babar Azam and Rizwan.
Here's Salman into Harry Brook now, who flicks the ball out towards mid-wicket. He'll walk through for another single. He's on to 197 now, is Harry. And you're quite right. There's a lot of,
it's not
excellent batting lineup, really. And if you think about it on paper, it looks very strong.
Saud Shakil has had a wonderful, he averages over 15 Test cricket.
He does. It's another full ball from Salman, driven down to long on by Joe Root. The race continues. Brook on 197, Root on 247. Who's going to get there first? It's like announcing the elimination on Big Brother at the moment. It's a bit of a suspense, or Big Boss, as it's called in this part of the world. Here's Salman, short to Brook, who cuts this ball away nicely. They might get a couple hit now. No, they're just going to walk a single. They sort of walk that at the pace that Jonathan and I walk to lunch, very slowly. 198 for Brook now, 625 for 3. Here's Salman this ball turns past the leg stump. They're going to run through for a bye, I think. And Babar Azam sort of gathers the ball awkwardly, but he's still cheered by the crowd, somewhat partisan supporters. The lead keeps extending.
His fans desperately want him to score runs.
They want him to do anything, really. Hold on to a catch. The next ball's turned into the onside, and there is no run. England's lead now 70 runs. Brook on 198. Just putting in a bit of concentration for these next couple of runs. Here's Salman into Brook, who plays well at one, that keeps low. He sprints the first one. He's looking for a second. He's going to come back for it. I think nope. Told to hold fire by Joe Root. He's going to be at the non-strikers end on 199 now. Harry Brook. There's a ball to come in this over. They've all started moving across, I think. We got our scoreboards wrong? I think there's a ball to come in this over, but everyone started moving across. In fact, the players are having a drink. So that is going to be the end of the over. I guess Harry Brook's going to keep the strike. 125 overs bowled in this England innings. 627 for 3. Brook on 199. Joe Root on 247. England's lead, 71 runs. Well, the ball's in England's court. They can do pretty much whatever they like from here. Ramiz, your thoughts on what Pakistan can do from here? And then joining you on commentary will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, the problem is that now Pakistan will have to bat superbly well, and their track record, as Arthur was just mentioning, of late hasn't been great, batting sensibly on in the last innings or on day 4, day 5. England, I guess, need another 200 before they declare 271?
Something like that. Good morning to you, Ramiz, and good morning everybody just joining us. Welcome to the sunshine here in Multan. It's been pretty much one-day traffic. It really has. England lead by 71 already. 20 minutes to go until lunch, and they've got shot players to come. I think they're going to try and absolutely rack up what they can by tea time, maybe that sort of time. Leave themselves perhaps 30 overs to bowl at Pakistan today, something like that. That might be their plan, but at the moment I'm afraid Pakistan has looked bereft of any sort of ideas. It is a flat pitch. They're without the frontline spinner. The quick bowlers have given it a go, and like England's were, they're pretty exhausted today, I think, but I mean, you try and put into words Joe Root here. I mean, to have batted all day yesterday, as it was cramping, absolutely exhausted. He'd hardly get himself off the field, let alone up the stairs to the dressing room. Watching Naseem Shah starting again, building outside the off stump. There's another one as Brook plays away down to T point. I mean, just the mental approach of the man. There's Brook's double 100, steering that away down to backward point. I mean, this just runs in the sun. Runs in the sun. And Harry Brook celebrates. What an incredible record. he's building up here in Pakistan for a start, but also in terms of his career as a whole, he just keeps producing the goods, and he's a young man, relatively inexperienced, and he scores a good rate too. 18 fours, 1-6, striking at over 80 runs per 100 balls. There goes Naseem, bowls, that's slided away by Root down to backward point. So let's have his actual facts then, Andy, shall we?
Yeah, 245 balls, 1-6 and 18 fours, his first Test double century. This is 19th match, over 1,750 runs, average over 60 now, as we mentioned earlier on, his fourth 100-plus score in 4 Tests in Pakistan. And the partnership is now 381. In 2 runs, they will enter England's top 3 all-time Test partnerships.
In goes Shah, kicking up some sand there as that's driven away to knock off one of those 3 runs. Down to deep wide third man, 630 for 3, so the partnership 301.
381 now. So
381, sorry, I misread the board there.
Yeah, 382 was 2 other Yorkshire players, Len Hutton and Maurice Leyland, at the Oval in 1938 when England made 903 for 7, and Len Hutton set a new highest Test score of 364. Then you've got the Stokes-Bairstow partnership, 399, when Ben Stokes made that incredible 258 in Cape Town in January 2016, and leading the way May and Cowdrey, 411 at Edgbaston in a second innings rearguard against West Indies in 1957.
Well, wouldn't rule that out, would you? I mean, that's looking
very much
highly vulnerable, yes. Really is, and that's a partnership that always comes up in discussions on Test Match Special about all things cricket. So the next one, well, there's the first scoop that we've seen from Root, that reverse scoop that was controversially played, of course, against Jasprit Bumrah in India, and which people think they might have caused a reset as far as Root's batting was concerned. But I have to be honest, I was critical then. I'm not critical now. He's reached his 250 with that reverse scoop. He's almost sending a message, I think. I'm going to keep playing that. Yes, Joe, but you've got 250 on the board. But what an innings. I mean, to go back where I was, Ram, I mean, just the stamina of the man.
Yeah, absolutely. And application and just focus, ball after ball. It's just an incredible innings, because whatever the flatness or the situation of the pitch, the flatness of the pitch, you have to concentrate to get to a double ton and then to a 250. It's an Herculean effort, great effort.
In goes Naseem, and that's cut away down to deep square third man. So we've knocked off another partnership record there, haven't we?
Yeah, yes, they've gone past that Hutton and Leyland, previously the highest stand involving 2 Yorkshire players, 382. So into third place on England's all-time list, and Root's 250 came from 353 balls with his 17th 4. He's now 253. If he gets 2 more runs, it'll be his highest Test score.
I wonder how he felt raising his bat there for his 250. I'll explain why in a second. In goes Shah, bowls, and there's a sort of a ramp shot there from Harry Brook that actually put him on his bottom, trying to get it over his shoulder. I think Naseem saw him moving and fired the ball straight at him. He got a bit of a tangle. They take 2. The point being that he didn't actually hit it. It actually came off his leg. So that must have been rather strange for Root, because he's waited there for the umpire to not make any signal, I suppose. The crowd were all applauding because they assumed that had come off his bat. I'm just looking at his face. Well, he's got his bat raised. He's not giving anything away. It's that cherubic smile that we know from Joe Root. But the fact is, he didn't get his bat on it at all. Have you ever seen that before? I don't think I have, for a landmark like that.
Correct. I've seen an overthrow earning a better 100.
Yes.
But
not often. He didn't actually hit it.
Yeah.
Well, all telling. I think that the sound gave it away, I'm afraid. The technology, it flicked the pad behind the bat, and so he didn't actually hit it. 637 for 3 makes no difference. They've got it later, I'm sure. But anyway, Saim's coming on now. He bowled a couple of overs for 9 runs. Pakistan without their front line spinner, although they had a very poor day yesterday, has steered away to backward point, and they take no run. So and really leading by 81 runs. They've rattled along at a good rate. And Root over his bat again. And Sion bowls an off spinner, and that's played off the back foot for a single to long on. But even the hands gripping the bat time after time after time. And by the 3.75 miles that you kindly worked out that he had run, Andy, that wouldn't have included everyone else's runs, would it?
Yeah, no, that was everyone's.
Everyone's.
But that's just the distance between.
So everyone else's runs as well. Singles and doubles and stuff. Here's Brook playing off the back foot. A forcing shot that he's hit in the air off a bowler with very little pace over extra cover. And that's no mean feat. It's quite a remarkable shot, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Off the back foot and hammering it away.
He's just rolled it out of the fingers there. But Brook has stepped away. He's hit that so hard off the back foot over extra cover.
Both batters now completely switched on to white ball mode.
Yeah, they have actually. And Brook on the back foot gets another one out to deep point. Yeah, well, Pakistan are going to be careful they just don't wilt here. So they're going to come under the cosh.
Yeah, that's the worry actually, because see, when you go out there in the dugout, I mean, there's no great moment for you to have a chat about. I mean, it's all about make sure that you don't sort of recall Bangladesh's disaster.
Yeah, here's one tucked away to mid-wicket. Actually finds the fielder this time. Well, that's the problem, because that's going to be in the back of their minds, isn't it? They're going to, whatever they do face, the deficit they face going into that third innings, they're going to be under a huge amount of pressure. Time again bowls to Root on the back foot, pushing it away to long off. 644 for 3, just strolls that single to end the over. 643 for 3. Difficult to know really what Pakistan can do.
That's Joe Root's highest test score, overtaking the 254 he made against the same opposition at Old Trafford in 2016. It's the 20th time a team has had 2 double centurions in the same innings, only the second time for England. The other occasion you'd have been watching on, I think, in the when Gatting and Fowler both made double hundreds in Chennai for England in the 1984-85 series, the 4th test of that series.
How did England score that match?
I'll get the scorecard up. It's the third time it's happened against Pakistan. One was that Sri Lanka innings we were talking about earlier on when oh no, it's different actually. Mahela Jayawardene and Samara Weera in Karachi when they made 644 for 7 declared, and the other was what a famous game in the 1950s, late 50s. Conrad Hunt 260, Garfield Sobers his first test 100, 365 not out.
Well, that's all right for a start, I suppose, isn't it? Here's Naseem bowling, turned away wristedly out to mid-wicket by Joe Root, 255 not out. I mean, it'd be wrong to say he looks as fresh as a daisy. He doesn't. He's a man who's been out batting for hours, but he's still looking, well, remarkably loose and hungry. I think that's really the point. He just wants more and more runs. It's just like he's at a buffet at the moment. He's just loading his plate up for about the 4th time. 644 for 3. And Shah again. There's 71 on his back. Runs away. Root waits. He's there now. Bowls short. And Root tugs him round the corner. Down to fine leg. Our old friend Jason Gillespie, who I spoke to today, the Pakistan coach, he said, I might have got it wrong. He said, but I still think there's something in this pitch. I didn't like to say, Dizzy, look at the scoreboard. But he's saying, I don't know what's happened. Well, I don't know. But I mean, usually, as you say, you sort of weigh up a pitch and everything by when both teams have batted, don't they?
Yeah.
So there's about 1,200 runs scored so far for 13 wickets. I'm not sure there's much in it. Naseem again. He ran in willingly last night, actually. Bowls again, and Brook defends this one. Plays into the onside. It's a pointless question, I think, but we still haven't had more than our one maiden from 2 days ago, have we?
No. Yes, the 5th over was the one maiden.
Just one maiden in the innings?
In the innings,
yes.
yeah. So
there were none yesterday.
We've had 120.
Is that a record of some kind?
Well, if they finish with 1 overs, 1 maiden, which looks, I mean, it's quite hard to say how they can bowl a maiden.
No, they can't.
It will smash the all-time record for most overs in a test innings with fewer than 2 maidens.
They're not going to bowl one, surely they're not. There's another one from Naseem that's it's brilliantly played, very late. runaway through slips by Brook. He waited the last possible moment there for a short ball outside the off stump. He just helped it on its way. No one at slip who could have possibly got close to that. It's gone down to third man. And it's 649 for 3 now.
That brings up the 400 partnership in 80 overs. Hang on, let me just get the full list. The 16th 400 partnership in the history of men's Test cricket. Only the second by England, that 411 run partnership by Cowdrey and May. 1957 being the other one. A way to go to beat the all-time record by any team. 624 Sangakkara and J.L. Wardner against South Africa.
Yes. There's Naseem there, and that's so well stopped actually there at slip. They're going to take a single. So that's 11 away now to break that record, is it?
Yes.
The Cowdrey May one. Well, we've got 6 minutes to go until lunch.
How many years was that?
57, was it?
In 1957.
57.
Whoa. Very famous partnership, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With Valentine and Ramadan bowling away. It'd be something to beat that, because as I say, that comes up a couple of times every summer, I think, on Test Match Special. That partnership in sort of reverential terms, you know. This is driven up towards mid-off, and there is no run. As Root's mistimed that, and he's cross with himself having mistimed it. Come on, Joe. Look at him. He's actually chastising himself for mistiming one off drive when he's on 256 not out. But again, it's just the standards that he sets himself.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, so many things to like about Joe Root. I mean, his concentration, and he just likes batting. I mean, and cashing in. He sees an opportunity and he's cashed in big time.
Yeah.
So what about Pakistan? At times it works for you if you play with a bit of anger, because that makes you a little bit more determined. And they've been badly embarrassed playing at home and allowing, visiting teams to score 650 for the loss of 3.
The next one is pushed away into the offside. That breaks any thoughts of this over being a maiden. It's unlikely. Anyway, Simon's bowling a little bit of gentle wrist spin here out of his fingers, really. Not much flicking of the wrist going on. 651 for 3. Well, they just know by now they've got a lot of batting to do, don't they? They've got to really focus on that, get their minds set. Simon bowls again, and Root plays off the back foot down to long off. And once that deficit gets beyond 200, and it doesn't really matter if it's 200 or 300, they've got to have to bat the same amount of time.
Yes.
652 for 3, and Brook off the back foot cuts that hard, finds the fielder beneath the electronic scoreboard over to our right. 652 for 3. I'm getting lots of questions about, I don't know if you've answered this already, Andy, about FR block. It's up on the scoreboard there. Have you discussed that?
We mentioned yesterday, so below DL par score, which is obviously different white ball games. It's fielding restrictions, possibly.
Well, the block is his Root carving another single out to deep point. It's the bottom figure on the scoreboard. I mean, there's no number beside it. It's below the DL par score, which they obviously use for one-day cricket. But FR block.
It'll be fielding restrictions block in a white ball game, so maybe put up PP1, PP2 for power play.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
It's redundant at the moment, but lots of people have asked about it, that's all.
yes.
Now Brook defends this one.
It's not a sledge, is it? Sledge word?
FR block.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I hope not. No, I don't know what it is.
Nobody's blocking here.
No, they're certainly not. This is pulled away out towards deep square leg, challenging the fielder out there, who does well, picks up cleanly, rolls over and over, and England also do well to come back for that second run as well, with an eye on lunch. 1 over to go after this. They've got 654 on the board, so the partnership 407, so you need 5, is it now? 5 to beat Peter May and Colin Cowdrey's all-time record in English Test cricket for a partnership between two batsmen, and highly significant that would be.
What's been the session score, Andy? 164?
Yeah, they were 492 overnight. So yes, 164.
164. That's a massive session for England.
It is really. They don't ball that many overs, will they? It's tucked away out towards square leg. And they take one rolly ball, 28 overs. Yeah. England lead by exactly 100.
Yeah.
With 7 wickets left. And that's down the leg side. No interest really from the batsman. But I was trying to explain yesterday, Ram, that Test cricket's different in this part of the world, and people can, at home are used to the ball nipping about, and when it looks a bit flat, nailed on draw, it's a road. It's a different form of game here. It's played away back to the bowler again. I mean, it can be attritional. It's hard work. It's about big scores. It's all these different things.
The setup is different.
It is, absolutely.
So you wait for the 4th and the 5th day for drama to...
Yeah, the pitch to wear a bit, and it's not about the ball nipping about off the seam and the game over in 3 days. It's a completely different form of Test cricket. Which makes it also fascinating. 6:56 for 3. And the next one from Salman is played into the leg side. Is this 3 dots? 4 dots. Ram, you might get your second maiden.
Yes. Time to celebrate then.
2 balls to go.
Balls.
3 to go. 3 to go. And let's have a look. It's tucked away. It's gone anyway. Out to deep mid wicket. So I think it's unlikely that you're going to get another one.
No chance.
Well, it was 2 days ago. 6:56 for 3. 2 balls to go until lunch. And now so it's 4:08 on there. A boundary away. There's going to be 1 here. 3 away from breaking the record. Might have to wait until after lunch to do that, unless... Oh, no, that is it now. So the bail's coming off. So they'll come back for that. They need 4 to break that record we've been talking about. The partnership, 408. Joe Root on his highest Test score, 259. So too Harry Brook on 218. It's 658 for 3. And an outstanding session there again for England, but clearly just full of admiration for Root, who's walking off. He's heading for the dressing room again. He's not rushing there. I'm not sure that he can. 166 runs scored in that session of 29 overs, at a rate of just below 6 runs per over. And Root waiting for Brook, who's saying, "Go on, you go first." They all seem to help each other up the stairs, I think. And there's a lot of them. It's a double staircase there, up to the first floor of that stand where the dressing rooms are. So it's not just a question of just crawling off the field and walking straight into the dressing room on ground level. They've got to make it up 2 really quite steep flights of stairs before they get into the air conditioning, and I suspect a shower and just a general freshen up. And I suspect Mark Saxby, the masseur, will be busy during the lunch break on those calves and hamstrings, just trying to make sure that all is well and they can come out for the afternoon session. We're going to hear from Alex Stewart shortly, which will be interesting, but perhaps not quite so interesting, and rather torturous are the Pakistan bowling figures, but I feel obliged to read them. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 26 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 120. No one's gone for fewer than 4 and over. He's gone for 4.6. Naseem Shah, he's running hard. 26 overs, no maidens, 1 for 121. That solitary maiden then bowled by Shaheen. Abrar Ahmed is not well, he's not here. 35 overs, no wickets for 174 yesterday. Ahmed Jamal, 21 overs, 1 for 101. He's kept running in. Agha Salman bowling rather more overs now than Pakistan would have wanted in Abrar's absence. 16 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 97. Saeed Mayoub is having a go, turning his arm over. 4 overs to 22, and Saud Shakil has 2 overs for 14. So an exciting morning for our statistician, and there's more to come. Andy, what are we looking out for? Looking at, obviously, principally for that partnership.
Yeah, so the stand is currently 408 and 9, I think. I think it just clicked up one more.
Okay.
The graphic was a little behind. So 3 more runs to set an all-time record for England in Test cricket at 411. All-time highest 4th wicket stand is Sean Marsh and Adam Voges, put on 449 against West Indies at Hobart for Australia back in December 2015. To get in the all-time top 10 Test partnerships, they need to reach 412 29.
Right, that's very much within their range, because England are going to bat on at least through this session and really pile the pressure onto Pakistan. They'll be batting at some stage in the final session, I'm absolutely sure of that. 658 for 3.
We are coming to the end of lunch on the 4th day of this first test between Pakistan and England in Multan. England at lunch, if you are just catching up with things, 658 for 3. 658 for 3. Joe Root is 259 not out. Harry Brook is 218 not out. They have put on 409 for the 4th wicket. They are in sight of the all-time England partnership record. Colin Cowdrey and Peter May, 411 at Edgbaston in 1957, which I believe was also the first match broadcast on Test Match Special, ball by ball. So there we go, one of those sort of quirks. The players are coming back out after lunch. Root and Brook have batted throughout that morning session, in which England added 166 in 29 overs. Their lead is 102, so there are 5 sessions left in this test match. You imagine that this afternoon England will look to try to push it on, perhaps get a lead of 250 plus, and then there might be some respite for Pakistan in one sense, that they won't be fielding anymore, but of course the pressure will go back on to their batters, because they'll look to have to save the test match. The pitch, as that partnership suggests, is extremely good. There's not much in it, it's a bit of low bounce, but of course you get that scoreboard pressure, and also Pakistan can be a bit brittle. We've seen it in the 3rd innings of test matches involving Pakistan, not least in that last series they played against Bangladesh, and they have just been flogged really. It's so tough. Mental disintegration, physical disintegration. Alex Hartley's alongside me.
Yeah, it's not a great time to be a Pakistan bowler, is it? No, Abrar today, their frontline spinner, he is in hospital with a fever, so they're having to make up the overs from their part-time spinners, and Joe Root and Harry Brook just before lunch started to have some fun out in the middle with the reverse scoops, and just generally hitting the ball to all parts.
I wonder if they know about the all-time England partnership record. I wonder if someone's told them at lunchtime. I could have got Andy Zaltzman to nip over and tell them.
Well, I think Danny Rubin, the media manager, seems aware of it, because he sent me a couple of texts.
Oh, right, well, there we go. They will be aware of it.
Some players like to know these things.
No, I was going to say, you're not going to tell them, though, are you? By the way, you're this many off.
3 away.
Breaking another record.
Well, it could happen the first ball after lunch. It's been a match of records. It's going to be Harry Brook to face up, and he's got quite a lot for company on the leg side. There are 3 men close in on the leg side. Square leg, mid-wicket and straight mid-wicket. Half an umbrella. And here is Jamal to bowl the first ball after lunch, and Brook plays defensively up the onside of the pitch. Joe Root is on 259, the highest score ever by an England player, 364.
Yeah, that was Len Hutton at the Oval. England made 903 for 7 on that occasion. Australia picked a rather curious bowling attack with only 2 frontline specialist bowlers.
What was Cook's highest score? What records he got?
294.
Oh, there we go. He's not far off breaking that one either.
658 for 3. Brooks on 218. And here is Jamal to bowl to him. He plays that defensively to that straight mid-wicket. So 3 on the onside, relatively close in, and he's hit the straighter of the 3.
It would suggest that they're going to bowl slightly straighter and look to actually hit the stumps, whereas we heard that stat earlier that only 15% of their deliveries yesterday were actually hitting the stumps, and they've done very similar today so far in the first session.
Yeah, so what are Brooks' scoring options here? Well, there's nothing behind those line of 3 on the onside. A fine leg in, there's a deep backward point, and then they're basically a ring field. 4 on the on, 3 on the off, inside a notional circle as Jamal bowls down the leg side. Brook tries to glance it away, misses, taken by a tumbling Rizwan to his left-hand side.
So sorry, I think he'll play himself in, and then once he gets going, he'll obviously at the minute look to tuck the ball into the leg side, pretty happy getting back into the swing of things, and then when he decides to have some fun, he'll step outside leg stump and try and hit that through the covers, which is what we've seen a few times already in this test match from him.
Yeah, talking about Len Hutton's record, 364. I mean, that's still 105 away. I mean, you'd be happy to score 105 when you step out to bat first up. So that's a long way off. Mind you, we thought that when Brian Lara was batting for the world record in Antigua. Jamal bowls and Brook defends up towards mid-on. They might have pinched a single there. It was up through straight mid-on. The field was quite wide, and Brook didn't seem to see the possibility of it early enough, so they did not get one. So the partnership with 409, 3 away from the record. Are we in a maiden over territory as well? I think we are, aren't we, after lunch here? We've had 4 dot balls. There's only been 1 maiden in the innings, and that was about 3 years ago.
That was the 5th over of the innings. This is the
5th over of the innings.
31st.
Yeah. So no maidens at all from Pakistan yesterday. No maidens today. Jamal bowls. Oh, that's slapped away in the air. He's miscued. It's going out towards deep square leg. Is he going to get away with it? He does. He gets away with it, Harry Brook. A top edge pull, and they have now equalled the record. They've come back for 2 runs, and that equals the record from May and Cowdrey in 1957, the highest partnership for any wicket by an England pair in a test match. That is some achievement, and it came from a miscue.
Extraordinary from these two, and it ruins the chances of a maiden over.
It does. He played 4 dot balls. He was going to play another one. Quite how Pakistan imagined that half an umbrella field working on the onside, but it nearly brought a wicket. 660 for 3. Brook on 220. Jamal moves in and bowls, and that one he's got hold of, out towards deep square leg, and that is the record. It's bouncing out towards the square leg boundary. It's inching towards the rope. It will be picked up just inside it, and they come back for another 3, and that is now the highest partnership ever by an England pair in Test cricket, breaking a record that was set in 1957. It's worth 414. Tremendous dedication from these two. Great physical, mental and technical resilience. Brook is on 223, Root is on 259. That is a new England record.
Exceptional, absolutely exceptional from those two out in the middle. 414. I mean, there are times where England did that as a team, and these two have got it as a partnership, and they look so comfortable out in the middle. Both of them, they've taken their time at stages, but they've also accelerated when needed, and they do not look like stopping, and that's the scary thing.
Right, talking about Len Hutton's record, I mean, Harry Brook, you feel, he might be more capable of it than Joe Root, because he's going to play some shots. Here is the first over, a spin after lunch, and that one is hit away into the offside. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary. It's going to be knocked back inside the rope. No, it's not. Oh, it's a really tired piece of fielding. It should have been stopped. And who's the fielder running around there? It's Nasim Shah. He got away to his right hand, so he went to knock it back, and it came off his fingers and just went into the rope. Really tired piece of fielding. It was tossed up outside the off stump. Inside out went Brook, over extra cover. It's another boundary. 667 for 3, and it looks as though Brook, well, he played himself in for 4 balls. He's now played 3 attacking shots. So runs or wickets possible here as Brook drags that one into the onside through square leg. They're going to look for 2. They're going to come back for 2, and they get it as well. So Brook moves to 227.
Yeah, you feel like this might be the most exciting passage of play that we've had in this test match so far. There's not been any contest between bat and ball, but now Harry Brook, he's going to just have some fun out there.
669 for 3. Ayub, who is bowling after lunch, the opener, who's got a job later on, especially after his poor first innings return of only 4. One who's not got runs on this pitch. He goes in now and bowls. That one's driven away, but straight to extra cover, and there's no runs for Brook this time. Brook is gradually catching Root up. He's 229. Root's on 259. What was Root on when Brook came in? Might not have been on that many, but here is Ayub bowling outside the off stump, cut away, and that's gone for 4 as well. Through extra cover, diving fielder at extra cover couldn't save it, away to his left hand side. Pakistan forced to bowl part-time spinners because their main spinner is ill. Last we heard, he'd gone to hospital with a fever.
Root was on 82 when Brook joined him.
It's on 82. Well, he's giving every indication here that he's going to catch Root up. Root's not faced the ball since lunch. Ayub bowls, and Brook goes back, and he's hit that away off a top edge into the onside. I think he was looking to hit it there. They're going to come back with 2 more runs. Root's under a bit of pressure at the non-strikers, then dips for the line and gets there. And they do get 2, 673 for 3. Keith Gregson has messaged us from Ashbrook in Sunderland. An emotional moment as a 9-year-old in Kendal. I sat with my dad and listened to the May Cowdrey innings. I believe this was the first or one of the first TMS broadcasts. I'm 76 in a few weeks and still listening. Bless you all. Well, bless you, Keith, as well, for sending us that message. Short outside the off stump. It's carved away uppishly. He gets away with it there. It's gone out towards deep cover. England playing some shots here against the leg spin of Ayub. And it's actually just quite difficult to control in that over, but they're still profiting. And Brook's gone up to 236. The partnership is 427. The score is 676 for 3. How many off that over, Zoltz?
13 from that over.
I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter if you're a part-time bowler or you're frontline spinner. You can't be bowling wide outside the off stump. It's just a free hit for somebody that's on 200 and odd not out. You've got to be slightly tighter. I don't mind slightly bowling outside the off stump, but it's pitching 5th, 6th stump and turning away. It's just a free hit for Harry Brook, as it's shown in that previous over.
Yeah, so you've got Ayub at one end. You got Jamal proper bowl at the other. Ayub is a part-timer. 13 off the over. What are we reckoning we'll get in the afternoon session? I mean, Pakistan, if they've got any sense, won't bowl their overs too quickly. So around about 25 overs, something like that. We had 29 in the first session because they had to use their part-time spinners a lot, so you kind of get through. As Jamal bowls to Root, and Brook rather, and Brook defends back up the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. So you get about 25 overs. How many can you score per over?
Well, if they're going to be going at, they have been going at 4.8, 4.9, you would think they're going to up that a little bit in this session.
You could get it to 7s, couldn't you, in the afternoon? Yeah. So what's 7.25s, Alex?
Not very
can you do that one?
No.
I reckon that might be 175. Yeah. So
I was thinking around that, actually.
Yeah. That's what they're going to be looking at this afternoon, 175. So they might be 270 ahead by tea. That's perhaps somewhere in the region of what they'll be looking for. Brook waits, gives himself some room, hits it into the offside, but straight to extra cover. And there is no run. He remains on 236. I don't think I've seen cricket like this in the 50 years I've been watching. Not very often anyway. There was that partnership or that innings from West Indies at St John's in Antigua when Brian Lara broke the world record the second time when he made 400. And West Indies made 751 for 5 declared. And Ridley Jacobs made 100. Lara made 400. But the context was completely different because West Indies were already 3-0 down in the series and they made a flat pitch and they just determined not to be beaten 4-0 at home. So they just batted and batted and batted into the third day for Lara to get his 400 as well. This is the first match of the series. Jamal bowls, Brook goes leg side, carves it away down towards deep third boundary. Fielder runs around, can't get there. That's raced away for 4. No chance there for Abdullah Shafiq running around to his left hand side. 680 for 3. Brook, he's being selfish here. He's taking all the bowling. I think he's taken every ball since lunch, hasn't he? And he's gone on to 240.
Yes.
Root's not got any chance here.
22 from 15 balls and Root is 0 off 0 since lunch. That takes the partnership to 431, which puts it in the top 10 all-time test partnerships now. They've knocked Dippenar and Rudolph's 429 against Bangladesh out of that top 10.
With power to add. Although Brook is now opening up, so he's potentially going to give Pakistan a chance here. Jamal bowls to him, that's full, that's flicked away, hit very firmly towards mid-wicket, shot at the stumps. Oh, it's going to be buzzers as the throw comes at the stumps at the non-striker's end. It's only going to be one. The mid-off fielder managed to gather that in. I thought he was going to go for 4 overthrows, but he ran away to his left and stopped it. So it's only a single to Brook. He clipped that to mid-wicket. Root was just loitering out of his crease at the non-striker's end. What that does mean is that Root's finally got the strike after lunch.
I'm sure if Harry Brook's batting the way that he is, Root's happy at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, happy to just watch actually.
Yeah.
So physically demanding are the conditions. And Root's been out there for all but 8 balls of this test match. 681 for 3. Root on 259. Jamal bowls to him, and Root plays away into the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Has there ever been an instance of a player being on the field for every ball of a test match?
There has. I will check that. Might have been boycott. I need to dig around for that. You say you've never seen cricket like this. It's only the 6th time in Test history that a team has reached 675 with only 3 or fewer wickets down. So it hasn't happened very much. And the first
has it
time
happened in my lifetime then?
It has, but not in a game involving England.
Right.
In fact, this is the first time it's happened in a game either for or against England. 675 for 3.
681 for 3. Jamal bowls to Root. Root drives towards mid-off. Doesn't really time that. And it's picked up at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 681 for 3 at the end of it. I felt like a quieter over there as far as Pakistan are concerned.
Just the 5.
Right. Brook 241. Root 259. Partnership 432. What must Ollie Pope be thinking?
Oh, he'll be seething, won't he?
Well, he's the captain, so he'd be happy with how his team are going.
He's also not getting out to a catch like that again, is he? It was a screamer at mid-wicket.
I mean, even Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett might feel there's a few runs left out there. Duckett played really splendidly for his 84, and so did Crawley for his 78. Ayub is continuing, bowls outside the off stump, square driven by Brook for his 242nd run, picked up by the sweeper, and Naseem Shah on the deep cover boundary.
There's no hope of the Pakistan fielders moving in the way that Jamal did in that first over to dismiss Pope either. They'll be tired now.
Ayub now bowls to Root, who tries the reverse sweep, gets a single to the left of short third. He ran round and stopped it. Brook back on strike. Root's first run since lunch, 260. 682 for 3. Ayub tries again, moves in and bowls to Brook, and Brook is beaten outside the off stump by leg break.
He's just gone back to a fuller delivery there as Harry Brook looking to carve the ball through the offside, slightly fuller from the bowler, pushed out the front of his hand.
Did turn, didn't it?
Yeah.
Ayub bowls, Brook is back, covering up, plays into the onside after that previous one beat him outside the off stump. So the field fairly well scattered, 4 men on the boundary. As Ayub goes in and bowls to Brook, who's back taking it off his stumps and clips it straight to backward point. This has not been a bad over, this one. A better over from Saeem Ayub. He's in his 6th over, he's gone for 37. 683 for 3. And here he goes again to bowl to Brook. Tossed up, Brook cuts it away and gets a single to deep point. And that's the last ball of the over. Root not getting much strike at the moment, but probably happy to see Brook take the strike and strike it well. 683 for 3.
If you're a seamer in this situation, you're not getting much rest at all. The spinner, getting through his over so quickly. And poor seamer down at fine leg. Probably only just got his breath back from the previous over.
This is not fair. Dan in Leamington. This is a question for Zolz. You can knock this away, Zolz. But you mentioned England's greatest.
Always on call.
Joe Root was on 80-something when Harry Brook came in. Assuming he catches him up, what's the largest deficit a new batter has overcome on his partner? But you've only got about 2,000 odd test matches to go through there. And if you've got a database that does that sort of sifting. Here's a new over from Jamal. He bowls, and Brook gets a very full ball which he defends towards extra cover. And there's no run. He's contemplating it. He likes a challenge, but I'm not sure that's a fair challenge, is it?
That might be a challenge to treat myself to this evening rather than during play today.
Listen, Zolz, it's a long day in Pakistan. The days are long and hot. Go to the buffet instead.
I sort of want to know, though.
Well, like I say, all commissions taken. Stats never sleep.
Give you a dairy milk.
684 for 3. Brook on 243. Waits for Jamal, right arm over the wicket. And bowls, and Brook slaps this into the leg side. It's going out towards the boundary. That will be 4. He really got hold of that one, hoiked it away into the leg side. Superbly played, and he's nearly there in terms of catching Root up. He's 247, he's 13 away, and you feel he will catch him up if he stays in and Root stays in, because simply, I mean, he's on the charge here, Harry Brook.
Yeah, and it's well adjusted that by Harry Brook. He gives himself room to actually slap the ball through the offside, realises that it's slightly straighter than anticipated, so pulls the ball into the leg side, still goes for 4.
Pakistan persisting with those 3 in that half an umbrella on the leg side, close in. So Brook's looking to hit it over them. There's no one behind, so that's an area he is targeting. Although, actually, having said that, the square leg fielder is now going back. And that feels right for Pakistan, actually, because Brook is having fun out there. There's no one sweeping. They probably do need someone out there. 688 for 3. Brook 3 away from 250. Gives himself some room leg side and hits this over the notional slip cord and down to the deep third boundary. And there's Brook's 250. Pakistan cannot bowl at him at the moment. He raises his bat for the umpteenth time in this innings. Celebrate his 250, his first in Test cricket. Well, it's way past his highest score. That was 186 in New Zealand. He's 251 not out, and he's got there in very good time as well.
281 balls, that was his 25th 4 to go with 1-6, and it's only the third time in Test history that 2 players have reached 250 in the same innings. I'll take you through the occasions after this ball.
692 for 3. Partnership with 443. Brook waits. Jamal moves into bowl to Brook, who goes leg side again and smashes this over extra cover. Where's this one going? It's 4 more. For a moment I thought he hit that so well it might go for 6. He really did climb into that one.
Well, strap yourselves in, because this is going to be fun.
Well, if he bats for half an hour here, I mean, anything's possible the way he's going.
I mean, that's taken off leg stump. It's an unbelievable shot. It's a shot that you would play in white ball cricket. Doesn't matter to Harry Brook. It's time for him to accelerate.
It's a fabulous stroke.
He's hurt himself a little bit playing that shot.
Is he? Well, he's not got asked for any treatment. He's settled over his bat. There's a deep third in now for the uppercut. 696 for 3. Jamal bowls. Brook plays into the onside. That's a tight one, but they go through. They get it. Oh, they might get an overthrow. They do. The throw comes into the non-strike because it was only half stopped. Goes up towards long off, and Brook, for a push into the onside, gets 2 runs. And he's on 256. Poor old Joe Root. There's nothing he can do about it. He's been chased down mercilessly. It's like a horse coming to the end of the Grand National, and somehow Brook has got a sprint on.
Are we getting to the stage where we go fastest 300s? What is it? Have we had a run a ball 300 or?
Well, Sehwag, I think, had a very quick one. I'll get the numbers up for that.
Brook is on 257. He's 3 away from Root's 260. England are 2 away from 700 for 3. And it's ridiculous cricket. Jamal bowls to Brook. It's short, it's pulled away. That's a single through square leg. And is that the final ball of the over? It is. So Brook's taken the strike as well. Well, Joe Root's got the best seat in the house in a way. Yeah. 1 more to Brook. He's on 258. It's 699 for 3. Pakistan are figuratively on their knees, not literally. But it might not be too long before they are. We've got to change here. Atif's coming in. Andy Zaltzman's got something for us.
Yeah, those are instances. So this being the 3rd instance of 2 players making 250 in the same Test innings. The more recent of the other 2 was Sri Lanka against South Africa in Colombo, match we referenced earlier on. Kumar Sangakkara made 287 and Mahela Jayawardene 374 out of a total of 756 for 5 declared. Their partnership 624, the all-time Test best. They came together at 14 for 2 and dug Sri Lanka out of that hole quite effectively. The other I'll come to after this ball.
Here's Saim Ayub into Harry Brook, who drives past extra cover. That's going to be 700 for England. 700 runs for 3 wickets. I'll say that again, 700 runs for 3 wickets here in Multan. Absolutely extraordinary effort. And I'll just interrupt you momentarily, Andy, to bring you the next ball, as that's turned into the offside. There is no run. We've just had Chris Cowdrey in touch, Colin's son. And he said the following. I'll tell you after this ball, because Saim Ayub is back into his run-up, and he bowls. Fly to delivery, slap down towards long on. It'll be a single. He said, I was born in 1957, just after my old man, Colin Cowdrey, and Peter May had broken the 4th wicket partnership with 411. It was one of those records that will, in quotation marks, never be broken. And then you so-and-sos come along and smash it. Congratulations, an amazing partnership. All the best, Chris Cowdrey. So, thanks for getting in touch, Chris. Here's Saim Ayub in again to Joe Root, short and smashed out towards deep extra cover for another single. England 701 for 3. Andy, sorry I interrupted you.
I'll come to the end of this over since there's a spinner on, but the 450 partnership came up at the end of the last over from 85.2 overs.
Goodness gracious. Here's Saim Ayub in again. This ball's been worked gently actually down the ground to long on for a single. Well, it's been an onslaught really from England, particularly after that lunch interval. They've come out swinging.
It's the most excited I've been in this test match so far.
Well, it's the first 700 I've ever seen live, Alex, so I'm excited about that. I feel like it might not be as far as it goes as the next ball's driven to cover. There is no run. Might be about to see my first 800.
I think you might.
100? A grand?
How good would it be for 1,000? Anyway, Zoltz, you chomping
go
at
for
the
it.
bit.
Go for it, Zoltz.
The other instance of 2 players getting 250 plus in the same test innings was when Garfield Sobers was a young player at that point and had never scored a test 100, made 365 not out. Conrad Hunt run out for 260 against Pakistan en route to 790 for 3 declared. So this is just the 3rd instance. How about this for bowling figures? Fazal Mahmood, who we talked about yesterday, one of the greats of Pakistan bowling, 85.2 overs, 2 for 247. Khan Mohammed, 54 overs, 0 for 259. But opening the bowling, Mahmood Hussain, 0.5 overs, 0 for 2. That is a good time to get injured.
Well,
it's like a bra. Can't make his figures any worse today.
No, well, he'll be watching, hopefully recovering, and possibly grimacing at this effort from his team. Salman Agha into the attack. That looks pretty straight. It's out. Well, finally, England's record partnership comes to an end, as does a great innings by Joe Root. Shan Masood immediately shakes his hand, as do a couple of other players. He gets a pat on the back from Harry Brook as well. Everyone coming round to shake his hand. Saim Ayub there, Shaheen Afridi there, everybody coming round to congratulate. A great innings by England's greatest batter, Joe Root, an innings in which he surpassed Sir Alistair Cook and became England's highest ever test run scorer. Scored another century, doubled up, 250 in fact, and now he will walk off and finally take a well-earned break. 4th wicket for England falls. The score is 703 for 4.
Oh, what a player, what an innings, and rightly so, everybody congratulating him. And only Joe Root can break the amount of records that he has in Test cricket, in this innings, in this Test match, and still be disappointed when he gets out. He gives the crowd a raise of the bat towards the Barmy Army as he takes his helmet and his gloves off. But he deserves a rest after that, because that's a mammoth innings from Joe Root, who's only spent 8 balls off the field so far in this test match. 262 runs, an exceptional innings from an exceptional cricketer.
Yeah, he batted all day yesterday as well. Literally out there the whole day, and then most of today as well. He's walking up the steps very slowly. He's taken off his helmet, left it out there to dry, I think, in the heat.
He's walking up the steps, replaying the shot he should have played to the one he got out to. Only Joe Root can do that.
Well, the wicket taker there, Salman Ali Agha, didn't celebrate, as you could imagine, with the score at 703 for 4. Andy Saltzman.
That's the first wicket for Pakistan's spinners in this match, and they've now, I think it's the 60th over of spin that we've had. Joe Root's final numbers, 262 from 375 balls, only 17 fours, just over a quarter of his runs in boundaries, the rest run in this punishing heat. The final partnership figures 254 from 86.3 overs, a new England Test record stand, the 4th highest stand in the history of all Test cricket, only the 6th time that a team has reached 700 before losing its 4th wicket.
Wow.
And it's Root's highest test score, the highest of his 3500s.
It really was a spectacular innings. 262 for him.
And then in comes a man whose test average is just shy of 50.
Yeah, Jamie Smith, the new batter. A slip in place for him. And Salman Ali Yaga in. And Smith happy to flick his first ball to mid-on to Shan Masood. There is no run. England 703 for 4. Their lead is already 147. And we know Harry Brook can score runs very quickly. He's come out and played all sorts of shots. Some of them look like squash shots at times. Here's Salman. Down the track comes Jamie Smith, and he smashes a boundary through the covers. Well, that is extraordinary. Second ball, Jamie Smith just dances down the wicket, casual as you like, and plays a picture-perfect cover drive for 4. England 707 for 4. Doesn't look like the scoring is going to let up.
Well, he's waited a long time for this opportunity, hasn't he? And he's been sat in the dressing room watching piles and piles of runs.
Zaga into Smith. This is shorter this time. Pulled, but out towards the fielder at mid-wicket, Naseem Shah. They'll take a single. Score will tick on to 708 for 4. Goodness, it sounds like a sort of area code in America, I'm pretty sure. 708 for 4, something like that. Well, it's quite remarkable.
You've made that joke before.
I know, but it just comes up, isn't it? I'm glad you're listening. Here's Salman in, flighted, full, flicked out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, they'll jog through for a single. Just looking at that dismissal briefly, I know sort of game really would celebrate Joe Root's innings, but from an England perspective, it's not the worst thing in the world to see, because that ball kept a little bit low, it turned. I get the feeling Jack Leach and Shoaib Bashir and maybe Joe Root himself will look at that and think, fancy a bit of that later. Here's Aga in again, full, driven by Smith. Right back to Aga in his follow-through, and there is no run. So England, after 137 overs, are 709 for 4. Their lead continues to grow, and he's ultimate.
I'm not sure I said the right total for the partnership. It's 454.
Yeah.
Did I say that?
You did say that.
Oh, right,
yeah, 454.
There's too many numbers today.
Of course.
Just quickly, the stat Finney spotted coming. Aga Salman just passed 100 runs conceded, the 5th Pakistan bowler to concede 100 runs. It's only the 9th time in Test cricket that a team has had 5 bowlers bring up their centuries.
Wow.
With records everywhere.
Feels like the stats are being a bit sadistic today.
They are.
There's been so many, I couldn't tell you the first one.
It's crossed over from hospitality into brutality here in Multan as Saim Ayub is in. The ball's been pushed out into the covers for a single. And Harry Brook adding to his total. He's now equalled Joe Root. He's on 262. He's only done it off 289 balls. Almost set a run a ball, and he'll be eyeing more. Harry Brook, he'll be eyeing something special. This is already his first double century. I think he feels like he's got a fair few more in him yet. Pakistan a little bit more animated after that wicket. England 710 for 4. Here's Jamie Smith. Saim Ayub angles one in towards Smith, who pushes out towards the cover sweeper for a single. And Naseem Shah will get the throw back in, only halfway really, to Babar Azam. He'll throw it back to Saim Ayub. Just trying to keep their body language positive, Pakistan. A wicket does help, but you've conceded so many runs. The lead is at 155. Here's Saim Ayub again, just cramping Brook for a bit of room, but he manages to beat mid-wicket with his punch shot. Goes down to long on, and he'll walk through for a single. Brook looks very composed, just chewing on his gum as he walks and surveys the scene here in Multan. Probably in his all-time top 5 cities right now. Here's Saim Ayub in again, full, driven. Out towards long on. England just ticking away at the singles at the moment in the wake of that Joe Root wicket. And Joe Root's taken his shirt off, his whites and his, I think his trousers as well, and he's just put them on the outfield to dry in the Multan heat. It's not a bad idea.
Well, not on the outfield.
But it'd just be on the boundary, yeah. Short outside the off stump, cut away out towards a deep point for a single by Brook. Yeah, not on the... That would be weird.
Yeah,
that's tempting 5 runs or whatever.
5 runs.
Yeah, but he's batting in it, so probably some other kind of penalty. But in any case, he's put it beyond the boundary rope, and he's letting it dry in the Multan heat. It's very, very hot here still. Saim in, driven slightly uppishly by Smith on the bounce to fielder at cover. There is no run. That is the end of the over. 714 for 4, England. Saim Ayub, for those interested in bowlers conceding 100, currently has gone for 47 from his 8. So Pakistan, they're out there for another hour or so. It could add to that tally of bowlers conceding 100. For now, it's the wicket taker, Salman Ali Agha, about to come in and bowl his 18th. He's gone for 103. Thanks, Salt. I was about to send my chair tumbling, and the reflexes of Salt, outstanding. Here's Salman, slightly shorter, and Brook punches to cover. There is no run. 264 is what Brook is on. England 714. Do you think there's a number in mind, Finney, that England will look at for the declaration, or we'll see how it goes? As Agha in, down the track comes Brook, and he has smashed this high and long over the long on boundary for 6, almost into the lap of the Barmy Army there on the top part of the Inzamam ul Haq enclosure. Well, Harry Brook isn't going to be slowing down. He's after as many runs as he can possibly accumulate. He's on to 270 now. England's lead continues to grow. It's 164. Goodness. Andy Zaltzman will come in after this delivery. Salman is in. That one's played slightly uppishly on the bounce to square leg. He's actually misjudged it. The ball gets through him, and Shaheen Afridi gets the throw back. They run back for 2. Brook on to 272. England 722 for 4. Andy Zaltzman.
That was only the second 6 of the innings. This is now England's 3rd highest score in tests, overtaking the 710 for 7 against India and Edgbaston in 2011.
Wow. Salman in once again. This is short. It's been pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. It's gone for 4 again, I think. 1 bounce 4. It's being signalled for by Naseem Shah, who had the best possible view of it. The umpire's going to take his word for it. Brook on to 276. England 726. And that lead now up to 170 runs. Stephen Finn alongside me. Finney, this is brutality.
It is, but they've earned the right to do this. They did the hard work on the back end of day 2 and through day 3. Now this is party time, as we anticipated. That England get themselves into the position where they then can dictate and control the pace of the game. This session is going to be all about that. Pakistan just have to hang in there, and those opening batters are going to have to keep those feet moving, because as soon as England get the ball in their hands, they're going to have all the energy in this game.
Most certainly. Pakistan, we've talked at length already about Pakistan's woes in the 3rd innings this year. Shorter from Salman. Brook makes a bit of room and punches it out towards deep cover, and they're really hustling out there, the England batters. They run back for another 2. You don't see too many batters on 278 that Brook is on now. Keen for those 2s as well. The tight 2s. 728 for 4 England. It's a marquee day for run scoring here in Multan. Here's Salman. Goes for another pull shot. Brook. That ball kept a little bit low though. Gets a bottom edge onto his foot. And ricochets to gully. They run through for another quick single. But again, a bit of variable bounce. We saw that happen with the dismissal of Joe Root as well. Something that the England spinners will be keeping an eye on. That might be useful a bit later. England 729 for 4. Andy Zaltzman.
And that single has broken another record. Highest England test score against Pakistan. Dennis Compton has been booted out of the record books for this one. July 1954, he made 278 at Trent Bridge. So Brook's innings is now 9th on the all-time England test list. To remind you, top is Len Hutton's 364, which started to look a little vulnerable.
Well, Brook is given. Saim Ayub into Harry Brook, who plays a lap shot over Rizwan. It'll trickle towards the fine leg boundary. He's not going to get there, but they might get 3 here. They will. It's quite a gentle 3, if anything, really, an easy 3. So Brook into the 280s now with that shot. 281 he's on. 731 for 4. Dennis Compton, what a player. I love hearing about him.
I never saw him play.
Well, not live, obviously, but played for England. Also played football for Arsenal.
Yep. Poor him.
They used to win stuff then, I'm told. Saim Ayub in. Down the track comes Jamie Smith and plays the ball on the full down towards Babar Azam at long on. And they'll take another single. 733 for 4. This is just carnage, Finney. I can't remember the last time where a bowling team looked so defeated and batters scored runs this freely.
No, I wonder what time Brian Lara's going to get the text.
Yes, I'm in full, driven to cover, and again they run through for a quick single. There's a shy at the non-strikers, and Syme even took the bails off, but comfortably home. His fitness has got to be extraordinary for Harry Brook. I mean, he's running 2s, 3s, full stretch, like, quick singles. It's almost like he's had somebody give him word that you got this much time to score your runs.
Well, I think clearly England would have said an ideal scenario when Brook and Root walked out there at lunch to say, ideally we will bat till this time.
Here's Syme Ayoub into Jamie Smith, who walks down the track and smacks the ball high and long just beneath us for 6. Well, Smith got the memo for sure. He's hit the third 6 of this England innings. That lead keeps on growing. 184 runs it is now. England's total just marches on 740 for 4. And I thought 800 might be the mark personally, or it's just over 800 where they've got a 250 run lead, but they might look for a few more. They've got time till tea.
Yeah, it's the time, isn't it? They're going to want time.
Here's Syme Ayoub into Smith again, who walks down the track again. He's gone after it again. It's high in the air, and this time the catch is dropped. Well, Saud Shakil down at long on has put down a pretty straightforward chance, if I'm honest. He had an opportunity to dismiss Jamie Smith there. And, Harry Brook's on strike at the moment. He had a sheepish smile on his face. He can't believe that's happened. Earlier, Barber dropped a sitter. And now it's Saud Shakil putting down a regulation one at long on. Syme Ayoub very quickly in for his next ball. It's been driven by Brook down towards long off, I beg your pardon, for a single. And that is the end of the 140th over. Another drop chance for Pakistan. They are looking defeated, demoralised, and absolutely broken out there on the field at the moment. England, well, they're absolutely soaring. 742 for 4. That lead is 186. A few thoughts from yourself, Finney, and then Jonathan Agnew's going to take up commentary.
Yeah, that was an absolute goober. He's practicing taking the ball imaginarily after he'd thrown that one on the ground, but yeah, this is descending into a bit of a shambles for Pakistan here. Mistakes all over the place. Bowler gone off injured. They're chasing leather. Harry Brook, 284 from 300 balls, almost at a runner ball there. It's been quite remarkable. The most notable thing today actually has been the run in between the wickets. England have just come out and looked to continue to grind Pakistan in this game, and they're doing just that. Brilliant partnership between him and Root, and Smith has been given a life there. I think he'd have regretted walking off, having hacked one down long on's throat for 14, I think.
84 in the 10 overs since lunch.
Just need a pause really, just to just settle back and take in exactly where we are. So I think, Andy, I want a 45-second hit from you after this over.
Okay.
So you can, make it concise, make it firm. Just a 45-second statistical hit of what we've had, and I think the last 5 seconds of that 45 seconds can be what we're actually anticipating, or what is approaching in terms of.
You're going to give me a musical accompaniment on the euphonium?
I could do. I could get it out. I happen to have one with me. 7:42 for 4. But I think it's just important because it's been so much. Let's just take a moment just to actually reflect on what has happened here. Brooks 284, Smith on 15, and he's certainly not hanging about. And for some reason, the local TV is panning in on lots of sort of rain equipment. I don't think it's going to rain. Here's Naseem. Oh, what a shot that is! I mean, it's hard to get sort of overexcited about shots anymore, but that's worthy. He's stepped away, and he's just clubbed one of the quickest bowlers around over extra cover, and it's gone for 6. And it was a flat one as well. He's just struck this absolutely beautifully. It's a perfect shot. Couple of steps, moved slightly to leg to open up that offside. And I remember we used to marvel when Vic Richards did that, as if no one had ever done it before, and it was cool. This is amazing, it's special. But you see it being played now. That's the perfect execution. Vividly been proud of that. Brook 290, 748 for 4. Naseem kicks up lots of sand as he runs in and bowls short. And that's paddled away by Brook into the leg side. They've taken one. He's slipped actually up at the far end now, so they couldn't take a second. Although a slightly rogue throw comes in from the deep. 749 for 4. He's okay. He's up again. He's dusting himself down, but his legs slightly gave way there, and I'm not necessarily surprised. Shot a ball at the moment. 7:49 for 4. England piling up their lead is now 193. And if you're working out where we are, well, we're not midway through the 4th day yet. So there's the rest of today, all of tomorrow. Nassim bowls, and it's Smith's turn now to try and club the ball into the offside, but he doesn't time it. And tomorrow, Friday, this part of the world, the hours are a bit different. So the morning session is actually a long one. It's 2.5 hours. Then there is an hour for lunch. And then we're actually able to go through to 10 to 6. But whether that would happen, I would say that's very touch and go with light. And that 10 to 6 includes the extra half hour for overs to be bowled, which obviously would be required in this sort of heat. Next one from Jamal is, Nassim rather, is driven out to cover. Again, not really timed. So that's the sort of time process that's going through England's minds here. The number of overs that they think they might get in. Tomorrow, they're not going to get anywhere near 90 because both teams have fallen well short of that on normal days, let alone a day which is going to end 20 minutes late. So, what do you think? Might they get 80 in tomorrow?
80
Max?
Tomorrow seems realistic.
Yeah, maximum, I would think.
Because that light does go quickly, doesn't it?
80 maximum. Nassim comes in for that far end, bowls one that scuttles along the ground, but outside the line of the leg stump. Nicely taken by Rizwan, who's also had a hard couple of days out there behind the stumps. 7:49 for 4. We're a ball away, if you're just joining us, for a statistical blizzard. Concisely, but nonetheless beautifully, but I suspect somewhat ruthlessly delivered by Andy Zaltzman. He's made notes, he's ready to go, he's setting a timer on his watch. I've given him 45 seconds, including a 5-second look ahead to what we might possibly expect. Here comes Shah, bowls short, pulled away out to deep backward square leg. They've taken one, they'll definitely come back for the second. That's a nasty one there for the fielder, testing some tired hamstrings. I'm going to call over early. 750 up, 751 for 4. That might eradicate one of your stats. Zoltz, I'm going to press the button of 45 seconds. Where's the start? Right, go.
Right, so the 454-run partnership was England's highest in Test cricket, the 4th highest by any team. During the course of it, Root and Brooke became the first England pair to share 2 separate 300-plus stands. Root's 6th Test double 100, only Wally Hammond has scored more for England. He made 262. Brooke approaching his triple century. It's only the 3rd time in Test history that 2 players have made 250 plus in the same innings. England have just passed 750. It's only the 11th time in Test history a team has reached 750, the 3rd time
10
by England.
9 8.
Brooke is about to overtake Alistair
You're doing
Cook.
okay, you're doing very well. There's a little paddle shot, just sends the ball down towards fine leg. They'll come back for 2. Carry on.
Brooke is about to overtake. Oh, the clock's gone. I'm out of time. I was looking ahead to Brooke.
He's now. We can have the time from that delivery. Go on.
He's now 293, 1 run behind Alistair Cook's highest England Test score this century, and he needs another 7 to have England's 6th Test triple 100. Will that do?
Well done, brilliant. You haven't even drawn breath. Well done. No, but I think it's important because there's a huge amount happened. Now this next one from Saeem is patted away into the leg side. We're still searching for our first maiden in 2 days. Rather obsessed with maiden overs, but I think they're important, you know. It was drilled into me by my old coach.
Oh, yeah.
He's turned away out towards deep square leg. They'll look for 2 if they can. I suspect they'll get them as well. They will do. I feel that stoops and throws it back again. Their maidens are important, aren't they? Yeah. Control, and it just shows how the flow of the game. You try and get some control. If you can't get people out, bowl for maidens, bowl for maidens. Try and put some pressure on the batsman that way, but not to bowl a single maiden for 2 days. Sign again, that's tossed up, driven out to long off again. They'll look for 2. I'm not sure they'll get it this time. So nicely fielded by Shaheen.
I'm very surprised actually that Pakistan, Jason Gillespie, you spoke to him this morning about how he wanted people targeting straight and wanted the ball to be straight.
So again, bowls down the leg side. He's got plenty of bat on that, and it's dribbling away towards the boundary. A very tired-looking fielder lopes round at that bottom end there, picks the ball up, throws it back. So another couple to England. 7.58 for 4.
I'm very surprised that they've not tried to hang it miles outside Harry Brooks off stumps. Sri Lanka did it really well to him at the back end of last summer, and it frustrated him. He played silly shots.
He did. He got a bit cross, didn't he? So again, bowls, and that's clubbed down the ground as a fielder beyond the bed sheet here. We can't see him, but he picks it up and throws it back. Even the bed sheet's looking exhausted.
It looks tired.
That's been hoisted up and down that sight screen for 3 days. It's about had enough. It needs to go off to the laundry, I think. 7.59 for 4. Brook, 296. Smith has 20. The lead now for England, 203.
Can you remember the most runs you conceded in an innings as a team?
Yes.
Are you talking 600 plus?
I think it might have been only 500.
Oh.
When Andy's feeling particularly cruel, he reminds me of Essex versus Leicestershire in 1990. In which I think one of the most expensive bowling figures in the history of whatever it may have been. It was a poor one, but I think
my pleasure to dig that out.
Well, I don't know why did you let him do that?
Well, I'm only.
I think it was only 500. Have you gone for more than that?
But yeah, way more. Well, you gleefully text me when I did.
Oh yes, that one. That was Leicestershire, wasn't it?
Yep.
No, there's Smith. That sounds good. As a fielder hadn't seen it. And he's taken the catch, thrown it back in, and no, he's dropped it. It was one of those Wokes type efforts. He was late seeing it. I mean, fair play. It was a pretty good effort that. He didn't pick it up to start with. He's looking into the sun. And back he went to the substitute, isn't it? Who had a pretty good go at that. It was one of those where you go over the boundary, throw the ball back into play, but he threw it too far. It rather sums up Pakistan's day today. He did the hard work. He took the catch. He threw it up over his head. That's all fine. He landed to the side, came back in, but he'd thrown it too far away.
Fantastic effort,
yeah.
But the double-handed throw up, actually it looks like his fingers just hooked onto it for a touch too long.
That's Herrera, the substitute, having a go at that. I mean, it just shows how difficult actually it is to do that. You've got to get so many things right. 760 for 4, and that's played away by Brook into the leg side, 296. So Smith picked up 1 for all of that excitement. Brook picks up 1 to go to 296. 761 for 4. It's frustrating, but Naseem looks frustrated, but 10 years ago he wouldn't have seen catches like that. So it's the way the field now is absolutely brilliant on the boundary edge. Naseem bowls, and then again a bit of a furious thrashing sort of a shot from Smith, and he picks up 1 to mid on for all that effort. 762 for 4. These two put on 59 already. Naseem walks back again. He's kicking up a lot of sand and dust when he runs in now, which isn't easy. He's slip, he's skid.
Sapping, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Heavy on the legs. Naseem again. Bowls short of a length, dabbed away by Brook to third man. Were you in Antigua that time when that game was abandoned at the Viv Richards ground with all the sand?
No, but I remember watching it on the TV, thinking
you could tell the day before the game was never going to happen. You couldn't bowl on that.
No.
And that was what the problem was, really. It was like running through a sandpit.
Yeah. It's actually horrible when you got heavy run-ups.
Yeah.
It sounds like a silly thing to say, but if the ground's either wet or if it's sandy and you're not getting the same traction, it just takes that little bit more effort to pump those knees towards the crease to get the energy to bowl.
But there'd been calf muscles, Achilles going. I mean, it was just not possible to play. Naseem bowls, and that's hammered away off the back foot out towards that cover boundary, and it hits the cover boundary as well. 4 more. This time to Smith. 26 not out from 19 balls. Balls is flying everywhere, really. It's quite difficult to keep a track of it. That was a slower ball for Naseem, but it went pretty quickly off the bat. 767 for 4. It was only a few moments ago they passed 700.
Yeah, mention the partnership amidst all the flow of activity. I missed the 50 stand which came up with the start of the previous over from just 5 overs.
Yeah, it's 64 now. There's Naseem running in, bowling, and his inside edge into the pad. The ball rolls away for another one. towards point. Asim, well, he's kept running in. He's bowled rather more, actually, I think, than Shaheen has, or it feels as if he has, but actually it's only a couple of overs more. But Shaheen, to be fair, fair play to the fella, he's kept an admirably low profile here. He's only bowled 26 overs.
That's what a good fast bowler does in these scenarios.
I mean, fair play to him.
He's lurking down here, right hugging the boundary to our left. He's just making sure he's not catching Shan Masood's eye. That's well played, sir.
That's experience, because everyone else has gone around the park. In fact, he's bowled fewer overs than anybody apart from Jamal, who's just one behind him, a couple behind him.
We're close to our sixth bowler. Well, not close, but he's rattling towards 100 now. Is Saim Ayub, so 32 away, isn't he, Salts?
Yeah, and there's only been one instance of 6 bowlers conceding 100 in the same Test innings.
I'm backing him to do it.
Well, I think if he keeps going, he will, because he's going at 7 and over.
Also, this innings now, 768, is now into the top 5 all-time highest team scores in Test cricket.
Is it? Well, actually, that's significant. That's a lot of runs in all those Test matches. That's pretty big stuff, isn't it?
And the time that it's taken them to do it as well, 143 overs, is quite ridiculous.
Well, wager it's the fastest to get to 700, surely. Right, here's the next over starting at Saim, who's pushed away for a single out to point. 769 for 4. Locals still turning up, sitting up there up towards the rafters of these stands or pavilions or enclosures, really, as they're known here. In comes the field. Brooks on 298. They're bringing the field in to try and put some pressure on him and try and cut down a single. I think it's going to go big. He goes Saim, bowls. Brooks simply plays this one back at him. He's going to come straight down the ground, isn't he?
Feels like it, doesn't it? He doesn't strike me as a man who's scared of getting...
They've brought the field in. It is brave, to be fair. Saim moves in bowls to Brook, who steps away, hammers it down the ground and brings up his 300. That was entirely predictable. Not the 300, which has been brilliant, but the shot he played to get there. And like a gladiator, he raises his bat and his helmet, gets a big hug from Jamie Smith. What an innings. He scored 302 at a run a ball. 310 deliveries. Most of the focus inevitably has been on Joe Root. But what a contribution by Harry Brook. His first triple century. It's always a bit corny for a commentator to say it won't be his last, but that's a lot of runs, for Test batsmen to score triple hundreds. Saim again moves in bowls to him and he flogs that into the leg side. The thing about Brook, though, he scores so quickly that he could easily score more.
Yeah, I think Brian Lara might be a touch nervous at the moment. It's been a quite ridiculous innings, as you say. Joe Root, for the early stages, took the limelight for his accolades, but this has been a masterful innings from Brook, and he's fully taking advantage.
Saim again runs in bowls, and that's driven down the ground for a single by Smith. Have we dared mention 400 yet? Has Brian Charles got a mention?
We've certainly mentioned Hutton's 364, England's highest. That was England's 6th Test triple 100. I'll give you the numbers at the end of the over.
I mean, he's got 97 to beat Lara, or 98 to beat Lara. And there's a little dainty sweep over his shoulder. Maybe more runs here to Brook as that runs away down to fine leg. 2 more. How quickly can he score? 96.
I'd say he could do it off 45 balls, I think. He's clearly getting tired.
Yes.
The twos aren't being run as quick as they were an hour and a half ago, but certainly I'm not putting it past him. The only thing that's going to halt him is I think England are now gearing themselves up for some kind of declaration. I'm not sure whether it will come this session, but certainly at some stage in the not too distant future, I think England will be out there with the ball in their hand.
Do you think before tea?
I think they might contemplate having 20 minutes before tea.
Could do. So I'm just working out time for him to face 50 balls.
We've got an hour till tea, don't we?
Yes, we do.
We're
only halfway through this session. So there is an hour to go until tea. He's going to face 50 balls in that time.
Feels like it, yep.
The lead's 221. Well, we'll just toss that into the mix. Smith's on 29. And comes Naseem Shah, bowls short outside the off stump, carved away, third man's after it, and it comes to earth, just to his right. And it's thrown back in again by Salman Ali-Agha.
Brooks' triple century came from his 310th ball with his 28th four to go with 3 sixes. The 6th England Test triple 100. I'll go through the list in a second. His third 100 took just 65 balls. His first took 118, then 127, then 65. So he is on full rampage.
Yeah, he is. I mean, well, who knows what might happen. Smith's on 31. He charges now and is flogged that up in the air. Long on's underneath it, and he does take the catch this time. So Jamie Smith's cameo is over, playing for the team. He goes for 31 from just 24 balls. And was just getting on with it there, dancing down the pitch, dragged in short, mistimed a pull shot. And that will herald the drinks break, and maybe a conversation being brought out to Brook about where they might be going or not in terms of declarations and so on. You've got Chris Woakes, I suspect, will be coming in next.
Ben Stokes is one of those drinks carriers as well, so he'll be relaying some kind of message, you'd have thought, and congratulations, because what a ridiculous performance. 305 runs Harry Brook has as Ben Stokes right now drapes the towel that's rolled up with tape on either end that has ice in the middle of it around Harry Brook's neck to try and cool him down, to regenerate some energy for him to run some more twos. But there's no movement on the balcony. Ollie Pope, it was just shown on the TV screen, is sat there in his full training kit. Ben Duckett had training kit on. It's when you start to see a few more white trousers and white shirts up there on the balcony that you think that a declaration might be coming. So England will march on from here on.
Lead at the moment
is 223, Smith 31 from 24, the partnership 76 and just 8.1 overs. There's England triple hundreds. Brook is now behind John Edrich's 310 not out against New Zealand at Headingley in 1965, and Andrew Sandham from Streatham, where I live, 325, and Jamaica in 1930 on England's first Test tour of the West Indies. Graham Gooch's 333, dropped by the Indian wicketkeeper Kieran Moray on 36 at Lords in 1990. Follow that up with 123 in the second innings. Wally Hammond 336 not out in New Zealand in the Test series England played post the Bodyline series. That was early in 1933. And Len Hutton's 364 at the Oval in August 1938. Now that game was a timeless game from memory, because the series hadn't been fully decided. They used to play the final test as a timeless game. England made 903 for 7 declared. I think the captain might have even got a bit of criticism for declaring at the time. Australia had a pretty thin bowling attack, two spinners and a couple of a few part-time bowlers, and England took full toll. 903 for 7. Hutton 364 remains the record.
Well, we don't want to put mockers on things. We're not. We're simply flagging what might come. But it's possible, entirely possible, with the time remaining, that Harry Brook could beat that today and become England's highest ever run scorer. It is absolutely nailed on if he has the time, if he's got the stamina. He's certainly got the talent. 779 for 5, and that lead again you were saying was
223.
223. Right, at that moment I'm going to leave Steve Finn, and Simon Mann's coming in here.
Some forlorn-looking Pakistani players out there at the moment. You could see actually at the loss of that wicket, if you're in this position, and I've not quite been in this position before at 779. I was there at 750 though. It's the only innings of 4-day cricket that I captained in my career. So not a glowing endorsement of my captaincy, really, but you always turn and your eyes go to the dressing room when there's a wicket in that situation. You're thinking, please declare, and there's no man on the balcony in white clothes to send the gladly received signal of come-in batters. So they remain out there, and they're going to be chasing leather for a little while yet, especially if Harry Brook remains there, who has 305. Good afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon. The lead is 223 then, so we reckon about another hour's batting for England, something like that.
Depends if they want to have a dip before tea.
Yeah,
I mean, whether that makes any difference or not, I'd say no, but
there is a benefit, I think, in not giving the Pakistani Opens 20 minutes. So if you declare
completely
tea, you've got that 20 minutes.
You can be a bit sneaky with that, though, because you only have to give them 10 minutes.
Are you allowed to do that? I thought they changed that regulation.
I don't know. There's a few dirty tactics with that.
I know. I like that. I wouldn't do it. I'd wait until 10 minutes before the end of tea and say, no, we just declared.
Well, we did work out earlier that me and you might be souls entwined at a different stage, didn't we?
Yeah, but I had a vague memory they changed that you couldn't just wait until the end of the interval.
Boring.
But I agree with you.
Do you know who'd have done that? A batsman who's an administrator. Of course they did.
I'm not absolutely sure, but I've just got something in the back of my mind that regulation was changed.
But I think you're right, though. I think.
Right, here's the new man Woakes on strike. His first ball is a straight one, a good one as well. It keeps a bit low and he keeps it out, plays it towards mid-wicket and there's no run.
Sorry, Simon, but you'd be amazed at the difference. The opening batters out there, they're nervous, they're looking up. You've got that on-edgeness, your heart rate is raised. You're just looking, am I going to have to bat in with 10 minutes notice? If you're given the nod at the beginning of tea, if those laws are correct, then, or playing conditions are correct, then that 20 minutes can just settle you down and you get your head in a much better space. So I think the declaration may not come at one of the intervals.
Naseem, 2 wickets to his name, bowls to Woakes. Woakes tries to dab a single away into the offside, hits it too close to cover, and there's no run. I mean, Chris Woakes is a very competent player. He's got a Test match 100. I just wonder in this situation whether it might have been better to send in Atkinson or Carse, who can aggress the ball.
They might want someone to guide Harry Brook to his quadruple 100.
It's the first class record is 501.
Of course, yeah.
779 for 5. Woakes yet to score. Faces up to Naseem, and he does score now. Thickish outside edge down towards deep third. Salmon sends it in, very tired return. In fact, so tired. Rizwan doesn't even bother to get to the stumps there. that was thrown in from deep third, and he allowed the mid-wicket fielder, Babar Azam, to pick it up. It rolled towards the stumps. It could easily have deflected off the stumps and gone into a gap. That's how tired Rizwan is. 780 for 5. Now Brook is back on strike on 305. If he bats for an hour, Harry Brook, then he will do a lot of damage. I said that it's a big ground. There are a lot of fielders on the boundary. It's not easy to hit 4s and 6s here. Naseem goes in and bowls to Brook short, and he guides it away. He gets something on that. They run through for a single. It's not taken cleanly by Rizwan. Chris Woakes shouts your end to Harry Brook, and it rolls up towards long off, but they'd run through a long way, so there's no chance of an overthrow there. It was into the pitch ball from Naseem. He went for the pull shot, and it was a rather tired stroke actually. He got something on it, just enough to get his 306th run. It's the end of the over. It's 781 for 5. Pakistan, I mean, you're talking about their tiredness. They've still not been out there as long as England.
No.
England were out there for 149 overs. Pakistan 145.
It's an absolute doddle, 145.
Harry Brook's triple 100, the 32nd Test triple century, and the second fastest in terms of balls taken to reach 300. Virender Sehwag, 278 balls against South Africa in Chennai to reach his triple 100. Then Brook, 310 balls today, followed by Wally Hammond. His triple 100 against New Zealand in 1933 took him 355 deliveries.
It should have been very quick in those days, wouldn't it? The pace at which the game was played, the further back you go. Well, having said that, Gilbert Jessop's 100 in 1902 still the fastest by an England player. Although Harry Brook has scored 100 today, quicker than that, but not the first 100, going from 200 to 300. Here's Saeem Ayub bowling. Forced away by Brook into the leg side towards deep mid-wicket. It's going out towards the boundary. It's gone before. Fielder out there, dives away to his left, gets a hand to it. Saad Shakil, Abdullah rather, should have stopped it, did not stop it. Tired piece of fielding. Another boundary to Harry Brook. It was Abdullah Shafiq then, not Saad Shakil. I apologise, Saad, although he did drop a remarkable drop really, reprieving Jamie Smith. Here is Ayub bowling, driven by Brook up towards long off. 786 for 5. Brook to 311. Ramiz Raja is alongside me.
Simon.
Hello. I mean, this must be painful watching for a former Pakistan player, heavily involved. I saw you out there before play today, Ramiz, talking to some of this Pakistan. It looked like some of the Pakistan players or the coaching staff.
It wasn't coaching.
Zaid bowling and played away by Woakes for his second run up to long off.
The ground stuff.
Oh, the ground stuff.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Asking.
What were you saying? Put some life in the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Do something about it.
Well, they
grow extra grass in 10 minutes or throw some pebbles there.
Were they receptive or not?
Not receptive of all this.
Oh, right, okay.
Thankfully.
Saeem bowls, played away by Brook into the onside, back with a square. They're off for one. Oh, they're coming back for the second. This feels like a tight two. Comes in to the non-striker's end, but it was a bit wide, so they were able to get it quite comfortably in the end. They were quite low down, so sometimes it's difficult to work out the angles there, but it looked a tight second. It felt as if there shouldn't have been two there, but there was. Brook on 313. The England record is 364. 789 for 5. Saeem tosses that right up. It's driven out towards long off. He's going to be... Where has the ball gone? I've lost it as well, and so did the fielder. It was Shaheen Afridi. There was a shout from Rizwan. Things you can't trust Rizwan because he's always shouting catch it. But I'd lost the flight of the ball because it went above the flap of the pavilion that we're sitting in, and it bounced in front of Shaheen Afridi, and Brook came through for a single. 790 for 5. Brook to 314. Woakes comes down the pitch, and there's another shout of catch it as it goes out towards long on the bounce. And there's one more run to the total. That is Saad Shakil down that long on. And that's the end of the over. Woakes taking the bowling at the end of the over. So Woakes on 3, Brooks on 314. And England 791 for 5. So they lead by 235 runs. Just to let you know where we are in this game. We are around about 50 minutes from tea on the 4th day.
So declare what, about 15-20 minutes before tea, or wait for Brook to get to 400? So that's the challenge for England dugout, dressing room.
I reckon it's an interesting one, isn't it? It kind of depends how quickly Brooks scores in the next 15 minutes. Say he suddenly got to 340, then there's then Hutton's record, individual record of 364. That's Graham Gooch, the highest score post-war of 333. New over from Naseem, bowls to Woakes, who plays that way into the leg side, firmly on the bounce towards deep backwards square leg. Gets a single, and Woakes goes to 4. You've got a man in your box, Ramiz, your TV box, who's a tough man, tough captain, who declared with Graham Hick on 98 not out in a test match in Australia. So that's up to Ollie Pope, isn't it, to make that decision, but I'm sure he'll consult Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum.
Yes.
If there's a personal milestone in sight.
It's very rare that you are batting on 314 and with not a lot at stake also. I mean... There is ballooning Banks, who tries to flick it away. Brook, almost how do you describe that shot? Half a pull shot, half a ramp shot. He misses it as it goes through to Mohammad Rizwan. He's trying to help it on its way down towards fine leg. And the end result was a dot ball, 792 for 5. Brook takes his helmet off, mops his brow on this very hot afternoon, squeezes some moisture out of the peak of the helmet. So lots of fielders on the boundary. Got 4 fielders on the leg side boundary. Only one up, that's a mid-wicket. That ball's another short one. Similar thing happens as Brook goes to the offside, tries to help it on its way, balloons away through to Rizwan, and he doesn't make any contact. Naseem Shah banging the ball in. It's gone 2 for 144. They must be absolutely fed up with Harry Brook. He was 2 feet off the ground there trying to lift that away. It's close to being a wide. Someone's got a good photograph. They freeze-framed it on our monitor. Yeah.
It's extraordinary. He's off the ground trying to lift it away. That's Naseem got up his sleeve this time. Bowls to Brook, who dabs it away down into the gully, and Rizwan trots after it to pick up, and Brook gets run number 315. England's lead 237, 793 for 5. So the groundsman here, or the curator, what do you call him in Pakistan? Do you call him the groundsman or the curator?
Groundsman, both.
Yeah. So when you said, "Come on, do something," did he actually say anything, or he just sort of looked away? And
yes, well, I mean, that for the next test match, probably do something better.
Naseem bowls to Woakes, who cracks it away towards deep backward point. Chased around the boundary for Abdullah Shafiq, stops it inside the rope. Woakes comes back for 2, he goes to 6, and England to 795 for 5.
I don't think the character is going to change a lot, but it's just that, whether you want to prepare a green track or a track of a fourth day nature, I'm not too sure how Pakistan will go after this. I mean, it depends on whether they can hold on to a draw. I think that'll allow them a bit of sanity to decide what to do next.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the game is drawn, and you feel it should be drawn on this surface, but they're going to be under some pressure. Nassim bowls to Wokes. Wokes gives himself some room, plays it into the onside. Ball following him, goes to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. 795 for 5. So England's lead is 240. We were thinking at lunchtime, well, if England were about 250 ahead at tea, they could press on for 20 minutes afterwards to say get a lead of 300. But it looks, the way things are going, that they are going to be around about 300 ahead at the tea interval, or possibly even before it. Harry Brook continues. They've got a couple of good ball strikers to come, and we've seen Jamie Smith prepared to take it on and sacrifice his wickets for it. Out for 31. He was dropped once as well. Root out for 262. LBW to Salman, just out to a straight one, wasn't he, in the end? Black and back, missed a straight ball. But very tired. Stan was 454 in the end, 4th highest in Test history. Here's Saeem Ayub bowling, and it's drilled down the ground, a skimmer out towards a long on by Brooks, a sliding save. They're coming back for a second. Wokes has to get moving to make his ground at the non-striker's end, and does so. Syed Shakil down beneath is just obscured by the sight screen as he came round the boundary. Saeem bowls, sweep shot, top edge. Is he going to be caught? He is. Harry Brook is out, caught at short fine leg. He went for the sweep shot, he top edged it, and it was a straightforward catch. Saeem Ayub has got his wicket, and England lose their 6th. Magnificent innings from Harry Brook. He walks off with 317 to his name, his first triple hundred in Test match cricket, and a few of the Pakistan players coming over and patting him on the back, saying very well played. And he has batted magnificently, Harry Brook, and he's put England in this really strong position in the game, a chance of going for a win. But he is out now, 797 for 6. He walks off, a very tired, holding up of the bat in his helmet as he takes the applause from the dressing room and the England supporters who are in that stand at the far end of the ground. 317 from 322 balls. He doesn't even go into the dressing room, takes his gloves off so they can dry out, wringing with sweat. Ben Stokes is standing up and applauding, and Brook makes his way off without his gloves, just with his bat. And yeah, actually Stokes then comes down and just gives him a pat on the back as he makes his way up the stairs into the dressing room for a rest. Well, you don't want England to declare, you'd like a rest for a bit. What an innings.
Yeah, tremendous. It's just the way he plays, it's almost run a ball 300. So there was never any pressure on him to change his strategy or game plan or batting style, because it all came very naturally to him. The gaps, the improvisation, it appeared as if he didn't have to change gear. The gear was already there. He was proactive. He knew exactly what Pakistani bowlers were trying to do, and well, people say and may say that it was a flat pitch, but really, even in a club game, you get a 300. I mean, it's just a Herculean, magnificent performance.
Yeah, especially when you consider that you're applying to 556 as well.
Yes.
So there is that scoreboard pressure. Wonderful innings from Brook, fantastic talent. Loves these pitches in Pakistan. Now Gus Atkinson is in at number 8, man who made 100 last year at Lords. Same game in which Joe Root, or same innings in which Joe Root made 100. Actually, if anything,
last year or this season?
This season, yeah, last cricket season, yeah. Here's Ayub bowling to him, goes forward and gets off the mark first ball. Didn't know too much about that, just propped forward, got a thick inside edge, goes down towards fine leg. Atkinson underway. Yeah, he got 100 the same innings as Joe Root, and actually Atkinson's 100 was better. I mean, he struck it so cleanly.
I saw a bit of that.
Atkinson on 2, England on 799 for 6. And Saeem goes into bowl to Atkinson outside the off stump, and he's caught at extra cover. Going for a lofted drive. Babar Azam, who dropped catch earlier, dropped Joe Root, leapt in the air. That's a popular catch here. And Atkinson comes and goes. There's 2 wickets in the over for Saeem Ayub, and it's 799 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he earlier dropped a dolly, and this was quite sensational. One-handed catch and casually taken. No reaction, no response. Aiming at the sun. They probably lost it when it was travelling towards him, but a quick exit for Atkinson for just 2. 7 down for 799. It's a mouthful.
Might not even need the declaration the way things are going. It's funny how it happens, doesn't it? You play lots of shots, you lose your wickets.
The collapses on. How many times have we seen this from England? Harry Brooks' final numbers: 317 from 322 balls, 3 sixes and 29 fours, and it was England's 6th Test triple hundred. Sorry, just getting my list back up. I've got too many stats on my screen at the moment. 6th Test triple hundred. It's the 5th highest score by an England player in Test cricket, behind Andrew Sandham's 325 in 1930, Graham Gooch's 330 against India in 1990, Wally Hammond's 336 against New Zealand in 1933, and Len Hutton safe at 364 in that Ashes Test at the Oval in 1938.
Right, Brydon Cast on debut. His first ball in Test cricket is driven back to Saeem Ayub, who's chipped in with a couple of wickets in the over. Yeah. He's got a slip in as well. Tosses that one up, and Cast hits this over mid-off, and he's off the mark in Test cricket with a 6.
Wow.
Second ball.
That's another stat for Andy.
Yeah. And England 800 is up as well. 805 for 7. Yeah, you're going to have to look out the last England player to get off the mark in Test cricket with a 6.
That's only the 4th time a team has reached 800 in Test cricket. Let's go with that one first. That I can look up simply. England 849 against West Indies in 1930 at Kingston. That's when Sandham made that triple hundred. 903 for 7 in the Len Hutton game at the Oval in 1938, and Sri Lanka's 952 for 6 against India in 1997 remains the highest Test score to date.
800 on the board, and Brydon Cast is on the board as well, hitting his second ball in Test cricket for 6. Quick thought, Ramiz, and then Atif is coming in.
Yeah, England lead by 249, so they have to decide when to declare, when to wrap this up.
They certainly do. Here's Naseem Shah into Chris Woakes, full, flicked out by Chris Woakes, wide of long on. They might get back for 2 here. They will actually, quite comfortably in the end. Woakes will move on to 8. England's total 807 for 7. Well, they've battered and bruised this Pakistani bowling attack. It's been extraordinary. Just took a look at that catch from Babar Azam. It's good. It's a good catch, but it just feels a bit almost meaningless at this point in the game. Here's Naseem Shah into Chris Woakes. Short, and Woakes guides this ball on the bounce down to deep third. They go through for a single. He's still bowling with good pace, Naseem. It's no half measures from him. In his 31st over now, figures of 2 for 150.
Yeah, could easily have been 4 for 150. I think he's been pretty unlucky. But he's shown great character, and you learn a great deal about bowling also. I mean, it's a flat pitch, so it tells you that cricket is not easy bees, that you've got to work exceedingly well to be an achiever, and also what mistakes you. It's been a long haul. It's been a long run for Naseem Shah and Shaheen Afridi. What to do when such a situation arises again?
There's Naseem Shah into Brydon Cast, who tucks this ball away now towards mid-wicket for a single. Score moves to 809. And England's lead to 253. I mean, it's a lesson for sure, Ramiz, but to be honest with you, I bet somewhere in his mind he's wishing he bunked today's class.
Yeah,
that's a tough one to learn.
I know.
And for Pakistan, these bowlers, they'll ask questions when they're in the dugout about this surface again. Like, it's given them absolutely nothing. Sorry, please.
You can tear them apart, or you can put in an encouraging word. So it's how you see the situation.
Here's Naseem Shah into Chris Wokes, who smashes this over the cover fielder out towards deep extra cover. That's going to be a boundary for Chris Wokes.
Wow.
Lovely shot there, just cleared his front leg and hammered the ball over the cover fielders. That's gone away for 4. It's the 73rd 4 of the innings for England, and the score is now 813 for 7. We're in the 149th over of the innings, so only at the end of this innings will England have batted as many as, at the end of this over, I beg your pardon, will England have batted as many as Pakistan did in their innings. They've managed to score almost 300 more runs in that much time. Here's Naseem Shah in. This is short. It's been pulled by Wokes out towards Naseem Shah, I beg your pardon, Shaheen Shah at fine leg. And they'll go through for a single. Notice that some of the Pakistani players have managed to keep their body language reasonably positive, but looking at Shan Masood, he's chewing on his gum. He looks, well, a completely desolate figure at the moment. He's cutting. There's been a lot of frustration for Pakistan, haven't taken some of the chances that have come their way, but also just been brutalized by a relentless batting display from England. One of their best ones. I saw Shaheen Afridi just shaking Harry Brooks' helmet when he was batting a bit earlier, just out of frustration. All very playful. Here's Naseem Shah into Bryden Cast, who steps down down the wicket and slaps the ball out towards deep backward point for a single. I had half a feeling, Ramiz, they might have waved the flag and pulled the team in when that last wicket fell, but England looking to continue the misery for Pakistan out in the field. 815 for 7, 259 the lead.
Yeah, I think they'll look for 300 plus, and then possibly look to declare. I think the Pakistani batters need to have a separate huddle in the dugout because they need to repay what has transpired with the bowlers. I mean, it's just been very hard slog for the bowlers. Their reputation is in tatters. It's almost embarrassing for Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah to be hit over the top for 4s and 6s at will. So now batters need to get together and tell them there's an opportunity.
As Saim Ayub is back in, that ball's been hit out towards a deep point for a single.
Opportunity to redeem ourselves and also just to repay the hard work of the fast bowlers. This is a flat pitch. It will remain a flat pitch. The question is whether Pakistan have got the mentality to see off England's pressure with the ball.
Down the track comes Chris Wokes and drives the ball past cover, wide of long off, who has to run around. Shaheen Afridi again. They'll get back for another couple, and those 2 runs have got Saim to his 100 as well. Saim Ayub has just become the 6th Pakistani bowler to concede 100 runs in this innings. There's a statistic that Stephen Finn was very excited about, so I thought I'd bring it up. 262 the lead. Here's Saim Ayub again. Sweep shot attempted. No connection from Chris Wokes. Rizwan collects, and there is no run.
And is it a special effort by Pakistan bowlers?
Only the second time in Test history that a team has had 6 bowlers bring up their centuries.
Second time.
Wow.
Second time.
Well, fly to delivery from Saim. A bit of turn, bit of bounce, but it does the batter, and it does Rizwan as well. He misses the ball. It's going to run away to the boundary, I think. It does. It's 4 byes. It's not the bowler's fault. He got some turn and bounce, but Rizwan didn't pick it up, and it just ran away from Naseem Shah, who gave chase. And that's another 4 runs for England. They're coming in all shapes and sizes at the moment. 266 the lead. England's total continuing to march on. It might even move from 4th to 3rd place in the all-time high totals list. Currently on 822. Fast closing in on the West Indies.
How is Rizwan doing with the 100?
But with the byes,
yeah, 100.
Can't be that
extras.
Many. Here's Saim in again, full delivery, smashed by Wokes, straight back at Saim, and got his foot in the way. The ricochet goes down to long off where Shaheen fields, but oof, that looked like it was hit very hard. It had to hurt Saim Ayub. It's injury to insult at this point.
Only 8 byes so far.
Just the 8 byes.
23 extras total.
Here's Saim Ayub into Bryden Cast, who taps the ball back to him, and there is no run. And that is the end of the over. I'm just thinking, oh, there's the wave, Ollie Pope has made an appearance on the balcony, and he said, that's enough. England declare on 823 for 7 with a lead of 267 runs. It's been a magnificent batting effort from England on a pitch that's offered very little to the fast bowlers, to the spin bowlers. Pakistan lost one of their bowlers to illness as well, but England have taken full advantage. Huge centuries for Joe Root and Harry Brook, who put on England's highest ever partnership in Test cricket. Harry Brook becomes England's first triple centurion for 34 years. Not since Graham Gooch in 1990 as an England batter scored a triple century. Well, Harry Brook did it today. He finished on 317. Earlier, Joe Root, who became England's all-time top run scorer, finished on 262. There were also strong performances from Crawley, who got 78, Duckett, who got 84. A little cameo there from Jamie Smith, 31 for him. Chris Wokes finishes on 17 not out, and Bryden Cass on 9 not out. So England 823 for 7, the 4th highest total in the history of Test cricket. Let that sink in. Ramiz, couple of thoughts from yourself, and then Simon Mann's going to be alongside you. Oh, he's not. I beg your pardon. I'm going to stay with you. He was just behind me. I thought he wanted to come in. But that's absolutely extraordinary as a batting effort. I mean, what does that do for your morale? It's got to just demolish your morale as a bowling attack for Pakistan.
Yes, I think so, but I hope it doesn't, because the learnings from this and learnings is that Pakistan need to prepare a better strip, and also for bowlers to maybe have a better strategy. We didn't see a lot of bouncers bowled by Pakistani fast bowlers. Didn't see any change of pace also, the off cutters, the leg cutters, or different set of field. Whilst there were not a lot of sixes, yet England were able to manage 823 in no time. So from captaincy point of view, I think it's a grave lesson for Shan Masood also to learn quickly on the job. And his confidence will be a little low as well, because the last, how many matches has he lost?
5. This is
5 in a row.
This could be 6. Well, let me run you through that bowling scorecard as well. Shaheen Afridi bowled 26 overs, 1 wicket for him for 120 runs. Naseem Shah bowled 31 overs, 2 wickets for 157. Abrar Ahmed, who was absent today, bowled 35 overs, no wickets, 174 runs, the most expensive of Pakistan's bowlers. And Amir Jamal, 1 for 126 from his 24. Salman Ali Agha, 1 for 118 from his 18. And Saim Ayub, who was probably the pick of the bowlers in the end, 14 overs, 2 for 101. Saud Shakil also bowled 2 overs, 0 for 14. It's a day, it's 2 days really, that Pakistan's bowlers will want to put behind them and never, ever, ever think about ever again. But it's a couple of days that will cause them great concern in the short and probably long term in this Test series. England have batted absolutely magnificently, and the thing is, for me, people will talk about the pitch, they'll talk about how it's a flat surface and there's nothing in it for the seam bowlers and yada yada yada, but at the end of the day, as a batter, you have to take advantage of the conditions. Pakistan had the same conditions to work with, even better probably, and England have come out and put records on the board.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's no excuse that since it was a flat pitch that, Pakistan couldn't do anything. It's about finding your rhythm on any surface. This is what Test cricket is all about. It tests you out completely. So now it's Pakistan's chance to get out of jail. How they do that, it's up to them.
Well, they've got a 267 run lead, have England. 267 is when the wave came from Ollie Pope in the dressing room. I can see a lot of the England players out there warming up already. Gus Atkinson loosening up with some kicks, and some of the other players just getting loose. Jamie Smith's got his keeping pads on. It feels like a million years ago that Andy Zaltzman gifted him his keeping pads, but he did, and he's going to get to use them again very shortly. 267. So Rami's like, what's the approach here? Are you playing defensively? Are you trying to hold back? Are you trying to? I mean, it's a very difficult scenario to negotiate because the conditions are still in your favour. You've got a new ball to see off. You've got a team who will be brimming with confidence because they managed to bowl you out on a surface where you haven't. So what's the Pakistan approach going to be with 267 runs in arrears?
Well, to bat as normally as possible. There will be pressure, and so they've got to look at how they faltered against Bangladesh and against they were beaten in Australia as well. So
right,
every time pressure was exerted in the last innings, they wilted. So the idea is to play as normally as possible, maybe look to be a bit aggressive if the opportunity arises, because runs will make England or force England for a review in their strategy. Right now, the strategy looks pretty simple. 3 slips and a gully, a short leg, pound the ball hard on the surface. Let's see the reaction of the surface. Someone will hit the hard length, others will hit the shorter length and make Pakistan sweat a little bit with few bounces. That England will attack. It's up to Pakistan to then make sure that they are not forced into a shell. I think England would want them to feel the pressure of batting on day 4, day 5, the lead of 260 on. Pakistan need to bat properly, just look at the ball, not look at the scoreboard, pressure and net partnerships. The opening partnership is going to be critical. Now this ball, if it is pitched in that good length area, and I'm sure Woakes will start by pitching the ball in that good length area. We saw what Naseem Shah did with the second new ball. I think batting could become just a little bit difficult in the first 5 or 6 overs.
My mind, Ramiz, goes to the dismissal of Joe Root. It was a ball from Salman Agha that kept a little bit low and turned as well. So Leach and Bashir will be taking note of that. And the reason why there's so much pessimism amongst Pakistan fans at the moment, I've mentioned the stat earlier, but I want to bring it up again because it's very relevant right now. No side in the test-playing nations of the world has a lower average third innings score this year, lower third innings average score this year than Pakistan. The last 3 times, again in Sydney and Rawalpindi again, 115, 172 and 146. Played 3, lost 3.
Yeah, absolutely right. And so, it's not a great moment really to be discussing in the dressing room. Right now, I think they should be putting up pads, making sure that everything is normal or think like everything is normal and look to work the partnerships, make sure that you get off to a good, decent start here. England, on the other hand, they'll be thinking that, look, Pakistan have faltered last 3 times, and let's play on the temperament, let's play on the psyche. Can they handle pressure? Can they handle a short leg and a silly mid-off and a bounce the strategy, all that kind of stuff? So England will be more hopeful. And if, as you were mentioning, a couple of balls stayed low or jumped from the good length area, it could send wrong signals back in the Pakistan dressing room. It could just bog down the entire setup of the dressing room because you don't want a ball scooting along the ground and getting someone dismissed leg before with a new ball, because it just you're forced to recall those bad moments, and England would want them to recall those bad moments.
Yeah, most certainly. The sounds of Abrarul Haq's Nach Punjaban are playing around the Multan Cricket Stadium. I don't know if a lot of people feel it literally means dance, people from Punjab, but I don't think anybody feels like dancing amongst the Pakistan fans.
It's too hot.
My friend,
and B,
the scoreboard.
England have scored 800 plus.
Scoreboard, guys, scoreboard. My friend Charlie Taylor's been in touch with us from back in England. How you doing, Charlie? He says Pakistan could have done with this collapse about 600 runs ago. Yeah, you're very right, Charlie. They absolutely could have done. Andy Zaltzman alongside us. The England players are actually making their way out to the middle. Andy, anything you want to add? Any stats that we missed? I try to keep track of some of the stats that you were mentioning.
It's a lot of stats.
There were a lot. So this is what I've got, and you tell me what I'm missing, okay? So I've got highest ever test score against Pakistan, highest England test partnership of all time, first triple century for England in 34 years, second fastest triple century in the history of test cricket, highest test run scorer for England, Joe Root, England's third highest ever test total, and the 4th highest team total in test match history. Am I missing anything?
Well, those are good headlines, I think.
Yeah.
We're working with that. I like the one about the second time 6 bowlers have conceded a century.
Well, it's not an England record.
Not an England.
Well, sort of, it is sort of, isn't it?
An England record. It's only the 3rd time in Test history 2 players have made 250 plus in the same innings. Yeah, there was a lot of numbers. Overall, the run rate 5.48 to show how this team plays and how cricket has changed. Out of the other scores over 750 in Test history, only one's been scored at over 4 and over. That was Sri Lanka went at 4.08 per over against South Africa in 2006 when they made 756 for 5. Yeah, England 5.48, 5 sixes, 73 fours, and an awful lot of 1s, 2s, and 3s.
Absolutely. Well, the song that was just playing here at the Multan Stadium is called Aage Dekh, which means look forward, which I think is a pretty good piece of advice for Pakistan. You certainly don't want to look back after what's just happened. Chris Woakes has got the ball in his hand from the main pavilion end. He's doing his warm-ups, 3 slips in position, no gully. There's a fine leg in place. There might be a fine-ish third, actually. No, there isn't. 3 fielders in the covers, and here we go. We are ready for action. Chris Woakes in and bowled him! First ball of the innings, and Chris Woakes has bowled him. He didn't know too much about that, did Abdullah Shafiq. He looks back at the crease. He is absolutely stunned. He can't believe it. He's waited and waited and waited for his turn to bat, and Chris Woakes has knocked over his off-stump first ball. He looks disgusted with the situation, does Abdullah Shafiq, but England are in absolute ecstasy. Bowled, off-stump out of the ground. What a start for England. Pakistan 0 for 1 after 1 ball.
You've said it all. Thank you.
Ramesh Raja is going to take a break, and Alex Hartley's going to come in alongside me. Wow, what a start to this second innings for England. Well, for all the talk of the pitch being flat, of all the talk of the pitch having nothing in it, it's a road, they said, it's a motorway, it's a highway. Nobody told Chris Woakes, because he's got one to just hold its line a little bit with the new ball, first ball, bang, off stump. Alex Hartley, how impressive was that?
So impressive, so impressive. He's managed to have a little bit of rest over the last couple of days. He'll be backfiring. He is backfiring. Wicket with the first ball. A dream start for England, who managed to get a first innings lead.
And it's a beleaguered captain, Shan Masood, who makes his way out to the middle. He's probably thinking, how much of this do I have to do by myself? I got 150 in the first innings, and I'm out to face the second ball. It's not an unusual situation for Shan, who's opened the batting for Pakistan before, and indeed has first-class and domestic teams around the world, but he certainly wasn't hoping to be out there this quickly. Abdullah Shafiq, the centurion, let's not forget, from the first innings, got himself 102 in the first innings. As Abdullah Shafiq has gone for a duck in the second innings, and now Shan Masood is under some real pressure. 3 slips and a gully in place. Here's Woakes into Shan Masood, who plays and misses at one outside the off stump. It moved away from him, and Shan Masood went after it, nearly feathering a touch through to the keeper. This is extraordinary stuff. I mean,
well, he's picked the right ball, hasn't he? You can see on the TV screen Chris Woakes picking the ball.
I mean, just looking at the replay, maybe it kept a little bit low.
Yeah, it has. It's grubbed along the floor, hasn't it? It's kept really low. It's not the ball you want when you're opening the batting. It's not got up at all. It's a full delivery from Woakes, and it hits the bottom of off stump.
Here's Chris Woakes into Shan Masood, who flicks this ball away nicely. This will be the first runs for Pakistan. Might be 4 of them. It will be 4 of them. There's a valiant effort in the deep there from Shoaib Bashir, but the ball does go to the boundary. So Pakistan's captain gets them off and running. 4 for 1. Yeah, 1 wicket has already gone down. Abdullah Shafiq succumbing to the first ball of the innings, which kept a little bit low and also came in a little bit off the surface for Chris Woakes. Maybe, Alex, those little cracks are starting to open up a little bit. Those cracks that we've been talking about. Here's Woakes into Shan Masood, and plays this ball into the square leg region for a single. Goodness me, it's been an electric start to this second innings. I don't think anybody expected that. It was a run fest. You couldn't buy a wicket for most of the day. And, well, Chris Woakes has bowled an absolute beauty to start things off for England. That is remarkable. It was high fives all round for the England team. Ollie Pope, the captain, couldn't have asked for much more than that. It really would be a remarkable victory if England could get there. Pakistan scored 556 in the first innings. England's play after that has been nothing short of remarkable. Here he comes again, Woakes. Good length. Defended to mid-off. And there is no run. Listen to that noise from Team England.
There's not many England fans here, but they're making it.
Well, there's something quite... the spectacle is one of the... I think it's one of the most visually enticing spectacles of cricket when the stumps go cartwheeling. You know, when a bowler hits the stumps, particularly a fast bowler, and the stump goes out of the ground and cartwheels, it is one of the most visually pleasing things that you can see in cricket. Here's Woakes into Saim Ayub. It's a short outside the off stump. Saim cuts it, mistimes it really on the bounce to the gully fielder. There is no run. I'm going to catch my breath. Score is 5-1. Pakistan still 262 runs behind England. Alex, fill in the gaps, please, and then Jonathan Agnew is going to be beside you.
I mean, I'm still laughing. I gave Ramiz the tap on the shoulder and said, "Get out, it's my turn to get on air." He said, then we got the wicket, and he waited and waited and waited, just said, "Thanks, bye." Brilliant. But what a start from England, and Chris Woakes in particular, who we all know his away record hasn't been great, and what a confidence booster that will be for him, getting a wicket with the very first ball of the third innings.
Just shows what tiredness does, isn't it? I mean, it might have moved back a little bit, but he was nowhere near it, really. Rattled the off stump. What a start. Dear old Ramiz. You've said it all, and off he went.
Yes, yeah.
But it just shows, and there's real danger here for Pakistan. They've really got to try and just hang on in here and get through to tea. Atkinson starts the second over, and he's bowling to Shah Masood. It's full. He plays it out to mid-off where Crawley fields under a sun hat. Extraordinary day. It's just so much. We've been through all the bare statistics. But yeah, of course they tell a major part of the story. But just to sit and watch the way that England have played today. 331 for 4 in 49 overs they scored. And it was only really towards the end they sort of got going, really. Harry Brook is checking with Andy, the second fastest 300 ever with Atkinson bowling. It's played straighter, not to Woakes, up at mid-off, 5 for 1. He played some extraordinary shots. But he also just kept it going too. It wasn't like a wild slog to score at that rate. 317 from 322 balls. Yeah, he only hit 3 sixes. Say only, but it sounds as if he's gone out there and had a great swipe. But actually, that's not the way it was at all. It was a fantastic innings. Atkinson runs up, bowls, and that's down the leg side, taken by Smith.
And yesterday he was so under the radar. You know, yesterday at the end of play, he finished on 141 not out, and we weren't even talking about Harry Brook. He got 100.
It was all Root yesterday.
It was all about Root. Got under the radar. Today it was still all about Root until Root got out, and you almost turn around and go, "Hang on a minute, he's on 250."
Yes. Well, it's a long time for Pakistan to bat here. So 30 overs due to be bowled in the day as Atkinson bowls. That's stroked away. It's in the air. Just put it down. He got a foot to it, a hand to it there at mid-off. It's Woakes who leapt up there to his right. Oh, he's crossed himself. It was a crunching off drive, hit out of the middle of the bat, and he leapt up there to his right. One of those where it's quite hard to believe it actually hit it in the air, because it hit so firmly. It stopped on him a little bit. It was high. I mean, it wasn't an easy catch.
They stick or they don't.
Yeah.
Jumping up to his right hand side, both feet off the floor, full stretch, and it hits the palm of his hand. He just takes a bit of pace off it rather than catching it.
Atkinson kicks up sand, bowls on the off stump, pushed away by the left-hander Shah Masood. Scrambling sop there at backward point. And there's no run. 7 for 1. Atkinson walks back to his mark once again. Duckett having a conversation with umpire Damasina about something. But it's a horrible time to bat. This is a short little session. The tea coming up in about 20 minutes or so. In fact, more like 15 minutes now. And these two know that even if they survive, they've got to come back, start again. And England will have 2 cracks at them with this new ball. Atkinson again, bowls on the off stump. Nice delivery. Sean covers up. Plays defensively to Bashir, who's fielding there extra cover. He'll have some bowling to do later. No one off the last ball of that over. It's 7 for 1, so Pakistan are 260 behind with 15 minutes to go until tea on the 4th day. It's the last day, as I mentioned earlier, rather unusual hours because of it being a Friday. So the religious implications of that in this part of the world means that the first session will be 2.5 hours, and there's an hour-long lunch break, and the 20 minutes sort of taken up by that are added on to the end of the day. But nip and tuck, I would think, with your get that in with the dark. I think it's unlikely. No, they could bowl spin maybe.
Well, we're playing until 5:30, and then at 6 o'clock it's pitch black.
Yeah, you could get maybe a couple more overs in than we've seen so far with spinners bowling, but I doubt very much it'd get through to the schedule at that close of play tomorrow. Now Siam's on strike. And Woakes comes in and he bowls to him on the off stump nicely bowled. He's played it okay, opening the face of the bat and running the ball to third man. Woakes has got his hands on his hips there, suggesting that actually that was a moral victory for him, but Siam is off the mark. So once again their record continues, doesn't it, Andy, of failing to score double figures, these Pakistan openers.
Yes, that's now 8 partnerships in a row that these two have shared without reaching 10 before the fall of the first wicket. Only the 8th pair of Test players to share 8 consecutive single-figure stands.
Woakes again bowls, a little shorter this time. Siam defends it.
8 or more, I should say, and the first who are specialist top-order players. All the others have been involved at least one lower-order player. So yes, history made. I'm just trying to find out how often an England bowler has hit the stumps with the first ball of an innings.
Right.
According to the CricViz database, that was just the 7th instance. Most recently, Matthew Hoggard bowled out Justin Langer with the first ball in the second innings at Perth back in 2006. Phil de Freitas bowled out Phil Simmons at Leeds in 1991 with the first ball of an innings. Then you've got to go back to Bob Willis in 1978. Gary Cozier of Australia, the victim then, and then the others were before the Second World War.
Right, 9 for 1. Woakes is coming round the wicket now and bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side. Go for a quick single, slow setting off, and the throw misses the stumps. But the captain there was on his heels. I don't think he expected that call at all. Siam pushed it away, wasn't far away from Leach. But well, he got there in the end. Leach's throw didn't hit the stump. Something quite interesting if he had done. 10 for 1. And Pakistan batting under real pressure after an onslaught today from England's batsmen led by Brook and Root. Root 262, Brook 317. Smith a cameo 31. Woakes bowls. Sean drives in the air again. Oh, he got a hand to that as well. And more of a hand than the previous one, actually. Now that's Atkinson fielding at cover. There's an acrobatic effort. And that's twice now that Shah Masood has played this. Well, it's a lofted drive, really. He's got his timing wrong on both occasions. And that was, again, one-handed and high. But he got a lot of hand on this one because the ball just fell straight to the ground, more or less. So that really did almost stick.
Well, 1 for Woakes, 1 for Gus Atkinson. They'll call it 1-1 when they get back into the dressing room.
That's a good piece of fielding, really.
Great piece of fielding from Gus Atkinson, and poor timing from Shah Masood, who's just early on the ball.
Woakes again comes in bowls. This time Pakistan's captain lets it go through. Yeah, he's just playing too early at it, and I don't think the ball is stopping necessarily. He's just well, maybe he's tense. You know, these things can affect timing and the way that you play your shot. Although he's got those runs in the first innings, but he can't afford another loss as Pakistan's captain, really. 10 for 1. Chan's on 7. There's 2 orthodox slips and 1 at 4th. Woakes again runs in hard, bowls down the leg side. Catch it, he shouts as that brushes the pad. And Smith gathers that. It's the end of the over. 10 for 1. Shah Masood 7. And Siam has 3. And again, if you're just catching up, dramatic start. Abdullah Shafiq was bowled the first ball of the innings, and Chris Woakes ripped his off stump out of the ground. It might have kept a little bit low, but it was just a tired shot, in which I don't think he would have hit the ball, whatever it was. He just sort of groped at thin air, missed the ball, and his off stump was plucked out of the ground. Did a couple of cartwheels. Wonderful sight.
Well, it just shows how tough Test cricket is for not only the bowlers who we've been banging on about for the last couple of days, but the opening batters who are out on the field all that time as well. Then they've got to put the pads on, concentrate and go from ball 1.
Yeah, it's tough. It goes Atkinson round the wicket. Siam plays a very casual looking defensive shot there, and by casual I mean with plenty of time.
Can't help but think those 2 drop catches, And Shan Masood has been obviously given a couple of lives there, but wickets have been so hard to come by in this test match, like so hard.
You'd think maybe one of those two might have stuck.
Yeah.
Neither of them were straightforward catches. So you might have taken one of those two. 10 for 1. Atkinson round the wicket, bowls again on the off stump. Nice and tidy line and length that Syme defends. 10 for 1. We've got one of our trapeze artists behind the sight screen again here. Oh dear, he's pushing his fingers into those wires, Alex.
I'm just going to hide behind this TV screen and not watch that.
I don't like that at all.
No, me neither.
There's something going on there. This is electronic sight screen that doubles up as a advertising board, but there's all sorts of bare wires behind it, and this chap, oh dear, look.
Oh,
he's plugging something. He's plugging a bare wire into the back of it. In goes Atkinson, bowls, and that's driven down to mid-on. If we go off air suddenly, I think that's possibly going to be the culprit. It's just a jumble of wires behind this sight screen, which is concealed from the front by this bed sheet, which got a bad droop in it today, but they've put an extra rope on, so that's now being supported. But this, what's he doing? Please don't.
I don't think he really knows what he's doing either. He's just pushing wires.
He's climbed halfway up the back of this thing and he's prodding at the bare wires with his hands. 10 for 1. Syme has 3. Atkinson continues round the wicket. Muntin bowls to him, and again it's on that off stump. And a nice length, and Syme defends it well. Picked up by Atkinson as he follows through. 10 for 1. Shan Masood 7. He's given those a couple of half chances. Syme has 3. Pakistan 257 behind, with tea now about 7 minutes away. Atkinson pauses for a moment. In he goes again, kicking up this sand. It forms the outfield here. It's short and cut, and he's played that well down through third man. He's just got on top of the bounce. Flashed the bat. He really threw it at it there. Syme moves to 7. And Atkinson dropped there just a little bit short. It was a carving shot. It could have gone anywhere, to be honest, but he got plenty of bat on it.
Yeah, with a shot that goes there, you would expect it to be short and wide. It wasn't. It was short. It wasn't wide. It's well played. Just opens up the face of the bat. Comes off the middle of the bat, but as you say, it could have gone anywhere had there been a gully in place.
2 slips and a leg slip. Atkinson runs in, bowls, and that's tucked away down into the leg side this time. Chase for the field away in the deep. And they'll come back for 2. So that's 16 for 1. Pakistan 251 behind. I thought it was Jack way in the distance. He hasn't got his sun hat on today. He's got his cap on instead, so I was a little bit hesitant. And he's got a big sun hat on. Time ticking away till tea. We've got 5 minutes to go, so I was going to say maybe 1 over, but actually I think they're going to bowl spin, so they could get a second in. And once again, Poper's turned to Bashir first ahead of Leach, but no surprise there because he's got 2 left-handers out there, so that makes absolute sense.
Just hope Bashir starts better than he did in the first innings. He didn't have a great first spell at all. Shan Masood really took him apart, moved his feet and got to the pitch of the ball really nicely and put Bashir under pressure. Then Bashir ended up dragging his length back a little bit, to which Masood was then deep in his crease, and it took until post-lunch for Bashir to really settle into his spell, so he's got to settle quicker today.
They'll be lining up their tea drinkers in a minute on the telly, won't they?
Oh yeah.
Apparently Nick Joyce, Stuart Broad's stepdad, was on the other day having they didn't realise who was lined up having a cup of tea at the start of the tea break. It's all an advert if you want to know what I'm talking about. It's on the local telly. 16 for 1. And Bashir then, he's had a nice rest. So let's see if with some energy, some fresh fingers, if he can find something. So ball round the wicket. Might be the last over. They could squeeze 1 more in depending on how quickly he gets through these 6 balls. Pakistan are 251 behind. He's bowling to Pakistan's captain, Shan Masood, and he bowls round the wicket, and that starts with a very full ball again. She's tucked away to the leg side. Long chase for Leach. The ball creeping towards the boundary. Go on, Jack. You can get there, and he has done. About a yard to go. He's run all the way out to that boundary to our right. towards the sun, as it were. And so they'll have taken 3 there, 19 for 1.
Well, there's one thing that Ollie Pope did as soon as he became captain. He got himself out of being short leg or silly point, but he's back in there now. He's got the lid on. And Joe Root is the short leg, Ollie Pope the silly point.
Yeah, and a slip. So short leg, silly point, slip. Bashir moves in, bowls side forward. Bashir can field that. You've got Brook at slip. So that's the close field.
Oh, I bet he's tired. But him and Root are going.
I'm thinking of poor old Root going up and down there at short leg. He's got all that padding strapped onto his legs. Bashir again towers over the umpire, brings him forward on the off stump. And with that extra cover, 19 for 1. Sames on 9 from 13 balls. An eventful start. Abdullah bowled the first ball of the innings. Bashir swings that arm, comes in and bowls. Oh, he's gone for a huge hit here. What's he doing? Might be the last over before tea. But he's thrashed that down the ground. Crawley gives chase. And it's gone for 4. Well, I wasn't expecting that.
It was a good shot as well, but a risky shot to be playing just before tea. Well, but if it's there, it's pitched up, he's backed himself to come down the ground and bunt him over his head for 4. Just as I was thinking, you normally got your close catchers that are going to give a bit of chat. I reckon it's a very quiet catching cordon.
Yeah, yes, it would be probably. But you don't mind him playing shots like that. Bashir bowls and so tucks that away. It's only his 3rd test, isn't it? I think, or maybe his 4th. He hasn't played very much. A little bit of experience, but certainly looks quite excitable. Yeah, his 4th game, isn't it? 23 for 1. 1 ball to go. I'm still seeing that there's a couple of minutes to go till tea here, as that's turned away for Root to field at short leg. Let's see if the umpire agrees with me. He seems to. He's setting off his position at square leg. 23 for 1. We've had 5 overs. Pakistan are 244 behind. That amazing start with the first ball. And now our lads are pulling on the ropes. Now one's doing it while he's on the mobile phone at the same time, which makes it quite an interesting challenge. Pulling on the ropes to pull up the bed sheet in front of this electronic advert sight screen. Our friend the electrician has vanished. I hope he's okay. And there's somebody who we can't see now because he's under a tarpaulin pulling on that vital 3rd rope, the middle one. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
So I think maybe he's under that tarpaulin. It's a bit hot under there. 23 for 1. Shan on strike. Atkinson to bowl. 2 slips. Leg slip. And in he goes now. Bowls to him. Hits on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. Not out, says umpire Dharmasena. And Crawley fields at mid-wicket.
I really like that captaincy from Ollie Pope, by the way, because had Chris Woakes bowled that previous over, we wouldn't have had the extra one. So Bashir in, quick through his over, means we get an extra one before tea.
Yep, absolutely. I think the bowlers are finding it quite hard running in because they're kicking up a lot of sand now. To the naked eye, it looks very green, grassy. But there's sand coming up now as Atkinson comes in, bowls. That's driven but not timed up to mid-off, and Woakes can field. And hang on a minute, Christopher. He just hopped there and felt his right groin as he did so. I hope he's okay. He seems to have recovered all right. Maybe it was just again a bit of soreness from the first innings, but he did leap up there. There are tea drinkers. These 4 people that just happen to be drinking a cup of tea with massive hoardings behind them advertising this particular brand of tea, and they're looking very casual, very relaxed. There goes Atkinson, up goes the sand again. Oh, it's a good ball. Goes past the outside edge as Sharmerson groped forward. 3 balls to go.
It's a good delivery from Gus Atkinson. It nips away from Shan Masood.
Telling that story about the New Zealanders and their tea break, wasn't I, yesterday, I think? We were talking about Henry Blofeld and perhaps it was Finney.
Yes, no, it was me.
And the 3 identical glasses of red wine at the taste. Yeah, well, there was another one when Jeremy Coney and Brian Waddle kept asking me for information about the English guests they had. Here's Atkinson bowling, turned to Crawley at mid-wicket. I was getting a bit fed up with this. I was giving them all the information, So the guest this particular day was John Snow, great fast bowler. And sure enough, Jeremy Coney came up to me and said, right, he said, give me a bit of information on Snowy. So I said, oh, a bit of a rebel, you know, vicar's son, very shy, talking about the charity free fall parachuting he does from 15,000 feet. He's raised an awful lot of money. He won't like to talk about it, so don't mention it before you sit down, but, you know, get it out of him. It's extraordinary. Oh, thanks, mate. He said 23 for 1. In goes Atkinson, bowls, turns that the way to mid-wicket, and sure enough, halfway through the interview, Jeremy said, live on telly, oh, John, I said, I know you're a bit shy to talk about this, but we've got to mention colossal amounts of money you've raised for charity, free-fall parachute jumping from 20,000 feet. John looked at him. Sorry? What are you talking about? And Jeremy said, well, you're a bit flustered. All this money you've raised, free-fall parachute jumping from 20,000 feet. So he said, you'll be talking to Aggers.
Made it up.
Took a few days for Jeremy to talk to me again, actually, after that. Wow, you know, get your own information. 23 for 1. There's a ball to go this session. We've got a short mid-wicket, 2 slips and 2 leg slips now. One just behind square there as Atkinson runs in, bowls the last ball of an eventful session, which Shan Masood gratefully allows to pass by outside his off stump, and that's tea. And so an eventful session. It's been a session of not quite 2 halves, because England declared with 35 minutes to go until the tea break, but an onslaught of runs and some wickets falling as well, inevitably, as England's first innings came towards an end, but most notably the wicket falling that of Brooke, who was out for 317. Smith 31, Atkinson 2, but Joe Root out earlier in the day after a stand of 454, the highest partnership ever for England in Test cricket, the 4th highest in all Test matches. 454, and Root was out for 262. In reply, Abdullah Shafiq groped at the first ball from Wokes, and his off stump was ripped out of the ground. So Pakistan are 244 runs behind still. They've got 9 wickets left. And thoughts, Alex, on that? They're under massive pressure, aren't they?
Yeah, they are under so much pressure, and I think in the back of their minds they'll know that they haven't been all that strong in their second innings as of late. They've been quite weak, and that will add more pressure to Pakistan, knowing that England managed to get out there. Harry Brook was absolutely outstanding, as was Joe Root. The records have been broken all over the place for England, and then Chris Wokes comes in for the first ball of the 3rd innings and gets a wicket with the first ball. The dream start for England, and then there was those 2 drop catches, so they'll be slightly frustrated with those 2 drop catches, letting off the Pakistan captain both times, but they'll have a little break now and reset and go again.
It's been another dramatic day in Multan. Pakistan already lost a wicket in their second innings. They're resuming after tea at 23 for 1. England have dropped 2 difficult chances. You might say they've slightly gone to the wrong fielders. Gus Atkinson at cover, and Chris Wokes in mid-off, although Chris Wokes nearly brought off one of the catches of the year in the first innings on the boundary. He's got the wicket as well, castling Abdullah Shafiq. Nice sight. The bowler's toiling for so long in the game. You run in by your first ball and you knock over the opener. He's got 100 in the first innings.
Yeah, it was a shot of a man who'd been in the field and chased a lot of leather for 150 overs, wasn't it? A lazy plod forward. The ball just shaped away and then nipped back in off the inside corner of the seam, but we're talking centimetres, we're not talking extravagant nip. But yeah, flailing around outside the off stump, and his gate was breached. It wasn't that difficult to breach, I don't think, and he stood there for a while. Couldn't believe what had just happened.
Right, Wokes is going to bowl the first ball after tea, round the wicket to Saim, who gets a thickish edge on that. It goes out square with the wicket on the offside towards point, and there is no running. We've got a very strong leg side field here. I mean, clearly they're going to bowl straight, aren't they? Looking at this field, target the stumps, hope for a low ball or 2. And they've got a short mid wicket and a short forward square leg and a leg slip and a mid on and a fine leg. So it's a 5-4 leg side field. There are 2 close catches in there at slip, and then there's an extra cover and a square cover. Wokes bowls round the wicket, and that's heaved away down to the leg side, down towards Shoaib Bashir. It's gone very quickly, it's gone for 4. Just helped on its way by Saim. It's a really good shot. They think very highly of him. He's 22 years of age. He's at the start of his Test match career, and he's helped that on its way, all right.
He's helped it on its way, but he's trying to hit it up. You look at some of the routes, the pools that Root and Brook played. Their bats go from high to low. It's got quite a low back lift, so when he's playing that shot towards the fine leg fielder, the bat comes from low to high. So if he catches that out the middle of the bat, he's in grave danger of offering a very simple chance to fine leg, which I think after that ball, Chris Woakes might have just been reminding him.
Yeah.
Because they met in the middle of the pitch and Woakes just would have whispered something.
And the leg slip has gone more to leg gully now after that shot. Woakes bowls, forward he comes, plays it back to the bowler who bends down to pick up. Anyway, he wiped it away, but yeah, if he caught hold of it as he meant to, it might have landed in the lap of Shoaib Bashir at fine leg, and we might have hit it for 6, mind you.
Yeah, because it's such a fine balance, I think, when you look at the way that England play, and I thought they got the balance between attack and defence right. It's quite easy to say when they've just racked up over 800 runs, but I thought especially when Pakistan had their opportunities.
Watch Woakes bowling to Saim, who's in behind that one, defending, rolls up towards extra cover and there's no run.
When you're facing a big deficit, what you don't actually want to do is just be a sitting duck for a bowler. As a bowler in this scenario, I want someone to just sit there and try and defend from the crease, and it allows me to hone in on anything that there might be on the pitch, whether it be those cracks outside the right-hander's off stump, whether it be, I'm not sure what there is on this pitch outside the left-hander's off stump, but whatever it might be, it simplifies my mind. The batters show intent to score.
Saim waits, Woakes bowls to him, and he plays that into the onside to one of those close-in fielders. It's Bryden Cast in at short mid-wicket and there's no run.
But when there's intent to score, but not recklessly, and that scoreboard gets moving, I think it's really hard to bowl at. And I think that's what England did really well when Pakistan offered them gaps. England weren't necessarily trying to thrash the ball through there. Rotating the strike, keep the scoreboard moving, let Pakistan build no pressure. One maiden in the entire innings signified that.
Woakes has got the wicket to fall. First over after tea, bowls played away by Saim into the onside towards Cast again. Woakes bowling straight there, and they're looking for something on the stumps that just perhaps keeps a bit low. Misjudgment from the batter. 27 for 1 after that over from Chris Woakes, who's bowled 3 overs. Through 7 overs played tonight, can go on until 5:30. So 2 hours and 25 minutes extended last session with overs to bowl. I mean, they can bowl them quickly if they want to. They can get them in. We don't have to go on until 5:30, but there are still 32 overs left, and we normally head that way. But it might be an issue tomorrow if England were pressing for victory in the race against time. It does seem a bit odd actually tomorrow that you have that extended lunch break of an hour, but the time's not added on when the weather's good, but earlier in the day.
You should really just start half an hour earlier, doesn't
or 20 minutes earlier, or whatever, quarter of an hour earlier. But we may lose those last 20 minutes tomorrow because of bad light. Atkinson bowls, played away into the onside towards square legs. A slight misfield there allows them a single. They were just waiting to see whether it was going to be picked up at forward square leg. It wasn't quite cleanly, so Shah Masood gets a single against Gus Atkinson. 28 for 1. That shades of that match in the UAE, if it does come to it, where England were 25 away from victory. I mean, it was such a hard slog. It was a bit like this, where Cookie got a double 100 and Shoaib Malik got a double 100, and England just didn't have quite enough time to force the victory. Chasing 99, they didn't know how many overs they were going to have. It ended up having 11 to chase the runs. Atkinson now to Saim, and he's comfortably in behind that delivery, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. It does seem a shame to play a 5-day match on a flat pitch in demanding conditions, and then when you get to the crucial moment, everyone says, "That's it, chaps.
We'll go home now."
Yeah,
hard luck.
No, time's run out.
I'm sure I've played in tests in India that start at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure in Kolkata in 2012 when England won that series there, I'm certain that it felt like I was getting out of bed at the crack of dawn to go and play test cricket. There was dew on the pitch in the morning when you turned up there.
Yeah, you might have done because Calcutta's further east, and the sun will come up earlier. Atkinson bowls, and it's played towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I'm going to have a look at that.
Yeah, we could easily in this game, you could easily start it.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
If you started an hour earlier, I was going to say no one's losing any sleep. I'd be losing a lot of sleep.
Just adjust your body clock. You go to bed earlier, Finney.
I'm useless at that. I can't. I feel like I'm missing out on life if I go to bed before midnight.
Right.
Which, I mean, my alarm here is going at 7:15, so I'm still just about scraping 7 hours.
Right. Have you not heard the phrase, the early bird catches the worm?
I'm not interested in worms. I don't like them.
Atkinson bowls, played away into the onside and finds the gap there. Ayub is going to get one only. Some keen fielding from England, chased back towards square leg. And on to the total, 29 for 1. It's not literal, that phrase.
I do know. It was always the odd kid in school, wasn't there? Bring a worm in from playtime or something.
Yeah.
Show the teachers. You think, why are you doing that? Strange unit. That wasn't me.
Strange school you went to.
It was, yeah. Casselbury Junior School.
Do you have any worms brought in, Zoltz?
Zolt strikes me as a worm bringer.
I tend not to. Live and let live.
Yeah. That's it, though, isn't it? Live and let live. Atkinson bowls full. It's played by Shan up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Now, I was asked a question by a friend of mine.
Yes.
Results on WhatsApp.
I have an answer for you.
And the question was this. Number 5's scoring triple hundreds. We have lots of stats today, but it strikes me as being quite rare because you often don't have the time to score a triple hundred at number 5. And Harry Brook did that today. How rare is it in Test match cricket to score a triple at number 5? We'll wait for the answer. It's very exciting, I'm sure. As Atkinson's back to his mark, kicking up sand as he goes in. And bowls to Shan. And Shan turns that into the onside. Oh, he's caught at mid-wicket. He's lobbed it to Crawley. Can't believe what he's done. The gentlest of catches, where that just stopped in the pitch for a moment. He shoveled it away into the leg side, and Pakistan have lost their second wicket. Shan Masood has already given 2 catches. He has perished. Pakistan's captain is out for 11. And England have 2 early wickets at the start of this Pakistan innings. Going back into his stumps and lobbing the gentlest of catches to Zach Crawley. That was undroppable.
Well, yeah, I have seen them drop, but yes, to Zach Crawley with those big hands, not finding himself in the slips at the moment. He's finding himself in front of the pitch. That's captaincy from Ollie Pope there has got that wicket. The field was set with straight catches, so Shan Masood with those players in his eye line is looking to work that ball square of the wicket through the backward square leg region. By doing that, it means he turns the face just that touch earlier than he might do if he's playing with a straight, fluent face of the bat. So trying to get himself off strike, he turns that bat face just a touch early and it balloons off a leading edge straight to Zach Crawley at mid-wicket, who would have had enough time to think, oh my word, that's coming to me so slowly. Grabs it, he's got huge hands, Zach Crawley, it disappears into it like a pea, and England get their second wicket, and Shan Masood walks off cutting a forlorn figure, which is much, much different than when he left the pitch around 3 days ago when he was batting.
Yeah, so the 2 century makers in the first innings have both gone for low scores. It was felt like such a soft dismissal. You could barely believe it was happening.
Good
really.
Captaincy though, because those fielders are set quite straight catching there. Masood is forced, if he wants to get off strike, he's forced to try and turn the ball leg side, and on a slow pitch, even though it's flat, it's still a very slow pitch. If you don't wait for that ball to hit the face of the bat and then turn it round the corner, you put yourself in grave danger of finding that leading edge, and the catchers are there to take those catches. Look at the field now, complete umbrella around the left-handed batter.
Big pressure on Pakistan, 29 for 2, 238 runs behind. Wokes begins a new over, bowls to Saim, who guides it away down towards deep third. They're off for 1, they'll come back for the second. The chase is on. Harry Brook hurls it in, and it's not an easy one for Jamie Smith to take. He just manages to stop it after a fashion. 2 more to the total, 31 for 2.
What I have noticed actually, so if I threw a throw like that to Matt Pryor, if you made eye contact with him, well, you'd hear him screaming at you because there's not many people here, but if it wasn't over the top of the stumps, those were the standards that Matt Pryor set. It looks to me as though there's not... I think it'd be a Brendan McCullum thing to say that no one moans at anyone in my team, no one shouts at anyone in my team. That's not how we operate.
Symes on 20. Wokes bowls to him. That's outside the off stump and clattered away for 4. Bit of wick there from Wokes. Down towards deep third. Free swing of the bat from Saim Ayub. takes Pakistan to 35 for 2. He's obviously got some fans in the crowd. A lot of screaming at those 2 strokes for runs from Saim Ayub. Of course, Babar Azam is in at the non-striker's end. It might be for Babar, actually, just the fact that Babar is out there, but Saim Ayub has played those strokes, and the focus is going to be on Babar, of course, because he's got this wretched run where he hasn't scored a 50 for 8.5 test matches. I think his highest score is 41. Here's Woakes bowling to Saim. Keeps a bit low. Shout for LBW. Big shout for LBW. Goes into the onside. They had some hesitation about whether they're going to run or not. He goes through backwards square leg. It was a big run there. And finally they did take it. Everyone was just waiting to see what the decision from the umpire was going to be, including the batters there. And Woakes says, was that bat? The clock is ticking down the timer. It doesn't look as if England are going to review it. And they do not.
My gut feeling was bat, but in the moment it's so hard not to be emotional and send that one upstairs.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of bat in that.
Can we chalk that up as Ollie Pope got one right? Or maybe not.
Well, I think it only happens when he decides to review it. We start to chalk them one way or the other, and we chalk quite a lot the other so
13,
far. I think it's 0 from 13, isn't it, on the reviews? 36 for 2. We'll come back to that question about the number 5s. Have we got time for it before Babar faces his first ball?
Well, there have been 32 Test triple hundreds. 8 scored at 1, 8 scored at 2, 8 scored at 3, 3 scored at 4, and that was the 5th triple hundred scored at 5. So no one scored one batting at 6 or lower.
Yeah, you don't really have the time, do you? It's quite hard to score one at 5. 36 for 2. Woakes bowls to Babar. Babar drives it back, and Woakes half stops it. I'm pretty sure that was hit into the pitch. And it goes through Woakes' hands up towards mid-off. Just seeing the replay on that. LBW shout, definite inside edge. So of the 5 are Harry Brook, Karun Nair, which we did manage to remember, 2016, where he scored 303 not out. Who are the 3 others?
England's coach Brendan McCullum got a fantastic triple century batting for a draw for New Zealand against India in Wellington. That was in 2014. He made 302. The highest score at number 5 is Michael Clarke's 329 not out against India at the SCG in 2012.
Woakes to Babar, and Babar gets a straight ball which he defends back to the bowler, and Woakes just knocks it away with his right foot towards cover, and there's no run.
And the other triple century 5 was Don Bradman's 2nd triple hundred at Headingley in 1934. He made 334 in 1930. I think that was batting at 3. But came in at 5 in 1930 with the score at 39 for 3 and scored 304 from 430 balls, which was incredibly rapid scoring for that time.
He's hiding at 5, was he?
I was going to say that. It seems a bit low for Don Bradman, isn't it?
Send the other fellas up when it's nipping around a bit.
36 for 2. Woakes bowls. Babar plays that way forcefully. Backward a square, stopped by Shoaib Bashir, who was sprawling. We've got a mosquito in the box, I think.
It was a big old fly, but the execution is out. Yeah, it was buzzing around my head. It's going to make some splat when it gets when it gets done.
That was the end of the over. 36 for 2. And I'm not a big fan of mosquitoes.
No, I've realised that on the bus when there are a couple knocking around. You're on your guard.
You've got to be careful for obviously malaria, but I don't think it's malaria around here. We're not taking malaria tests, but dengue fever is the one, and they are, I think, day biters, aren't they?
I'm not sure. I try not to.
Yeah. So it's
not to think too much.
It's always worth mozzering up in the morning with that spray from the time you get up. Any exposed skin. 36 for 2. Pakistan still 231 runs behind. It's going to be Gus Atkinson to continue from the media centre end. Bowls to Saim with this ring field on either side. Saim comes forward, plays it up towards mid-on. Saim's got this the look of a man at the moment who said, I missed out once on this pitch. I'm not going to miss out again.
I do wonder how long it will be until England do try a short ball theory or something against him. If he looks comfortable on that front foot, but the one shortish ball we've seen him face today is tried to flip down to fine leg on the up. So I wonder how long England may persist with this tactic, whilst in the back of their mind they'll be thinking, can we get him to play an errant shot, which is what I think Pakistan missed all the way through their bowling innings.
Atkinson bowls to him. playing that with no trouble at all towards mid-on. It is still a very placid pitch. You're going to have to be creative to take these remaining 8 wickets, and also perhaps get a bit of luck as well. Hope there's a low ball that's straight. Hope perhaps there's a run out, a misjudgment, something like that. It all adds up on a surface like this, isn't it? Of course, there's a tired team out there as well, and mentally and physically. They've got the scars of previous Test matches and previous collapses in the 3rd innings to deal with, and they've also got the pressure playing against an England side that are confident against them. Atkinson bowls, goes past the outside edge. That was a beauty from Atkinson. I haven't seen too many of those in the game. It's angled in and left him and bounced a bit.
It's a ripper. It's like a 85 mile an hour off spinner from Gus Atkinson. Wobble seam, so the ball scrambled as it's going down. It's just exploded off a crack with a puff of dust and through to Jamie Smith, whose mouth was opened in excitement as if he was going to swallow the ball as that came through to him from saying, ooh.
The other thing about it as well, he missed it by a long way. It didn't just fracture go past the outside. He was nowhere near it.
Yeah, it was lavish movement.
36 for 2. Simon 25. Atkinson bowls to him, and Atkinson bowls him a straight ball, homing in on the stumps, and he's forward and plays that away into the offside, and there's no run.
Situations like that, actually, so you'll be sat in the dressing room, the bowlers will have toiled hard, the Pakistani bowlers, the middle order are there waiting to come in nervously, and everyone's watching these replays. We're watching in front of us where the graphic comes up where it shows the original line of the ball and then how far it's deviated, and everyone will be looking at each other in the dressing room going, oh, how unlucky are we? It's all happening against us, everything's against us, and that compounds that feeling within the dressing room.
Atkinson, a pitter-patter run of his, sets off and bowls, and keeps low outside the off stump. It's not taken cleanly by Jamie Smith. Well, one we've seen in this over has gone away, and one has kept very low. You don't want one of those on the stumps.
So I like this angle round the wicket, actually, and both bowlers have done it to the lefties. Rather than coming over and trying to nick anyone off, you come around and it brings 3 modes of dismissal into play. Bowled and LBW become far more likely off those cracks. That really has scuttled through.
Well, it's one of those, actually, it seemed if it went under the bat, but it could so easily have gone off the inside edge onto the stumps.
Because you're just jabbing down, hoping you get something on it.
It was taken on the second bounce, or at least it got to Jamie Smith on the second bounce. He didn't take it cleanly. Atkinson again to Saeem, plays that away into the onside. So just a hint that there's something happening with this surface. It's still a benign, slow pitch. Of course, the pressure, there's so much pressure on Pakistan here. 36 for 2 is the score. They are 231 behind after an astonishing batting performance from England today, making 823 for 7 to 10. More from you, Stephen, and then it will be Atif.
Yep, all England at the moment. You can just feel the momentum. You can feel things happening, you can feel the atmosphere. The England fielders are up and about. Well, we've watched a forlorn Pakistan drag themselves around the field for the last couple of days. England have all the energy and all the cards in this game, it feels. Good afternoon, Atif.
Good afternoon, Finny.
Touch glum.
No, I feel great. All the better for being in your company.
I've got, well, I hope so. You're such a light personality, aren't I, all the time? Like me and Simon, man.
We've got a month to hang out together.
Both very cheery individuals.
Here's Chris Wokes in from the main pavilion end towards Babar Azam with 2 slips in place. It's a full ball, Yorker length, dug out by Babar Azam. And there is no run. Pakistan 36 for 2. Still 231 runs behind England. And Andy Zaltzman's got a stat for us.
Well, with the 10th over of the innings, England have overtaken the maidens count from the Pakistan's bowlers managed in 150 overs. It's the second maiden, both by Gus Atkinson.
Well, they've been very amusing, a lot of the statistics today. There was the one about the bowlers and the centuries that I know you enjoyed, Finny.
Very much enjoyed it, yeah. Ripples of applause every time one of them passed 100.
How very good of you. Here's Wokes into Babar Azam. Back of a length, he leaves it alone, but it wasn't a million miles away from off stump. Just kept a tiny bit low as well. And there were groans there from the England team, just moaning, sort of expecting. And that was very, very close. Just taking another look at it. It just came in a touch off the surface. And Babar Azam, it's a pretty good leave in the end, but a little bit, maybe his heart will have been in his mouth for a split second.
He'll be a touch nervous at the moment, Babar. He needs to get into his innings. It's not actually getting in that's been his problem, has it? It's been going on once he's got in.
He looked good in the first innings as well, where he got himself 30 before he was LBW to Wokes. who's in now to Barber. Punches that ball defensively into the covers. There is no run. Yeah, he's just had a tumble in form, Babar Azam. We've talked about this before. He's, without a doubt, one of the great batters of world cricket, but just really struggled for form over the past year and a half in all formats, and it's coincided with Pakistan's slide in sort of international cricket. A devastating World Cup. They lost to the USA. Babar Azam, just a week out before this series, announced his resignation as Pakistan white ball captain as well. Here's Wokes into Babar, who defends this ball. Another one that keeps really low, and Babar sort of defends it in an exaggerated manner just to illustrate exactly how low it kept. 7 balls he's faced so far, Babar Azam, yet to get off the mark. England building the pressure. Root and Brook, the two, the double and triple centurion respectively, both in the slips. I think it's fair, isn't it? You score a double and a triple, you deserve to hang out
chill in the slips. Yeah, it was always my dream, especially in these kinds of conditions, not to score a triple 100, clearly that'd be a big dream, but to find myself in the slips.
Here's Wokes into Babar as well. This is a bit fuller, driven by Babar, not quite timed as it bounces to Ben Duckett at mid-off. There is no run. He's on for another maiden here is Chris Wokes.
Racking him up.
Yeah, they've been few and far between, particularly in England's innings. England faced 150 overs, and there was just one maiden in that entire innings. Hold on, let me get the results back on.
One maiden in the entire innings. It's a little record there as well.
150 overs of Test cricket and just one maiden. Remarkable. Here's Wokes into Babar, full, clipped away by Babar Azam, out towards fine leg. That's a single to get him off the mark, and he'll keep the strike as well. 37 for 2 after 11 overs, Pakistan, and a little high-pitched scream there from some of Babar's fans who enjoyed watching him get off the mark. It's a lot of spectators about today, actually. It's built up nicely, the crowd today. It's a Thursday here in Multan, and it's sort of the day before a sort of an old holiday. Nowadays, Pakistan has similar holidays to the rest of the world, Saturday and Sunday. But Friday, you have sort of an extended lunch break across society, ready for Friday prayers, held in very high importance in this part of the world, in an Islamic, a largely Islamic country, where Friday prayers, or Jummah prayers as they're called, are considered very important. So there's a break. There'll be an extended lunch break tomorrow as well because of that. England will have maybe a little bit less time to take these wickets. Oh, we'll wait and see. They've got 2 though already, both Abdullah Shafiq and Shan Masood back in the dugout. Big wickets for England to start this innings. Fuller from Atkinson. Babar forward in defence, pushes to Zach Crawley at cover. There is no run, and he's also...
Yeah, the maidens record at 150 overs, only one maiden. And looking through Test history, there'd never been an innings of over 100 overs without at least 3 maidens in it. The previous longest innings with fewer than 3 maidens in was 88.5 overs. That was South Africa bowling against England in the timeless Test of 1939 in Durban.
Goodness, anytime you have to go back into timeless territory, it's not great.
Which I'm not sure was the timeless. There was a test earlier in that same series, actually.
There's Gus Atkinson into Babar Azam, who again defends in an exaggerated manner back down the wicket. Zach Crawley jumps onto the strip to collect the ball. Gus Atkinson walks back to his mark, just wiping his face with his wristband. It's a good thing to have wristbands in these conditions. Yeah,
in that innings, 88.5 overs, no maidens, but they were 8 ball overs, which obviously makes it a lot harder to bowl a maiden. The previous record, longest innings, is involving 6 ball overs without at least 3 maidens in. I'll come to after this ball.
Atkinson into Babar once again, who plays this ball to mid-wicket. There is no run.
It was when England were batting against Australia at the Oval in the second innings of the final Test of the 2023 Ashes series. 81.5 overs and just 2 maidens in that innings. Sorry, just one to get the scorecard up. 2 maidens in that. So yeah, this is smashing a record. Like few records have ever been smashed.
If you have to reference a time where there were 8 ball overs and there were timeless tests and things like that,
Yeah, really is significant. Here's Atkinson, short outside the off stump. Babar Azam's got a nice bit of bat on this. It might run away to the boundary. At backward point, it does. It's Babar Azam's first boundary. He'll feel better for finding the middle of the bat. He's on to 5. Pakistan 41 for 2. Still 226 runs behind England. That was a better shot from Babar Azam. Nice bit of balance, the kind of shot you associate with a great man. Yeah,
just a tiny bit of width from Gus Atkinson. You can see what England are trying to do. They're trying to target that front knee roll of Babar Azam. Here, it was a very straight field set, trying to angle that ball in with a wobbled seam to catch him, as they did first innings past the inside edge. He seems to have opened his stance up just slightly to try and negate that.
Yeah. Atkinson in again. Babar defends to Zach Crawley, who's basically standing in the bowler's follow through. And should point out Babar Azam currently 3 runs away from 4,000 in Test cricket. His average always makes for quite jarring viewing, actually, because it wasn't very long ago, only a year ago, where it was above 50. He currently sits at 44.41. Goodness, I've just seen some lovely chips on the telly there, Penny. Oh my God, that was brilliant. They look sort of crumbly and wow. So I get very excited about chips. Big fan of the old fry.
True fan.
Absolutely. Here's Atkinson in, edged and gone. What a delivery from Atkinson. It just held its line. Babar Azam just gets a little edge on it, little tickle, goes through to Smith, who makes absolutely no mistake. And Babar Azam's miserable run with the bat continues. He's gone for 5. Pakistan have lost a 3rd wicket now, 41 for 3, and still 226 runs behind England. Well, at this stage, Finney, they're fast becoming favourites to win this match.
Yep, Pakistan in serious trouble here, and Babar Azam, those balls nipping back in that I referenced just now, you can see that he was a touch worried about getting his front pad blown off again by the England bowlers. This one from Gus Atkinson is a touch shorter, and even though it's a scrambled seam, it catches the opposite corner of the seam and nips away just slightly. It holds its line outside the off stump, and Babar Azam, trying to protect his stumps and thinking the ball is nipping in, can just feather a catch through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps, and he's on his way back. Pakistan in serious trouble here, 41 for 3, all of the momentum now with this England team.
And it's only taken 12 overs for England to take these 3 wickets. We speculated earlier if 4 sessions would be enough for England to bowl out this Pakistan team. If they continue at this rate, they'll do it before the last session tomorrow. Saud Shakil, the new batter, walking out to the middle, Pakistan's vice-captain. Chatted to him a couple of nights ago after day 2 of this test, and he seemed very confident that Pakistan would be on top in this test match. That was, of course, before England's onslaught, England's 823 runs. And now Pakistan are in serious trouble. Still a big deficit, 226 runs. Saim Ayub playing nicely out in the middle, but Babar Azam always feels like a wicket of great magnitude. Alex Hartley alongside me.
What a weird test match.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Weird is a pretty fair characterisation of this test match, I would say, yeah.
Like, not much happened in the first 2.5 days, 3 days.
Yeah.
Today's been great, entertaining on all fronts, and now Pakistan have found themselves 41 for 3. England way on top to win this test match. And I'm just going to point out that Andy Zaltzman said that Pakistan would be 5 down at the end of play, which might well happen.
It could happen.
And I went, not on this pitch.
Could be more. We've talked about Pakistan's woes in the 3rd innings already, over and over again. I will spare you the details, but it's not been easy going for Pakistan this year in 3rd innings in test matches. Many failures, 2 of them very recent. Here's Saim Ayub is on strike as Bryden Cast is starting a new over. Short outside the off stump. Saim has hit that high up in the air. It's gone a long way up in the air. This is a chance for a catch, and the catch is taken. Ben Duckett judged it perfectly. It went a long way up in the air. He had to get underneath it. And Bryden Cast has a wicket with his very first ball. Pakistan are 4 down now for 41, still 226 runs behind. And Saim Ayub has to make the slow walk back down to the pavilion. He goes for 25. England on top in Multan.
Well, we've spoken about how Pakistan haven't been great as of late in the 2nd innings of a test match. It doesn't help They found themselves 3 down early, but that's a poor shot. Bryden Carse into the attack, short, not wide, tries to hit it up and over the covers, and what a catch from Ben Duckett. They are never easy to take, running back over your shoulder. He's been in the field for a long time. He was out in the middle for quite a while, but he ran to that ball with fresh legs and took a great catch.
Well, Bryden Carse had to wait 18 overs for his first Test wicket. He's only had to bowl 1 ball to get his third, or his first of the second innings. Chatted to him as well after he took his first Test wicket at the end of day 2, and again he was very pleased, very relieved to be back in that England setup after sitting out a suspension. It's been an up and down year for him, a real roller coaster. Well, right now he'll feel on top of the world in Multan. He's got a big wicket for his team. England in a very strong position here to pull off what could be an extraordinary Test match victory. And he's also...
The 4th wicket fell with the first ball of the 12th over. England's 4th wicket fell with the first ball of the 137th over. 703 on the board compared with Pakistan's 41. And the last 2 4th wicket stands. 454 in 86.3 overs and 0 in 1 ball.
And you've also got 2 batters out in the middle, also on 0 at the moment. Neither of them have faced a ball. Neither of them have got off the mark. This is really precarious positioning for Pakistan. That noise you can hear there is Mohammad Rizwan just adjusting the straps on his pads. He was probably caught a little bit off guard there because 2 wickets fell very close together. Babar Azam and Saim Ayub in consecutive deliveries, actually. One with the last ball of Atkinson's over, that was Babar, and then with the first ball of Bryden Carse's over was Saim Ayub. He was looking good for his 25, rather giving it away with a really poor shot there, has to be said. And that'll be very disappointing for Pakistan now. Then Rizwan is out in the middle. He's got his lips covered in that sun cream that he likes to use. Harry Rizwan, he's on strike to Bryden Carse with his tail up, who runs in, and he's been asked to abandon his delivery by Rizwan, who wasn't ready, or something's distracted him behind the side screen. Just caught a glimpse of Dizzy Gillespie in the background as well. He didn't seem particularly happy. I think forlorn is a good word to describe his expression.
Yeah, he's trying to go with the poker face, but it's probably not happening.
His face is telling a lot of stories, and none of them have happy endings at the moment. Pakistan 41 for 4 after 12.2 overs. Here's Bryden Carse in to Rizwan, into his ribs there. He works it into the onside. Atkinson very quickly onto it. There's a spring in the steps of these England fielders at the moment. They know they're on top in this game, sensing, smelling the blood like a killer shark right now. England moving in for their prey. 41 for 4. Just taking a look at that outside edge of Babar Azam. Yeah, it was a very clear edge. He didn't contest it. He knew he was beaten. Walked away straight away. Here's Bryden Carse into Mohammad Rizwan. Short and pulled away by Rizwan. Out towards fine leg. In fact, it's going to beat the fielder at fine leg. That's going to be a boundary for Mohammad Rizwan. A little bit of respite, the tiniest bit of respite for Pakistan. 45 for 4. Rizwan off the mark with a boundary.
Well, a little bit of hope for Pakistan fans and the Pakistan players is that Rizwan averages 50 plus in the second innings.
Yeah,
one of the only batters that does.
He owed some runs as well. He went for 0 in the first innings. Saud Shakil, who's batting with the non-strikers, and also averages over 58, I think, in Test cricket. A very strong batting average. Here's Bryden Carse into Rizwan again. Quick ball. Rushes Rizwan a bit, who defends off the back foot into the onside. Ben Duckett fields, and there is no run. 222 runs. Probably feels like about 823 to Pakistan right now. Just getting runs very difficult. Just taking another look at that Babar Azam dismissal. He edged it. He turned his head back immediately to see if Jamie Smith was going to make any mistakes, which he did not. And, contrasting fortunes there as Babar walks off the pitch with his head down, and England in ecstatics. Here's Carse again as that ball's pushed into the covers by Rizwan. There is no run. 45 for 4 the score remains.
Well, England wouldn't have been expecting this, not at all. They know that this pitch hasn't offered much throughout this Test match. It's it's actually not been it's been a poor pitch. It's perfect for batting, and they wouldn't have been expecting Pakistan to gift them a couple of wickets like they have. Shan Masood tried to get out a few times before he was eventually dismissed by Atkinson, and then Saim Abu
Bryden casts in as Rizwan works that ball out towards deep backward square leg for a single. And in fact, they're going to get back for 2 here. Good bit of running out in the middle. Well done, Rizwan and Saud, because I didn't spot that there would be 2 there. But an eventful first over from Bryden Cast comes to an end. 1 for 6 his figures. Pakistan 47 for 4 after 13 overs. 220 runs in arrears. As England are still very much on top here. You were going to say something about Saim Ayub.
Yes, I was.
I'll let you complete that, and then Jonathan Agnew is going to be alongside you.
And then Saim Ayub just gave his wicket away there with a short one, looking to... I don't really know what he was looking to do. Hit the ball through the offside, but it was a great catch from Ben Duckett. And then Pakistan find themselves again. They got themselves into a strong position in a test match, and then they find themselves struggling. Hello, Aggers.
Well, that was a woeful shot. I don't know what he was trying to do. Good catch.
My analysis of that was just bad shot, with a stronger word.
Yeah, it was. Bit of a brain fade. A very good catch from Duckett. Running back, it's never easy to catch the ball over your shoulder like that, but a very poor stroke. So 47 for 4, and Pakistan in real trouble here. England scenting blood, as it were. 47 for 4. Atkinson is bowled very nicely, runs in round the wicket, bowls down the leg side. And Saud Shakil's first ball, he fails to make contact with. He had a little half-hearted dabble at it. And it's taken by Jamie Smith. Just shows what happens when you're worn out, basically, tired, chasing leather, exhausted. It wears you out, and certainly I think you could look at Abdullah Shafiq's dismissal and just say he just wasn't in the game, really. First ball of the innings, and his off stump ripped out. Shan Masood was dropped twice, difficult chances, but he was badly mistiming the ball. That lobbed that catch to Crawley at mid-wicket, who could hardly believe the fact that they've been put his way. Babar Azam, I think, has a reasonable ball, actually.
The only one.
Yeah, bounce. It's in that line. I mean, fair enough. He nicked one of those early. You know, that's what happens. I don't think I'm going to point a finger at Babar at all. Atkinson runs in, bowls, and Saud digs out a full delivery that would have hit the stumps. Duckett fields at mid-on. And then I think the least said about the last dismissal, the better.
Very poor. One of those where your coaches, your teammates are going, what on earth are you doing? Just because you've seen Harry Brook do it all day.
Yeah.
I mean, say you can go out and do it when you've not got 100 on the board, or 200, or 250.
Or even 300. So Atkinson polishes the ball on his trousers. Interesting leg side arrangement here. Short legs fairly deep. It's Joe Root crouching in there as Atkinson runs in, bowls. Saud, who played nicely in the first innings, for he rather ground to a halt, plays that out to cover, and there's no run. So short leg. Crawley at that position that he took that catch quite close at mid-wicket. Duckett's at mid-on, so it's a field here for bowling full and straight, attacking the stumps. Brook at slip. And there's also a leg slip. Atkinson. Shadow to his left, starting to lengthen now. Runs away again, kicking up that sand. Bowls that thumps into the pad. Ricochets away for Smith to pick up behind the stumps. And there's no run. Bit of movement there in the terraces. People sitting in little clusters. There's one group actually who are braving the elements. They're sitting out in the sun there, beating down. But most have retreated to the top of the stand under the shady roof covering there.
It's that time of the day where you want to be sitting on the right hand side.
Just really in the shade. It's lovely there. Watch with the sun behind you. Atkinson runs away, bowls, and that's runs, or a run anyway, down to deep backward square leg where Leach is now wearing his sun hat. Fumbles that. He tries to pick up one-handed. He felt, I think, been under pressure of them coming back for 2, which they accomplish. 49 for 4, so Pakistan are 218 runs behind. on an eventful day in which records have tumbled. Seen some wonderful batting and just a quiet dismantling of a flagging bowling attack, really, lacking their main spinner, who's not well. He has a fever, he's in hospital. 49 for 4, ball to go in the 14th. Atkinson round the wicket, comes in bowls, and that's driven into the offside this time, but very well stopped there by the tumbling Bashir. He gets a little tap on his hand there for his trouble from Ollie Pope, saying well done. 49 for 4, 14 overs gone. Just the body language so different, isn't it? You know, it's obviously when you're getting flogged around, you concede 800 runs. You're not going to be jumping about feeling on top of the world, but there's some energy now about England. A lot of the players have had a bit of time off the field, and they're chipping away, taking wickets too, and they can scent victory here.
Well, it wasn't long ago we were talking about the fact that, you know, it's probably going to be a draw, and that England will obviously try and force a result. But now you look at how England are playing compared to Pakistan, can't see it going any other way but a win for England.
No, it certainly looks that way, unless there's some resistance from these two. Cast comes in and Rizwan almost inside edges that into his stumps. So managed to get enough bat on it to find Brook in the slip cordon. Rizwan's he's an obdurate character. You know, he played a terrible shot in the first innings, but he's a good player coming at number 6.
There'd be a part of me that says bring the spinner onto him, and there's be thinking about how did I get out like that in the first innings when all those runs were on offer.
Yep. Cass again from the far end, a big leap and he bowls, and that's steered away. Bashir again. His fielding actually has really improved. He was one of those who would often be consigned to the deep, sort of fine leg, that sort of thing. But actually, increasingly, he's finding himself in positions like that at backward point where the ball comes quickly, and he's doing a good job. 49 for 4. Cass has taken 1 for 6. Shirt hanging out. Turns in the distance there and runs in again. Quite a burly looking fellow. He bowls, and that's driven by Rizwan but not timed, and fielded by Crawley, who's still not allowed back into the slip cordon with that damaged finger, so he's at mid-off at the moment.
I wonder if he's enjoying the freedom of being able to roam around the field.
No, I don't think he was. I think he was the other day. He ran everywhere, didn't he?
He did.
The ball has followed him.
And the slip fielders always look to be having so much more fun because they can talk to each other, the wicket keeper,
yes,
people in the slippers, gully, they're so close, it's always like, oh, I feel left out all the way over.
They can have a conversation there, can't they? Here's Cass past the umpire, bowls. Rizwan gets a full ball, it's quite straight. She clips away to Duckett, who was fielding in that same position that he caught Saim Ayub a few moments ago.
It's this man down here that you always feel sorry for. Jack Leach, fine leg to fine leg.
Yes, he does.
Never has anyone to talk to.
Uncomplainingly though, he's got his collar up, he's got a sun hat on, pulled low down over his eyes.
I used to do it and speak to the crowd. I used to make sure that I'd be like, hello.
Well, actually it's quite nice talking to the crowd.
It is.
49 for 4, Rizwan not on 6. In comes Cass again, full of energy, bowls on off stump. Rizwan on the back foot, again finds Crawley. Moving in from mid-off. England supporters quite cheerful, I think, the way that things are going. That area up there, the Barmy Army, seems to have thinned out a little bit, actually.
Maybe they've gone for an explore around town.
Well, actually, I know some were planning to do that today. Those that are going home after this match, going to some of the more religious sites for which Multan is famed. As Rizwan driving, is pierced the gap. Crawley has a chase. 3 fielders in pursuit. Crawley should just get there, I think. He will do. The ball slowing up. And Bashir has run all the way out there in support, expecting Crawley to flick the ball back at him, but having run all the way behind him, Crawley just picks the ball up and throws it in himself. So a little bit of wasted energy there for Bashir, but he's keen. 50 up for Pakistan, but they've lost 4 wickets. And in trouble. 52 for 4, 15 overs gone. Saud Shakil has 2, Rizwan 9, and so they're 215 runs behind. If you calm down. I feel sorry for you today. It's just if you want to get some nice oils or something and just sort of just
some Himalayan rock salt.
Well, that's the stuff.
It's been a heavy stats day.
It's only about £200 for a gram, which can gently rub into you.
Just another thing that hasn't happened for a very long time for England. 2 bowlers have taken a wicket with their first ball of the innings, and having looked at the CricViz data, the first time since the 1911-12 Ashes that England have had 2 bowlers strike with their first ball of the same innings.
1911?
Yep.
That's basically a record.
Yeah. MCG test, December 1911.
I don't remember that one.
I was just about to ask you, must remember it well.
It's an interesting stat, isn't it?
SF Barnes and Frank Williams.
It would have to be Barnes, of course it would. Never a test goes by without SF getting a mention. Fred Truman always loved Sidney Barnes. Always talked about him. One of his favourite cricketers. I don't suppose he ever saw him. But always paid tribute to Sidney Barnes. Now Woakes is having a change of ends. He's replaced Atkinson. He's bowling for our end now. At 52 for 4, he's bowling to Rizwan. And away he goes. That springy approach. He bowls on off stump, bang on target. And Rizwan plays that away to point. There's been so many records breaking and statistics that I've been given a minute for the Radio 4 1800. I just don't think I'm going to be able to get that one in.
They're not giving you the whole half hour.
No, 1 minute, 60 seconds to put all of this into perspective. 52 for 4. Woakes is skipping in once again. He's there and he bowls, and that's chopped away into the offside. Got the bottom part of Rizwan's bat there. No run. Some excitable children are in the ground somewhere. I can hear them, I can't see them. Maybe over there to the right. There's a bit of movement going on. Oh, I now see why that gathering is where it is, because they've actually got the shade of the camera tower.
They have.
So they can sit there all by themselves. There's a group of about 20, I'd say. A bit cunning that. In goes Woakes. Bowls. Pushed away out to Crawley. He's fielding it mid-on, so they can sit there. The sun goes down in a straight line, more or less, here, doesn't it? More or less. So they can sit there with a really good view. They're lower down than the others, and they're just enjoying the shade. They do rather stand out. There's probably, I don't know, maybe 25 of them. Otherwise, it's just all white concrete all around them. 52 for 4. 2 catching mid-wickets. Woakes goes in, bowls, and that's clipped away. And one of those fielders, Crawley, picks the ball up. PA man is quiet today, sorry, as I was saying. He's only got 3 parasols today.
Well, one of them blew away earlier as well, so they've had to weight it down. Yeah, it was roaming around, but it was just in the height of Harry Brooks, so I decided to leave that one be.
There's not much of a breeze though to blow a parasol.
It was very strange.
It might be the fan that's still blowing.
But then if you look at the flags, they are wafting.
Yeah, if you had a parasol that blew away on that breeze, you'd be disappointed. You'd take it back, wouldn't you? In goes Woakes. Bowls, and that's pushed firmly back at him again. Woakes fields, one-handed. He's been quite quiet today. He did play that. It's a very rousing Pakistan theme. And he played that first thing today just to get everybody going. We haven't really heard much from him since.
Was that before or after your Jerusalem?
Well, it was I would say it was the sort of the second-rated musical performance of the day.
You had any messages about that?
Well, a few people have heard it. The Melton Band, who I'll play for, Second Euphonium, are very pleased. In goes Woakes again. Bowls, pushed away out to mid-off. And there is no run. 52 for 4, because as I said before, they're looking for players.
Well, you'll have to get the Melton Mowbray band to come to a test match, and then you can all do it together.
I'd love to do that. Yeah. Billy Cooper's been on, the original Barmy Army trumpeter. Finchy, the current, who's not here, he's been on.
Is he jealous? Finch, jealous?
I think he is a bit. I think he is, and I think even Billy felt a bit, wouldn't mind being on tour
Well,
again.
it's got to a stage where they're like, anyone do it now then, hasn't it, really?
Yeah. But Billy, well, indeed.
I might give it a go tomorrow.
No, don't. Don't. And you haven't got a euphonium or a trumpet. Billy actually, they're both professional musicians. So Billy was in Matilda for quite a long time. We went along to go and watch it. And we saw him. He said, "Listen out at some stage. I can't give too much detail, but you just listen out. You'll recognise something, but the conductor will get really cross if I do it for too long." And so, sure enough, halfway through one of the songs, there was that unmistakable sound. Here's Cast bowling a bouncer, and then he carried on. So you can imagine it just long enough for the conductor to glare at, what is that all about? So he just slipped in the Test match special theme, cunningly, mid-song in Matilda. Which I don't suppose many people recognise, but the conductor must have thought, where does that come from?
What on earth is that?
Yeah.
You knew.
Oh, well, we knew. Now, Ben Stokes is on the move and is carrying a bag. He's had a hard day today, let me say. He's trained very hard this morning.
Well,
he trained very hard at lunch and he bowled at tea.
He's looking fit, isn't he? He's looking fit and healthy.
Cast, bowls. He's played away carefully down to mid-on. He's looking, wiry, which is not normally an expression you'd use for Ben. He's a very muscular man. But he's clearly, somehow, despite having a really quite badly, obviously torn hamstring, he's managed to keep himself really fit, which must be hard if you can't run. It must be very difficult. But I'm just trying to see him, because I saw him on the telly walking around with a bag, like a sort of a carry-on bag of an aeroplane, but I don't know where he actually is. His Cast round the wicket, moves in, bowls, and that's tucked away just past short leg. Runs away. They'll probably just get one as Bashir relegated to his more customary position of long leg. Tosses the ball back again. And it's 53 for 4, but no, will he play in the next test? I don't know. It's I was saying the other day that it's taken so much time and such an investment to get him back to this level of fitness again. You just don't want to rush it, do you? You just don't want to undo all the hard work.
No, you don't want to rush an injury, especially a hamstring.
I mean, looking at him running and training and bowling, you think he looks good to go, but it's just always with that slight intake of breath, isn't it? 53 for 4. Cast moves in, bowls. Rizwan gets an inside edge, or creeps away past his stumps. A rather stiff-looking Joe Root runs after that. He's got the helmet on, is at short leg. It's not necessarily the ideal place to be when you've been out there as long as Root has and so much exercise. 54 for 4. Our friends drinking tea are back on the telly again.
And we know this test match, or this series, isn't going to be easy. It's not like it's doing much for the bowlers, so Ben Stokes will be on the field for a long period of time. How many overs will he be allowed to bowl? How many can he bowl? He's going to have to bowl if he's fit enough to.
Here's Cast, bowls again with a big leap, steered a little uppishly, fielded by Leach at backward point. He didn't quite get on top of that. He's a short man. But straight to Leach obligingly. 54 for 4. Side 3. Rizwan has 10. But you can come and hold the music next time if you like.
I wasn't allowed today.
No, well, you're obviously required to broadcast.
Shame,
Well,
really.
I do need an official music holder, as Khalid, our travel agent fixer, who did it today. It's Cast, bowls full, clipped away, and Bashir emerges from the boundary to our right-hand side. End of the over, 55 for 4. Saud has 4, Rizwan 10 from 18 balls. We've got evidence from John Cranner that Fred Truman did meet SF Barnes. Well, and there's a photograph to show it. Thank you, John, very much indeed. I mean, dear old SF, he looks pretty old there. And Fred, well, in 1960, Fred had been in his pomp, more or less. And then Brian Statham, I see there with a fag on. That was quite customary. Who is that behind? That's a familiar face. And that's Colin Cowdrey, look, behind there.
Where are you?
Depends what month that is. Alex, that is the year of my birth. There's some familiar figures. That one there, I can't quite get.
Is that Frank Woolley?
Well, he's an oldish boy standing up. It could be. But that's not bad. It's a lovely photo. Thank you very much indeed, John. But you can look at Fred's face. Yeah, that's an admiring face, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, absolutely. So he always talked very fondly of the great Sidney Barnes, a wonderful cricketer. 55 for 4. A glimpse down from our drone coverage of the traffic that awaits outside. And a couple of lively journeys back at night. Oakes. He started coming there and changed his mind. He's going to come back and try again. Not quite happy with his boots, I don't think, actually. He's walking a bit deliberate. There's his left boots troubling him a bit. 55 for 4. Now he's on his way again. He's going to bowl to Saud, who's left-handed, quite short, and he bowls to him, very full. And Saud digs that out. 55 for 4 in the 18th over.
Sidney Barnes, one of the early greats of English Test cricket. His Test career spanned from 1901 till 1914, when he took 49 wickets in 4 Tests in a series in South Africa in the 1913-14 winter, and then I think refused to play the final Test.
Refused to play. In goes Woakes round the wicket. No stroke from Saud. Oh.
I can't remember I'll try and find the exact details, but it was some dispute over something like who paid for a hotel for his wife or something. I can't remember. So he was a professional player, and didn't play a lot of county cricket, but took 189 wickets in 27 Tests for England, 106 in 20 Ashes Tests, including 77 in 13 games in Australia, averaged 22 overall, 189 wickets at 16.4 in his Test career, 24 fifers in 27 Tests and 7 10-wicket matches.
Who was that?
Ram's looking confused, not me, Ram.
All right.
55 for 4, walks around the wicket, moves in bowls, and that's played out to cover. And there's no wicket, reminiscing slightly. But the other time I've seen Fred Truman go absolutely gooey about somebody's. We had Ray Lindwall, the great Australian fast bowler, come in our commentary box. I interviewed him. We were in the old commentary box at Lord's, so it's obviously before the World Cup of 99 when we moved to the other end, and he was Fred's hero. And the great Ray Lindwall sat there and talked, and Fred liked to engage and talk, as you know, he wasn't short of a word, didn't say anything. Just sat there at the back and allowed Ray Lindwall to talk and tell his story. He was an old boy then, probably in his 80s, outside the off stump. Saud lets it go by. His run-up, he served in the Second World War. His run-up was formed. It was in the Far East somewhere, in Burma or somewhere like that. His run-up was formed simply because it was the distance before the trees started in a clearing in which they were based in Burma or Singapore or wherever. So that was how he had a lovely run, Lindwall, beautiful run up. But it was simply because that's where the tree line started, and he couldn't go back any further. So that was, and they were playing amongst themselves, the Australian army.
How tall was he? I guess
not tall. No, he wasn't a tall man.
5'10".
Yeah, I'd say about
Malcolm
that.
Marshall height.
Yeah, he wasn't a tall man. He had a lovely action, and Fred. He was Fred's hero. There's Woakes. That's chopped away down to third man. Nobody there. So it's safe. A bit of width from Woakes. I'm going in a sec, Ram. It's a funny old shots played.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you can put it down to pressure. You can put it down to bad technique. Bowlers didn't have to.
Down to. They've had a long time in the field.
Yeah, I mean, the bowlers didn't really have to worry a lot or put in a big effort. I mean, Pakistan did help them.
Oh yes. Woakes. Last ball of the over then, bowls the left-handed Saud Shakil, who goes forward, plays that away on the bounce out to cover. And that's the end of the over. That's the end of my time, I think, with you, Ram, isn't it? I think, yes, we've got Simon Mann coming in here. I'll start some thoughts from you, Ram.
Sure. So this is another critical pairing for Pakistan, but I think damage has been done. It's going to be very tough to play out today's session, and then tomorrow full day awaits Pakistan. So unless something magical happens, unless England bowl poorly or they start scoring freely to get over 208. Only then Pakistan will be able to salvage a draw.
Yeah, they're under big pressure, Pakistan, as we move into the last hour and a half of the day. 21 overs left, so that'll probably take us to around about 5:30 local time. It's just past 4 o'clock now. 59 for 4, Saud on 8, Rizwan on 10. Two perfectly capable players out there for Pakistan. It's just the scoreboard pressure, the pressure of the game. Here's Kars bowling. Oh, he's bowled him! He's got through. Rizwan's been knocked over. He's out for 10. And Pakistan are 59 for 5. It's been a remarkable day for England. And it continues.
Yeah, I mean, playing from the crease and the ball coming back, I think it was a very, very good delivery. Hard length, shaped back into the stumps. Yes, Rizwan playing from the crease, not technically great, but England on a high. And this is one great wicket because we know Rizwan is a fighter, but his fight comes to an end. 10 of 19, 5 down now for Pakistan. 59 on the board. England in the chance of finishing this off tonight.
Yeah, it's England rampant at the moment. We saw them knock over the West Indies in just about a session at Trent Bridge. It seemed unlikely. And Pakistan just in danger of subsiding tonight at the moment. There is time to go. We can actually add on the extra half an hour. Whether there's any light left the extra half an hour remains to be seen anyway. Well, let's wait first. I mean, there's still some batting to come for Pakistan, but it looks a forlorn task for them now. He did just come back in a fraction and he did play back. I think it might have just flicked the pad on the way through to the stumps. Might have just feathered the pad. But it's a great sight. See those flashing bails go up. Brydon Kars, who struggled so much to get in the wickets column in that first innings, he had that wicket denied when he was given one and it pitched outside the leg stump. Was it the 18th or 19th over he took his first wicket? He strove for so long.
It's his 19th over. He's also now taken as many wickets in his Test debut as he took in the entire county season last summer. 4 matches, 4 for 424, and it continues this extraordinary run of debutant bowlers thriving for England under the current coaching and captaincy regime.
So 59 for 5. Salman Ali Agha, who made 100 in the first innings, is out there. But we didn't think he'd be batting today. Kars goes in and bowls to him, and he's nicely forward to his first ball. Their arms in the air, but he looked to be in behind that nice and solidly, pushing away into the offside. And there's no run. England got this ring field. They're not over-attacking with slips, so there have been very few. Yeah, it did flick the pad. I've just seen that again. It nicked off that back pad onto the stumps, playing back. And it did stay down a bit as well.
It should have been played forward, I think. It's just bad technique also. Bat coming down at an angle, and to Kars' credit, he bowled a straight line.
Kars to Salman. Salman's in behind a straight ball, rolls away into the offside. You've got to think about what it must be like as a fielding side that's under pressure to concede 823 runs. I mean, it's only happened 3 other times in the history of Test cricket. So in 100 and how many years are we talking about? 150
Almost
years?
150, yeah.
150 years.
Over 2,500 matches.
2,500 matches. Pakistan have experienced something that only 3 other teams have experienced, and the disintegration of that, and also in the hot conditions. You come out 267 runs behind. It's
not easy.
Not easy. Kars bowls to Salman, who plays that way towards mid-on, and there is no run. However good the pitch is, it's also the context as well. This game, Pakistan lost their last 5. What happened in Bangladesh series, and they showed that quality in the first innings, 556. But we sensed something like this was possible.
Yeah, we were sensing it actually, chalk and cheese, first innings to second innings, and it's become a sad pattern.
Brydon Kars back to his mark. There's a slip and a leg slip in, and then close catches either side of the wicket. Short leg is quite deep. Kars bowls. Salman drives, nice looking shot into the surface, and well stopped by Crawley, going away to his right hand side. At point, he gets a low 5 from Shoaib Bashir. who we haven't seen. Just the one over. Of course, there was one over before tea, wasn't there, from Bashir. So it's been pace so far from England. 2 for Cast, 2 for Atkinson, 1 from Woakes, and that makes a big difference as well. When you get a wicket from the first ball of the innings, gets you on the way. 59 for 5. Pakistan still 208 runs behind. Salman looks up to see a Cast approaching, and he's head right over that, pushing it out towards cover. Bashir picks up, and there's no run. It is the end of the over. A successful one for Brydon Cast. He's bowled 4 overs and taken 2 for 12. There's an extraordinary dismissal of Saeem Ayub to Cast's first ball. It was a short ball outside the off stump, and he went after it, toe-ended it. Duckett took an excellent running catch.
Just on Babar Azam's form now, 17 innings across 9 tests without a half century. In Pakistan's test history, only 2 top 5 players have had a longer run of consecutive innings without reaching 50. Tawfiq Umar between 2003 and 2010 when he was in and out of the side, and this is just counting innings in the top 5, and Alimuddin in the 50s and 60s. Ramesh, have you seen anything different in Babar's batting since that? Had a very, very productive phase.
Yeah, I think he's just done. He didn't look inspired this morning also. I think he's had a turbulent time of it.
Here's Woakes bowling to Saud, who's forward to a straight ball, walking into the defensive shot, plays it way into the onside. England are targeting the stumps here, and you can understand why. Ball keeping a little bit low. It's 4th day pitch.
So I'm just thinking maybe, dropping himself from the second test may just help him to regather his thought. And, when you're running out of form, when your feet are not moving, when your mind is not there, it becomes almost an impossible situation for you. I think it's more mental exhaustion that he's suffering from.
Woakes bowls, Saud with a fiddly thick edge there, gets some runs down towards deep third. He'll come back for the second. He's finding the gap away on the offside. Brook is after it, lobs it in to Jamie Smith. 2 more, 61 for 5. I saw leading into the test series Zahir Abbas saying, if you're not scoring any runs, it's time to be dropped.
If you get to a 13th first innings on placid track, then you've got to make it count. He's had few starts, but it's just that his focus has been off. There's something troubling him. I've known him for about 2-3 years, actually worked with him. Never seen him so down.
Woakes bowls, Saud plays a walking defensive shot, push really, and gets it past the short mid-on. It goes up towards the long-on boundary. It's slowing up, 2 fielders after it. And the man who wins the race ahead of Duckett is Ollie Pope. He's had a long time to sit and contemplate his duck and watch England's success out there in the batting crease. He's got plenty of energy to burn off. 64 for 5. Saud goes to 13. But he's a gritty character, Saud Shakil. We've seen that when England have come here before. We saw it in the first innings as well. So he's looking to tough it out then, but it's difficult for Pakistan. We had that stat actually a while back from Andrew Sampson during the 2014 Test match in England, Sri Lanka, that no team has gone into the final day of a Test match 5 down and survived. England very nearly did it in that Test match. They'd lost the penultimate ball of the game. It just shows the size of the task facing Pakistan. Woakes bowls, Salman plays defensively into the onside. It takes a huge mental effort to try to believe you can do it to start with, and of course the technical side of it as well. Competing against a rampant team, you feel there might be something out there, the odd low ball. I suppose Babar was a bit unlucky, just going back to him. He was a bit unfortunate because he got to 30, but the lights were on, weren't they? And England
second
new ball. And Woakes really bowled well. He took 1 away and 1 back in. He was LBW. Good piece of bowling. Woakes bowls to Salman, stuck on the pad, shout for LBW. Not out. I think he said inside edge there, the umpire.
Maybe the impact a little high. I don't know. England thinking DRS timer is on. They're not going to go for it. Once again, good bowling. Line to wicket line from Woakes.
Yeah, the focus was on the umpire there. He was sort of tapping his thumb as if to say, I spotted an inside edge, and indeed he did. There was a big inside edge. It's amazing, isn't it, how as a bowling side, fielding side, you can go up for that as if you absolutely convinced us out. But you see the replays, a really thick inside edge onto the pad. I mean, sometimes, of course, it can be pad bat.
I thought it was pad bat, but it turned out to be bat first.
Yeah. Wokes bowls and played away by Salman towards mid-on. Tim's passed me a note, our producer. He says, have we mentioned that England might only need 9 wickets because of Abrar? We don't know his situation.
Right. Yes, he's been hospitalised.
Yeah. I mean, you probably, if you were 7-8 down, he probably would rush him to the ground to bat in this situation. But you might on the final day.
Unless England wants to have another dislocated thumb. You call for his help, otherwise he's pretty average as a tail ender.
Yeah. Drinks look as if they are coming onto the ground. So what have we had? We're halfway through the evening session. If you assume that it's going to be a 2.5-hour session with the overs to be bowled. How many are there on the board? 19 left. So England heading for a drinks break. The 2 not out batters as well. And it looks a hopeless task for Pakistan. 64 for 5, and England making that 823 for 7 declared today, taking a first innings lead of 267. The declaration came 35 minutes before tea. I think it was quite a tricky one actually, because sometimes it's easy to get confused with the regulations, that if they declared within half an hour of tea, they'd have to take tea straight away. Was it 20 minutes?
15-20 minutes.
20 minutes. Anyway, so if they wanted to go before tea, they had to pull out when they did, but it worked out for them. They got that wicket. They nearly got Shah Masood as well, who was dropped twice and eventually turned the catch towards mid-wicket after tea. But England have worked their way through. Shafiq bowled by Wokes for naught, off stump knocked back. Then Shah Masood turned Atkinson to Crawley at mid-wicket, out for 11. Babar Azam caught by Smith off Atkinson for 5, feathering it through to the keeper. Saeem Ayub, that short ball from Cast that I was mentioning, and he lofted it off the toe end to Duckett running back from mid-off, good catch. And then Bryden Cast bowling Mohammad Rizwan, ball that kept a bit low, came back in, flicked the back pad. Rizwan was playing back and he was out for 10. So 5 out, Saad Shakil and Salman Ali Agha at the crease at the moment. Amir Jamal to come, Afridi, Naseem Shah and possibly Abrar Ahmed, but possibly not today. So question whether Pakistan can get to the close of play. 19 overs to go, or an hour and a quarter's cricket, or if Pakistan were say 8 down,
can claim another half an hour.
Extra half an hour. But I suppose the only issue of that is the light, isn't it?
Yes.
Because it's pretty much dark by 6 o'clock, and whether the umpires will allow play to go on. But no one's going anywhere because we're in Multan for another test match in a few days' time. It's not like we're sort of, you might as well extra half an hour, get the game over with, because people get tired at the end of the game, they want to go home or whatever. But we're going to be here for a few days. The next test match starting on, I should work it out actually, when is it? Probably on Tuesday.
So 15th.
3-day gap between the first and second test match, 4-day gap between the second and third game, which is scheduled for Rawalpindi. 64 for 5. The drinks have gone off the field. Now Saad Shakil is going to face up to Bryden Cast. If you had missed it earlier, stand of 454 between Harry Brook and Joe Root, England's highest ever, the 4th highest ever in Test cricket. Root 262 and Brook rather overshadowing in a way, 317, although it was a magnificent innings from Root as well. Brook 317. For a moment we thought it might be threatening Sir Len Hutton's record of 364, but he played a sweep shot and top edged it to short fine leg. So we got this strong leg side field again for Cast. There's a silly mid on, short leg quite deep, leg slip. There's a mid wicket in as well and a fine leg, and only one slip. That's Harry Brook. And umpire Sharfadil is happy now that play can resume, and Cast is going to rush in and bowl round the wicket to Shakil, who gets the bat down just in time there. The ball that was coming in with the angle from round the wicket and guided it away towards a backward point, and there is no run. Spectators still staying on, those that have turned up today. You don't see them on the TV coverage because that is where the sun is shining and people don't want to sit in the sun, generally speaking. So those are not of spectators who are sitting in the shade of the camera gantry to the left-hand side.
That's right, yes.
Providing some shade. Cast bowls, Shakil up on his toes, guiding it towards a backward point. What are Pakistan's options in terms of team changes?
Well, there's Herrera, who we saw fielded well. So he's had a very successful domestic season. He's been on a couple of Pakistan A tours as well.
He's a middle order batter.
So he could be drafted in. I don't know, what Babar Azam is thinking, or selectors are thinking regarding Babar Azam's form. But can Pakistan afford Babar Azam to be not playing the second test match?
Cast bowls. Saud plays that nicely away off the back foot, square with the wicket down towards the deep backward point boundary. Jack Leach is after it, stops it inside the rope, hurls the ball in, and they come back for 3 runs. The bowling attack must be fairly demoralised.
Absolutely, yes. So Mir Hamza is an option. He's a left armour, around 128, 131 kilometers. It's not the speed, but how you conduct the business. You've got to do something with the ball. Like England, for example, they're not express, but decent pace with a good plan. So Pakistan need to redo the bowling plan, big time for the second test.
And I think we all think, is there going to be a pitch with a bit more in it for the bowlers for the second test as well? That's the thought that's crossed all our minds, although it does look as though there's going to be a positive outcome to the game. As Cast bowls, that one bounces a bit more than Salman Agha expects. Takes one hand off the bat there, but he played it away comfortably enough towards a backward point, and there is no run. Hitting the bat hard there, extra bounce. That was on the splice of the bat. And Salman looks back at the pitch as to say, well, I didn't see this happening earlier. But Cast is a tall man, and he can bowl quickly, he can get it to 90, and that's why England like him so much.
Yes.
That's why they've invested in him. Rushes in now and bowls, and forward goes Salman, plays that nicely enough, in control of that defensive shot, pushing it up to Potts, who's on the field at mid-off. He's been on the field for a while, just trying to work out who might be off it. Where's Joe Root? He deserves to be off the field. He might be at point, Root. Was that Crawley? Who's at point? You've got the binoculars out there.
He's a short leg, Joe Root.
They made him field at short leg.
No respect.
He probably, knowing him, he probably volunteered actually.
Yeah, okay, right. He's too tired to move around.
Yeah. Normally that's for the most junior member of the team. Cast bowls. That's a beauty. Past the outside edge. That's a fine delivery. Turned him right round there, Salman, and whistled through. Well, it feels like a completely different game is being played out there at the moment than the one we saw earlier when England made those 800 plus. Pakistan 67 for 5, Saud has 16. Salman is yet to score after his first innings 100. That was an absolute peach of a delivery from Bryden Cast. More from you, Ramiz, and then it's time for Atif.
Yeah, there's puff of dust to go with that delivery, and what a great ball that turned Salman Ali Agha around.
Afternoon, Ramiz.
Hello.
How are you?
Afternoon. Not too well.
No. Well, they're in good company. It's been a very, very difficult couple of days for Pakistan cricket fans. 823 is what England scored for 7 wickets, and now England 5 wickets away from winning this test match, maybe even 4 wickets, because Abrar is still in hospital. So England, if they want to wrap things up today, they need to take 4 more wickets. There's Atkinson in full, driven beautifully by Saud Shakil. It was in the slot, and Saud Shakil got into position perfectly and drove it all along the ground for 4. That'll give him a lot of confidence. He's on to 20. Pakistan 71 for 5.
See, the other thing that Pakistan can do is to target the 196 deficit. So they need to plan that properly. I know it's a long way away, but if they can get closer to that score, then it'll sort of force England to re-strategize, do something different.
Yeah.
Because right now they're playing in their hands.
Atkinson in again, back of a length as that ball's been guided past the backward point fielder. They'll get through for a single. Saud Shakil. We'll move on to 21. Salman yet to get off the mark. He's faced 11 deliveries.
Because, dead bad is not going to help Pakistan.
No.
The fact is that they've got to somehow make sure that the scoreboard is ticking. Saud has been in good touch, 21 of 25. Salman Ali Agha has got great temperament. He played well with the tail in the first innings, but the scenario is a different one now for him. So it needs that balance between defense and attack. He's defended well, but he's got to fall back on his natural instinctive batting, which is to be a little bit more aggressive.
It's Salman Agha, the only Pakistani batter to have not been dismissed so far in this Test match. There's 104 not out in the first innings. He's on strike now as Atkinson in. Agha guides the ball off on the bounce to Gully, and there is no run. He batted really well with the tail in the first innings. He talked about it in the post-match press conference as well. The press conference at the close of play, not post-match. He talked about the confidence he has of batting with the tail. He may well have to do that again in this innings. Although, as you say, Saud Shakil, absolutely no mug. 82 for him in the first innings. He did get a little bit stuck in the latter phase of his innings. Down. But if he can hold out here, he could pull off a strong performance for his team as Atkinson in, beautifully driven by Salman Ali Agha, but picks out the fielder in the covers, Jack Leach. There is no run. Still yet to get off the mark, Salman Ali Agha. He's faced 13 deliveries. Well, there's a bit of a malaise about the crowd at the moment. They came out to enjoy themselves. It was free entry, as we say, for the vast majority of the seats in the stadium. And it has been quite vibrant at times, the scene today here at Multan, but they've been adequately subdued by England's sublime cricket today. Pakistan 72 for 5. Atkinson into Salman, who punches the ball to mid-on. Again, there is no run. If you're just joining us, well, you've missed out on a very special day of cricket from an England perspective. Many records were broken by England when they were batting. 823 for 7 is where they ended up after 150 overs when Ollie Pope waved his team in. Joe Root with 262, and Harry Brook became England's first triple centurion for 34 years. Gotta go back to Graham Gooch in 1990 against India for the last triple 100 by an Englishman. Here's Atkinson into Salman, who again guides the ball to Gully, where there's another diving stop. It's like an action replay of the previous ball. 72 for 5 the score remains. Pakistan still 195 runs behind England. And England need just 4 wickets today. It's possible Abrar will become available. He's in the hospital today, but if they get 4 more wickets today, they'll win this Test match by an innings. I don't think this ever happened before in the history of Test cricket, where a side scores 500 plus runs in the first innings and then loses by an innings somehow.
How many records in all, Andy?
Well, I think it might be a record number of records, but I'd have to dig around with that.
Well, I can give you the major records because
I want all the records.
Well, all of them.
Not major records.
We don't have that much time, Rameez. We're only on the air till the end of the close of play. That's the problem. Here's Brydon Cass into Saud Shakil, who cuts this ball slightly aerially, but it might race away towards the deep third boundary. It does. Slightly edgy from Saud Shakil, but he played the shot with a lot of conviction. Yeah. We'll bring him another boundary. He'll move on to 29 now. And, he's trying to be positive here, Rameez. It's the way to go, isn't it?
Absolutely. You've got to put the bad balls away. All the deliveries that are to your liking. Your area of strength has got to be your go-to area, in fact. So don't stop yourself if you see a loose delivery.
So Brydon Cass running in hard, already taken 2 wickets today, and he comes to Saud Shakil, who defends the ball back to him, and there is no run. Cass is
I wouldn't say he was jubilant the day after I spoke to him. He was exhausted. He'd been putting a lot of time in the field and had to wait a long time for those first 2 wickets in Test cricket. But this innings, he's looked a lot more dominant, been on top of the Pakistani batters who've sort of mentally crumbled. Listened to you talking about Babar Azam a little bit. I was listening with interest from Ease. I mean, it sounds almost like sacrilege to drop Babar Azam, but you're suggesting, I mean, it might even do him some good to take a little break. Here's Khas into Saud Shakil again. This is short, and Saud comfortably ducks underneath that, goes through to the keeper, no run.
I think it's fair to ask him. What is he thinking? Would he like to continue? I think he's got so much to offer, and he's been such a great player for Pakistan. Everyone can run on a low form, but you see, you have to decide yourself whether your faculties are allowing you to go out there once again and do the job. So I don't know. I mean, but who to replace Babar Azam? It's going to be an important test match for Pakistan. If they lose this one, they need to win the next one somehow. And without Babar, it looks half the team, at least on paper.
Saud Shakil blocks the next ball into the covers. We mentioned Mohammad Herrera, who's got a terrific first-class record. Also, a nephew of Shoaib Malik.
Is he?
Yeah, Shoaib Malik's played a lot of cricket, obviously, for Pakistan. A lot of T20 cricket around the world as well. But it's Mohammad Herrera, who's on at the moment as a substitute for Abrar Ahmed, who's in the hospital. He's a very decorated first-class career already. Just played 22 matches and averaging 64 and a top first-class score of 311.
Wow.
That's good numbers for Herrera. Here's Khas into Saud Shakil. He pushes the ball defensively into the offside. There is no run. Score remains 76 for 5. Yeah, it feels like, Pakistani test cricketing sort of fans, Pakistani cricket fans, they sometimes want an immediate
remedy.
Well, they want like what's the big hope? What are we building our next big hope around? And when you bring in a new player, sometimes that hype can help to turn things around, especially when you've only got a 3-day turnaround. But Andy Zaltzman's got the stats for Mohammad Herrera in front of him.
Yeah, 39 matches, average 53, 8 centuries. Hasn't been quite as prolific in the last couple of seasons as prior to that. We talked about him on England's last tour here. I don't know if he was in the squad, but would have been in your thoughts, I guess, then, Ramiz, a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I've not seen a lot of Herrera.
As Khas is in, and that ball's been pushed just wide of mid-wicket. They think about the single. They decide not to take it, as fielder very quickly onto the ball. That is the end of the over, 76 for 5. Very impressive stuff from Brydon Khas again. Saud on 25, Salman on 0, and I imagine you were sort of looking at him, as Andy was saying.
Yeah, so I mean, what I've seen of him in the field, I think he's got the temperament for Test cricket, because there was this great attempt to catch the ball, looked very athletic and committed right throughout as a sub, and they feel that he's got something to offer. And I also feel that there's so you look at the potential, and form is important at first class, but I think potential is more important. So you pit him against the best in the business in that circuit, and you then think and analyze whether he's good enough to see off a Khas spell or an Atkinson spell.
Here is Atkinson. It's a foolish ball, but going down the leg side, and no real alarm there for Salman Ali Agha. Just looking at Mohammad Herrera's career a little bit. He did get a call up to join the squad for Pakistan's away series against Sri Lanka in 2023, which incidentally is the last time they won a test match. And he didn't get a game, but he was around the team a lot, as you say, subbing and fielding and things like that. But when he got his maiden triple 100 back in the 21-22 season of the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, Pakistan's domestic first-class competition, it's Atkinson into Salman, who defends into the covers. There was a lot of hype about him. He was at the time, he was the second youngest batter to score a triple century in a domestic first-class match in Pakistan. So there's a lot of hype about him. And I get the feeling we'll definitely see him in action in the next game. I mean, if not Babar, who else is going to sit out that test as well? It's something to think about.
That's right. I mean, a lot of combinations and permutations, I guess.
Yeah, these are going to be discussed a lot, I think, over the next few days. Ramiz, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lovely speaking to you as always. Ramiz is going to take a break, and Stephen Finn is going to be in alongside me in a moment as Atkinson into
Salman, who guides the ball on the bounce to Gully, and there is no run. Pakistan still 191 runs behind. You can see Jack Leach warming up in the covers, number 77. He's got the sun hat on at the moment, but he's loosening up. And, maybe he's the key to get England some more quick wickets. They only need 4 today, Finney, if they do it today, because the PCB have confirmed that Abrar is still in the hospital. So it's a little carrot there for England to try and attack this the final hour of play. Here's Gus Atkinson running into Salman, who guides this ball past the gully fielder. This time he will get his first runs off his 19th delivery. Probably 2 of them, maybe even 3 of them, in fact. No, they settled for 2. Harry Brook with a throw back in. Pakistan on to 78 for 5.
Yeah, they're certainly hunting, aren't they, England? You can tell the difference in intensity of both teams. Clearly England well on top in the game, so that galvanises you and helps you find that energy in the heat. But they've worked hard to get themselves into this position. They toiled hard for the first 2 days. They were put under pressure by Pakistan. They pushed back, and then I think it's fair to say Pakistan fell in a heap during the middle of that bowling innings and towards the end of it, and then with the bat here.
Here's Atkinson into Salman. Again, short ball goes through to the keeper. There is no run. Well, why do you think that is, Finney? I feel like we should delve into it a little bit, because, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about the pitch here in Multan. Like, you know, the pitch is very flat. It's not appropriate for Test cricket. It's an embarrassment for Test cricket. England have bowled on the same pitch that Pakistan have, and they've managed to get, so far, 15 Pakistan wickets in this Test match.
They have, yeah, and I think they've been far more inventive about the way that they've tried to take the wickets, and yeah, Pakistan just looked a bit bereft of ideas, to be honest. And you add on top of that the psychological scarring that they've endured. 5 Test matches, they've lost their last 5.
Atkinson in again, another one down the leg side, and Jamie Smith taking the ball very acrobatically. It's the end of the 24th over of the Pakistan innings, 78 for 5, still 189 runs behind England. And yeah, it's just interesting to me, because, you know, when we look at the bowling attacks, well, Pakistan has a little bit more experience, and you know, you might even say that Shaheen Afridi, okay, he's a long way short of his best, but
yeah, but you've got to look at the direction. You say experience, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Out of rhythm, Shaheen. Yeah, it's the direction that it has, and I think when you're playing together as a team, and you look at this England team, they look like a team. I think when you watch Pakistan, they look like a few individuals pushed together. Yes, there are some fantastic players in there, but without the direction of good leadership, and without the direction out there on the field of plans and concerted plans to each batter, it just doesn't come across all that well, and it is very difficult in games like this when you lose the momentum and the other team do come piling through the door. It does become very difficult to stop, and I think that's exactly what we've seen from Pakistan.
It was almost unprecedented, the performance from England. I thought I'd seen their greatest ever Test performance in Rawalpindi a couple of years ago. Little did I know, 2 years later in Multan they would put on 823 runs in 150 overs. Really quite stunning from this England side. Right, Jack Leach now into the attack. He's got a short leg, a leg slip, and a conventional slip in place. He starts down the track, comes Saud Shakil. No respect shown for Jack Leach. Hammers the ball over mid-off. Couple of bounces into the fence for 4. Well, yes, he's made his intention very clear straight away, Saud Shakil. He doesn't want to let Jack Leach settle.
Yeah, you can't be a sitting duck, and Saud deciding to use his feet and just skips down the pitch towards the pitch of the ball. There is still no turn on this surface. Jack Leach throwing it outside the off stump. It lands in a foothole, just skids onto the middle of the bat, and an easy shot up over the top. But England won't be dispirited seeing Saud Shakil play like that.
Leach into Saud again. This is shorter, edged and gone. Yes, the umpire's finger goes up. Leach strikes with his second delivery. He's shaking his head, is Saud Shakil. He's disappointed with himself because he's feathered a touch through to Jamie Smith behind the wickets, and Jack Leach has a big wicket. He's getting hugs, he's getting ear tugs, he's being surrounded by his teammates who are absolutely thrilled with that wicket. It takes them one step closer to a huge victory over Pakistan here in Multan. One that will be talked about for a long time. It was just a straight ball, really. Not much turn, as you were saying, Finney, but it took a little feather touch through off the top edge of Saud Shakil. And now Pakistan staring down the barrel of a 4-day defeat by an innings in Multan, having scored 556 in the first innings.
Yeah, there's going to be some sort of inquisition after this test match, I feel, into that Pakistani dressing room. Shakil, he was looking decent for his 29. He decided to show intent. He only faced 33 deliveries, but that delivery from Jack Leach was a similar line to the one that Shakil skipped down the pitch and met on the half volley. It was a touch shorter, though, and rocking back and looking to cut. That continuation of it going on with the arm as opposed to gripping off the pitch and spinning means that Shakil feathers the outside edge through to the wicketkeeper Jamie Smith rather than it's gripping a touch on the pitch and finding the middle of the bat. So he's on his way. Pakistan lose their 6th and they're reeling now. That dressing room is going to be a quiet place.
Yeah, it certainly is. As Amir Jamal walks out to the middle to join Salman Ali Agha. Michael Vaughan's tweeted, he said, "This is turning out to be one of England's greatest test days." Your thoughts on that, Finney? Do you agree?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think it's probably one of England's greatest test days and one of Pakistan's worst. It's contrasting fortunes there, but to see two players bat the way that they did, Root and Brook, the hunger, the desire, the determination to score those runs, and then as a team for England to turn the screw, started by Chris Woakes with that delivery, the very first ball of this innings, set their stall out to take these wickets, and now England are really hunting for these last 3 before the close of play.
They've got 40 minutes to do it. There's Leach into Jamal. Big appeal for LBW. Looked like it was sliding down for me, and that's what was signalled by the fielder at I think that's Ollie Pope at leg slip, who just gestured with his arms, probably going down leg. And lots of company for the batter. 2 slips and the short leg. In comes Leach, and that's played into the onside for no run. Just over 40 minutes for England to try and get the next 3 wickets and win this test in 4 days. It sounds remarkable that could even happen. The start of the day, England were 492 for 3. And so much has happened since then. Leach into Jamal, who again blocks on the front foot. And there is no run. It really is going to be a quite painful post-mortem for the Pakistan team after this match.
What will happen, do you think?
Well, they'll get slated in the press, I can tell you that much.
Does that make decisions, does that force people to make decisions at the top of the PCB?
You'd imagine that they would do something drastic, but they'd have to do something that makes a statement. We'll explore this a little bit more as Leach is in very quickly and Jamal forward in defence as the lights start flickering on here at the Multan Cricket Stadium. 82 for 6 after 25 overs. Jamal on 0 off 4. Salman on 2 off 21. I'll hold that thought, Finney. We'll talk about it later.
I was looking forward to hearing about it.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll talk about it a bit later. We've got all night. Don't worry. Might stay up to watch the football later. Give us your thoughts on how brilliant this England performance has been as the floodlights take over here at the Multan Cricket Stadium. And then Jonathan Agnew is going to take up commentary.
Yeah, and it has been an amazing day today, but this test match in general I think has been a very good window into what this England cricket team is all about. It's about not throwing the towel in, it's about playing for each other. I thought they fielded excellently on that first day, chasing everything, running, the bowlers running in all day long, and I think that it's days like that that then lead to the days that England have had today, and Andy Zaltzman's got steam coming out of his laptop and ears given what we've seen.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it has been a real contrast, actually. And I know it's easy, we get an early wicket and so you lift it and so on, and you forget about the flatness of the pitch and so on. Atkinson's on his way, bowls outside the off stump, and Jamal stands up, he's off the mark as he plays that away for Leach to field in the covers. So it's 83 for 6, effectively 7, because Abrar, albeit number 11, will not be batting. At least today he won't be batting, and I can't see any point in batting tomorrow, frankly. If he's in hospital today, I think it's unlikely they'll strap him up tomorrow. So it's really actually only 3 wickets now that England need to win this game. What a collapse, what a collapse. It shows, it does open the window into Pakistan's dressing room, doesn't it? You see the absolute devastation in terms of confidence.
Penny for Jason Gillespie's thoughts.
Well, he wasn't very happy this morning when I spoke to him, but I mean, he scored 556, he shouldn't lose by an innings. In goes Atkinson, bowls. Oh my word, that came cutting back and was not far away from that off stump. You'll have heard the oohs and ahs, I think, from out in the middle through our microphone. 83 for 6 has bowled a nice length, just hammering that good length. Got some cracks out there, just helping him a little bit.
It's actually the first delivery I've seen him bowl seam up this innings, and it's just angled back into the right-handed batter, so you could see the shiny side bouncing off the lights of the floodlights on the slow motion replay there. So maybe just a hint of reverse swing here, hence the slips are in there circling now.
Yep, and there's a leg slip as well. Atkinson kicks up that sand, runs in again, bowls. Oh, he's played across his pad there, that's dangerous. We'll get a couple of runs, but Atkinson won't mind seeing him playing like that. As Duckett runs back into the shadow of the enclosure to our right. That's the Hanif Mohammed enclosure that's creeping onto the ground now as the floodlights are on. I don't think they're necessarily lit at the moment, but they're all illuminated. Still plenty of sunlight out there. Seems like they've gone a bit early with the lights today.
The electricity bill's racking up unnecessarily.
Yeah. Still 45 minutes of play left, and they can add some time on, but there's a question whether the light will permit that. 6 wickets down, who'd have thought it? 85 on the board. Atkinson hunting for wickets again, bowls, and Jamal. Oh, it's almost brilliantly caught. Woof, that really flew to Pope at gully. He got a hand to it. I mean, that would have been a miracle catch if he caught that. Flinging himself full length to his right. It went very, very quickly indeed. It was really cracked away. I mean, he was completely off the ground as he flung himself there. That would have been an absolutely spectacular catch. He's smiling. He knows it was actually a fine piece of fielding, if we're honest. That's the third one of those, really, in this innings so far. So a couple of difficult chances very early on. One to Wokes and one to Atkinson. Offered by Sean Masood, who finally lobbed a catch to mid-wicket. Atkinson bowls, and a bit of a swipe there from a full ball. The ball runs away down to long leg for a single. 87 for 6. But there's been some poor shots. There's been some tired shots, some poor shots, some broken confidence shots. It's funny. It's interesting that people are bound to point the finger at Babar Azam because he's not been in great form, but I think he's one of the few actually you could say, you get a nicker ball in that channel. Yep. Yeah, that's not form or confidence. That's a good ball, and that's how you hope to get players out. So I'm not going to point the finger at him, but some of the others are terrible. Pakistan 180 runs behind as that's another full ball that's clipped away hard to Crawley at mid-wicket. And there's no run to end the 26th over of the innings. 87 for 6. Stats all over the place. One of my favourites that I've just seen pop up somewhere. We talked about the May-Cowdrey partnership in 1957. Their partnership of 411 took something like 1,100 and something deliveries, whereas the 400 and where are we that they've scored today? 454 took approximately, in fact, took less than half that. About 500 and something balls.
Yes, 86 and a half overs to 554.
Yeah.
May and Cowdrey it was the second innings. England had a big first innings deficit of close to 300, so they were batting for a draw. But even so, different game. The 50s was the slowest scoring decade in Test history.
Here's Leach round the wicket, moves in, bowls outside the off stump, no stroke, and it was a partnership that changed the law or led to a changing of the law, because back then, if you simply got your front foot outside the line of the off stump, you could not be LBW'd. So these two spinners, they just simply kicked it away for 1,100 balls. That's tucked away into the leg side. They'll get 4 for that, a good firm sweep shot. I mean, they'll obviously scored runs at the same time, but it was a colossally long partnership, and that forced eventually a change in the law. So, as we know now, if the ball pitches outside the off stump and you're not playing a shot, then you can be leg before wicket.
So they were just padding. They weren't even pretending to play them.
No. Ramadan and Valentine, they kept bowling over after over after over. Kick.
That would have been frustrating.
It was.
You commentating on that?
Oh, no. Now he's down the pitch here and hitting Leach over the top. I'm sure much he's got on that, but it's gone for 4 anyway. Salman coming down the track opening his shoulders. He goes to 12, 95 for 6. They've got to do something. They're so far behind. Their only chance here of any sort of comeback is to at least get runs on the board and try and get rid of that deficit. But that stands at 172 at the moment. But it's blocking around isn't going to save the game. Leach again, prowling in, bowls, and that's defended by Salman this time. Crawley fields at cover. But that was the law at the time, that's what you could do, so that's what they did. Two of the finest batsmen of their generation. Leach bowls, and he's dragged that from outside the off stump for another boundary. Oh, this is good. He's trying to just wrestle back some sort of initiative. 99 for 6. Salman to 16.
And that wasn't an unwritten rule. It was an unwritten rule for a while, wasn't there? Where if you got a big enough stride in, that the umpires refused to give it out. I remember watching Shane Warne bowl at Angus Fraser in old reruns of Ashes series, and Gus would be playing with his pad and his bat behind his pad, but because he was so big, he'd get a big stride in, and no one appealed. Warne would just pick the ball up and walk back to his mark, and I'm looking at the TV saying, appeal.
DRS would have seen him off.
Yeah.
Leach bowls, and where's he hit that? He's hit it in the air, just scooped it over cover. A little bit fortunate. Castle chased that down to the boundary. But I'm not going to knock Salman here for at least for trying to play positively and just stopping his bowlers, just running in ball after ball after ball, and being in total charge. They look at the score, but come in this situation batting, it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, so because you look silly if you get out playing a shot, but then if you're scratching around your front pad as a bowler, if I'm bowling in this situation, I want someone being a sitting duck there for me to bowl a good ball at some stage, and you're on your way for not having troubled the scorers. So yeah, very fine balance that they have to find here, but this really is Pakistan's last batting partnership, isn't it? I think before the true bowlers come in.
So England just a wicket away really from really having the prospect of finishing this off today. 102 for 6, but it's effectively 7 because the number 11 won't be able to bat today. Cast is having a change of ends, and so far Pakistan have lost Abdullah Shafiq to the first ball of the innings. Off stump was torn out of the ground by Wokes, and that really, I think, just surely did most of the damage as far as Pakistan were concerned. The head's dropping. Here we go again. Shah Massoud dropped twice, lobbed a catch to mid-wicket off Atkinson for 11. Babar Azam, well, I think it's got a reasonable ball. He nicked a decent ball through to the keeper for 5. In goes Cast. Is there any bowls? And there's a rather ugly looking shot from Salman looking to drive through the offside. Finds Duckett at mid-on. Worst shot was Saim Ayub, who scooped some sort of catch up to mid-off. I mean, Duckett took it well running back, but I really have no idea what he was doing there to cast his first ball out for 25. Mohammad Rizwan was bowled by Cast for 10. And Saud Shakil, after playing a few belligerent shots, was caught by Smith standing up to the wicket of Jack Leach for 29. 102 for 6. Salman on 19. Pakistan 165 runs behind. We've got Salman on strike. Cast again with the big leap bowls, and that's rising towards the thigh pad and tucked away to deep square leg, who trots in and tosses the ball back. It's Gus Atkinson out there.
It's another potential record to keep.
Not another one.
Another one.
Like a broken record today, Andy.
Pakistan's 556. If they lose this match, will be the joint third highest score by a team batting first that have gone on to lose. But the highest score by a team that has gone on to lose by an innings batting first was 492. That was Ireland last year against Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka replied with 704 for 3, and then bowled Ireland now for 202 to win by an innings and 10 runs. So another record that could be booted out.
So the highest score to lose by an innings.
So there's still 164 runs. Behind.
That looks pretty much as if it's likely to be the case, doesn't it? In goes Cast, then bowls Jamal forward. Studious looking defensive stroke, which Wokes fields at mid-off, clapping his hands as he does so. His shadow's stretching now. It's longer than he is, right to his left. So the sun beginning its descent to our right-hand side. Some pigeons setting off thinking about roosting for the night. I see on the back of the floodlights there. Carse again turns, runs in past the umpire, and an inside edge almost deflects into the stumps. There's a bit of fortune there for Jamal.
Did anyone work out what happened to the kites?
No.
I've got a theory.
Mystery.
I've got a small theory that the ground is either seeded or something the days leading into the ground to make the outfield look green had something put on it that the kites wanted to feed on. And then that's gone.
Yes.
Now the outfield's turning a touch browner and the kites have decided it's not worth their time.
Well, it's a perfectly possible theory. I mean, something's happened, isn't it? Because it's been a kiteless couple of days after all of those kites swooping down on the first day. Quite dramatic. Carse bowls and Jamal drives him nicely, but Woakes fields at mid-off, throwing himself to his right as he does so. Very, very odd. I mean, the sky is completely clear. And on that first day, they were dive bombing coming down, weren't they? I mean, you know, scores of them. Very, very dramatic. The line of those spectators I mentioned in the shadow of the camera tower has extended because, of course, the sun going down means that the shadow is longer. So more and more are now sitting. Here's Carse. Bowls, it's short and shoveled into the leg side. He's got away with that rather, just missing mid-wicket. Carse is disappointed, is crouching there. It doesn't go for 4. Atkinson picks it up, it's inside the boundary. We'll come back for 3 runs, 106 for 6. So Pakistan 161 runs behind. A burst of music, which we haven't heard much of. A huge amount to celebrate, really, from a Pakistani musician perspective. I'm not sure what sort of numbers he would play, really, the day that they've had. Don't recognise that one. It sounds rather a melancholy song, doesn't it? Maybe that's appropriate.
I think it's a song entitled "For Heaven's Sake, Knuckle Down and Play for Stumps."
It might be that. I was thinking the sort of thing you might hear as a funeral or something, but it wasn't a very cheerful number at all, and he's faded it out now. I think that sums up his mood.
He's rather chipper late on day one.
He was really going on the first day. He was. He's got his 3 parasols up today. 106 for 6, and now Bashir is going to come back from the far end into Mamul Huq enclosure end. That's where most of the England supporters are sitting. They've got nice seats there, right behind the bowler's arm. 106 for 6. Jamal on 6, and Bashir swings his arm, comes in and bowls. That's turned away out to square leg. Crawley pursues the ball, picks it up. 107 for 6. Salman down on strike.
Joe Root's found himself in at short leg.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah.
Peel off 260 and then pop yourself in at short leg, Joe.
Yeah, he's crouching up and down all the time there. And Brook occupying his normal position, Root's normal position at slip. Bashir bowls. Oh, that's popped away just short of Root, actually. Rolls away out to mid-wicket. Again, it's another single.
It's usually the most. It's usually the most junior player.
Yes, it is.
In the team, isn't it? I'm looking around the outfield. Duckett's bust his thumb. Crawley's got a dodgy finger and would be way too tall to be doing short leg.
Yeah.
Pope is the captain.
Yep.
Although Cook did it when he was captain.
It's Bashir bowls. Played away. There's nowhere else to hide him, though, is there?
No. That's true. He looked like he was escorting the ball.
Hope he's listening.
He might be just lunchtime in England, isn't it?
Bashir, very tall, towering over the umpire, bowls with a nice high arm. Jamal defensively knocks the ball back to him again. 108 for 6. And it's so ridiculous sometimes, that junior player, because I remember Ian Bell practicing so hard, doing it for years in there at short leg and actually really very good at it. And Bashir slower this time, pushed out to cover, but then whoever it was, the next young batsman who came in, all those years of experience from Ian Bell was binned.
Yeah.
Because right in you go, new player, and Ian Bell was out, running around in the field again.
Yeah.
So you've got a newcomer in there trying to learn that skill. Bashir bowls, picks up a single. Playing the ball gently down to long on by Duckett Fields. It's 109 for 6. We've got just over half an hour to go of play. I think we haven't taken a wicket for what seems to be a very long time. But that's about 5 overs or 6 overs.
Well, 4.4 is an epic 28 ball rearguard that Pakistan have put
28
together.
balls. Yeah. Well, the umpire's wandering out. I think we'll let Simon Mann come in here now. He's going to. What a pleasure he's got. He's going to interview tonight Joe Root and Harry Brook on a historic day. So he's got something to look forward to. I'm hearing them myself. Yep. Stephen and then Simon.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to hear from those two record breakers today. A phenomenal partnership between them has set England up to find themselves in the position they have Pakistan in now, as fielders swooping all round the bat trying to take one last wicket.
Who knows, it might be an Ollie Pope day as well. Still time for England to win this game today as Kars moves in, cuts back and hits Jamal high up on the thigh pad and runs down into the gully, and there is no run. The situation is we've got half an hour's play left, or well, it says 10 overs, so that'll be half an hour, takes us to 5:30. But if Pakistan lost another wicket, then they would be 7 down, but there's no Abrar because he's in hospital, so they'd only need 2 wickets to win the game. And there's a reasonable expectation you could win in half an hour if there's only 2 wickets to take.
The only thing stopping them would be
the
light.
The umpires are saying, no, there's not enough light left. Kars bowls, Jamal flicks that away as the legs slip in, but it's away to his left-hand side. It goes quickly down towards the boundary, and it's away for 4. So Jamal goes into double figures. He's on 12. And both these two, actually, Jamal and Salman, have played nicely so far. They kind of put the pitch in perspective, but there's such a long way to go here for Pakistan. They're so far behind, and it's going to need a double-century partnership or something like that, really, to give Pakistan any hope.
Or maybe a 460-run partnership is to satiate Zolt's one last time in this in this Test match. But it's going to take something special to even drag this into England batting again at the moment. Still so far behind Pakistan.
Yeah, they're 154 behind. 113 for 6. Kars looking for his 3rd wicket, bowls, and he has no trouble at all there. Jamal and get in behind that and playing it away into the offside. It's in situations like this where your mind does go back to Headingley 81 because of the almost impossible situation you're in. I mean, I think they need a few more Pakistan before they're in England's situation at Headingley, but it just shows you how hopeless the cause was for England in 1981.
But that's why Test cricket's so amazing. Is the emotions that we've experienced as people watching the game today. You think, flat track, how boring, and then England play the way that they did through the afternoon session, break all those records. It feels like a completely different game.
Kars to Jamal down the leg side, tries to flick it away, misses it. I think Pakistan's lucky. He would have got an edge on that down the leg side, but fortunately for him, he missed it. Taken by Smith, going across to take it. Where's Joe Root fielding now? There's no short leg in, so he's taken the helmet off. He's going to be a very tired man. I think he's probably one player that would quite like England to finish it off tonight, get that extra day's rest. Taking a bit of time to get himself ready for the next Test match on this ground.
You'd like to think there'd be so when I played and the bowlers had a long hard day in the field, the bowlers would come half an hour later than the rest of the team to the ground.
Kars to Jamal. Jamal gets a short ball, he hoiks it away down towards fine leg, and he's dropped down there. It's Jack Leach who's dropped it, I think, down there on the fine leg boundary. No, it's Shoaib Bashir. Shoaib Bashir has dropped it. Well, that was what they were looking for. He went for it, Jamal, took it on. It should have been taken, really. It's one of those you'd hope to take. It was quite close to him, didn't have too much ground to make. It was lifted high in the air, and it was dropped. Second attempt. And Kars is so frustrated. The Test wicket's gone away. Well, we saw a few dropped by Pakistan, and the worst one was Saad Shakil at long on, and that really was an awful miss. But that wasn't far off it, actually, from Shoaib. Here's Kars bowling. That one is turned away through backwards square leg, and they go through for a single. And I wonder, with that drop, does England's chance of winning tonight go now? But one ball, of course, can accelerate it again. Score moves to 115 for 6. I mean, it's one of those that when you're doing catching practice, you don't make them as easy as that almost. I mean, they're quite straightforward to take. Well, they look straightforward anyway, obviously, if you're underneath it. And we did see Bashir take a brilliant catch at the Oval on the final day of the Test match against Sri Lanka, and he dropped a really difficult one as well. He took a superb catch, so he's got it in him, and he will know that he should have taken that. Actually, that's the third drop of this.
Third, and 4 if you count Ollie Pope getting fingers to what would have been one of the all-time great catches.
Yeah, so 3 difficult ones and a straightforward one, or relatively straightforward anyway. Jamal's on 13, Salman's on 22. Pakistan 115 for 6, and here is Bashir going into bowl. It's down the leg side. It's swept away by Salman down towards deep backward square leg. Leaches around the boundary, sends it in, and they are through for 2 runs. 117 for 6. Salman goes to 24 after his first innings century. Back with Bashir. He's got 3 close catches. Slip, leg slip, short leg. Bashir bowls to Salman, who drives up towards long on along the grounding, and do have a long on in, so it's a single. Duckett is there. 118 for 6. Salman to 25. Jamal is on 13. Alex Hartley is here for the last half an hour of the day, or at least what we think is going to be the last half an hour of the day.
Oh yes, good point. Can't see them playing much past 5:40 though. Gets dark so quick here.
It feels like we sort of hung on to 5:30 in the first 3 days of the game. Bashir bowls, forward goes Jamal, plays that away to Bashir's left.
Yeah, you would think that if it does go for the extra half an hour, we've probably got half an hour from now, if we're being honest. 35 past.
Jamal on 13. Faces Bashir, goes back, clips that away nicely to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And the reason we're talking about it is because Abrar is still in hospital, is away from the ground, so England only need 3 wickets to win today, and if they take 1 here, they only need 2, and that comes within the compass of claiming the extra half an hour. Jamal waits, and Bashir bowls to him. It's clipped away nicely. They push that mid-wicket back to almost allow him the single at the end of the over. They want to bowl at him rather than Salman.
There's also the thought of if it does go into tomorrow, whether or not Abrar, if he's out of hospital, is actually fit enough to play, fit enough to bat, fit enough to be out in the heat as well. So even if it goes into tomorrow, Abrar will obviously still be a question mark.
Salman, last ball of the over. I think they desperately want to bowl at the other player. That was flicked away by Salman down towards deep backward square leg. He does take the bowling though. He's got the single after Jamal was dropped in the previous cast over. 120 for 6 at the end of the over, so 25 minutes play left on a remarkable day's cricket in Multan, with England going from their overnight position of 492 for 3 to 823 for 7 declared. You have to repeat it to believe it's happened.
I think
really.
the Vidi printer on the football scores, you had to write it out longhand just to emphasise it was real.
Yeah.
I mean, that feels like forever ago, doesn't it? It wasn't that long ago. It was just before tea.
It's on Bryden Carse. Had that catch been taken, it would have been his 5th wicket of the match. He's not had a 5-wicket match in first-class cricket since the summer of 2021. Only took 4 wickets in 4 matches for Durham last summer, and it continues this pattern of England bowlers having superb Test debuts.
Carse bowls to Salman. 2 men back. Salman drives, nice looking shot, square with the wicket on the offsiding, and do have a deep backward point. He's rushing round to it, knocks it back inside the rope and prevents it going for 4, and they go through for 3 runs. So it won't disappoint them too much, because it's clear they want to bowl Jamal after they push the field back to allow Jamal a single towards the end of the over, and they think they can get him pulling again, or at least discomfort him. 123 for 6. Although they have only got that 1 man back on the fine leg boundary. Got 2 mid-wickets, a leg slip, an orthodox slip and a gully. Kaas bowls to Jamal, and Jamal drives it nicely back. Kaas bends down to pick out to his left and then sets himself to throw the ball at the stumps because he moved forward towards the ball there and he just overbalanced, but he got back and he did not throw it, Kaas. 123 for 6. The lights are on, beaming down. We've still got some natural light as well from the sun that's just dipping away to our right hand side, creating some nice colours on the concrete of the stand away to our left. There's a breeze as well, fluttering. The flags are fluttering above the dressing rooms at the far end. Kaas bowls, straight ball defended by Jamal into the onside towards short mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Ben Duckett. Unusual day today in that, I mean, you don't often get a player coming in at 50 overs in a test match scoring a 300.
It's been a remarkable day, hasn't it?
Player in at number 5.
Before this test series we spoke about how much Harry Brook loves playing in Pakistan, and now he's just got 317 in Pakistan.
Kaas bowls to Jamal. Jamal turns it away into the onside through backward square leg and get a single there. Yeah, 300s in Pakistan in the last test series and 301 innings this time round. 317 before he was out on the sweep, and Root making 262. That was an odd one actually, because the ball that got him out wasn't a particularly deadly ball, was it? He went back to a delivery from Salman and missed it.
Yeah, he just hit him on the back pad, didn't he? And it was going to clatter into leg stump, and it was one of those where Joe Root had scored so many runs, 262 like you say, and only him, after the records he'd broken, and he's broken all of the records in this innings, walks off replaying the shot he should have played, shaking his head, absolutely fuming with himself, and then he realises, actually I should raise my bat.
I mean, for him it's just kind of knock to the leg side, isn't it? Straightforward knock to the leg side. It was pretty much a straight ball he went back to. Here's Kaas bowling outside the off stump, driven away by Salman into the covers, and there is no run. Got Shaheen Shah Afridi there with his pads on. Assuming Nasim Shah somewhere as well with his pads on, but no Abrar. So just the 2 opening bowlers to come for Pakistan today. We don't know what's going to happen with Abrar tomorrow, but if he's in hospital today, I think it's unlikely he's going to rock up tomorrow. Well, unless these two put on a huge partnership.
Otherwise there's just no point.
There's no point, is there? Here is Kaas bowling, and it's guided away down towards deep third. Runs for him here for Salman. It's heading out towards the boundary, and that will go for 4 as well. So 128 for 6. Kaas is down on his haunches there, frustrated. Well, he feels he should have had a wicket in his previous, so well, he should have done really. You see the frustration on his face, the reaction from him. All bowlers like to take as many wickets as they can. They hate catches being dropped, especially straightforward ones.
Frustration there for Brydon Kaas, because that was nicely played off stump, so that the bat opened the face of the bat and just guide it to deep third for 4, but it was off the stumps, which is always frustrating for a bowler.
Yeah, those debuts I was talking about, Kaas now 4 wickets in the match. 10 bowlers have been selected by the McCullum regime since he took over for the June 2022 series against New Zealand. 8 of them have taken 4 or more wickets on debut. 5 of them have taken 6 or more wickets on debut. The exception's Josh Hull, who took 3 for 91, which is decent. Jamie Overton 2 for 146 on a fairly good batting pitch at Leeds, and he compensated by making 97 with the bat. And overall this decade, England's debutant bowlers have averaged 22.9. That's including pre-Bazball this decade. In the 2010s, England's debutant bowlers collectively averaged 38, the 2000s 34, the 1990s and 1980s 33. So it's been a superb decade for bowlers on England's Test debut.
So what do those stats say? Do they say England picking the wrong bowlers?
I don't know, obviously what they...
Here's a new over from Bashir, bowls to Jamal, who swings it away into the leg side, doesn't make clean contact. There's plenty of muscle in that shot. Got it through deep back of square leg for a single.
I guess what it shows is that, the team environment is obviously drawing the best out of players, many of whom haven't had great first-class records. You saw a sixth for Will Jacks, a part-time bowler for Surrey. So Rian Ahmed taking 5 wickets on debut, having only played a handful of games. Bryden Castle has had 4 wickets in 4 matches, average over 100 for Durham this year. And it's an extraordinary pattern of players sort of overachieving based on their first-class numbers.
Bashir to Salman's going round the wicket now. Salman drives up towards long on. And there's one more run. Is there any drama left in this day? Or is it going to meander
we've got
towards the close?
15 minutes left. 17 to be precise, to the 5:30 mark.
130 for 6. Jamal on 16. Bashir goes over the wicket to bowl to him. Tosses that one up and he's slammed away into the leg side, dragging that from outside the off stump. I mean, they feel they were in the game there, England, because they got him to play an attacking shot. Might well have been in the air for a bit, but he made a pretty good contact. Jamal takes him to 20, lifting that away into the leg side. It was in the air through a vacant mid-wicket position, away from the field.
It's brought the 50 partnership in just 8.1 overs.
Well, this is good from Pakistan, isn't it? Playing a few shots, but largely judicious strokes as well. Jamal's on 20, Salman's on 34, 134 for 6. There are 137 runs behind. And Bashir goes round the wicket and bowls, played away towards mid-wicket. It's quite deep. They run through for a single. The throw comes in from Crawley, but cannot prevent the run.
Well, they've got to get some runs some stage, because they're not going to be able to. You feel like these two aren't going to be able to sit in all day tomorrow to draw this test match. They're certainly not going to win it. So why not try and play a few shots? You've really got anything to lose?
I think that's what they've calculated. It's been good calculation as well.
Yeah.
Salman waits for Bashir. He drives that towards long on. It's intercepted before it gets there by the straight mid-wicket fielder Atkinson, away to his left-hand side. 135 for 6. They're bringing that deep mid-wicket in now to try and prevent the single. Feeling that Jamal's a little bit more vulnerable than Salman. He played so well in the first innings for a century. And Bashir bowls, but swung away towards fine leg on the bounce. Goes bobbling out there, so Salman does get a single off the last ball. They can't keep Jamal up the other end. 136 for 6. So 131 runs behind Pakistan with 15 minutes left in the day's play. A day that we will remember for a very long time.
We will indeed. It's been a strange old day of cricket. It's been a remarkable day of cricket. So many runs scored in that partnership between Joe Root and Harry Brook was exceptional. Then we had cameos from Jamie Smith, who actually really impressed me today. A good cameo from him.
He made 31.
I'm just 24.
And it's going to be cast to continue. And then looking for this wicket that might extend the day's play. You don't feel now that there's an inevitability about coming back for another day tomorrow, however long that will take. Just sorting out this leg side field. We're in leg theory territory. There are 3 fielders on the off, 6 on the leg, and one of those on the off is on the deep fine third boundary. Cast bowls a short ball, guided pull down towards fine leg by Salman. He knows what's coming. It's just a question of whether you can control it if you play an attacking shot, and if the ball's not quite there you can avoid it. Bob and weave. He decided to take that one on for his 36th run down towards the fine leg boundary. 137 for 6.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Jamal plays this now, because he has started just playing a few shots. Obviously being dropped at fine leg himself by Bashir. You feel like he's going to take it on if it's there. The fielders are all set for it in case he does.
Certainly are. They're sort of scattered on the leg side. They're not in what you would call particularly defined cricketing fielding positions. It's like, go out you go, see whether you think's best. Of course, it's not quite like that. There's a short ball, it doesn't get up from Cast down the leg side. Tries to smash it away. It's not taken cleanly by Jamie Smith. He missed that down the leg side. Yes, there is. The placement will be clearly thought through. Duckett's out at not quite cow corner on the boundary. He's loitering out there. There's a deep forward square leg who's 20 yards in from the rope. There's a fine leg who's on the boundary, and then another deep backward square leg who's in a bit as well.
And a really fine third as well.
Yeah, for the uppercut. If Jamal's tempted to play it. He's 21 not out. Carse has to bang it in. Bowls a full ball this time. And Jamal is equal to it.
Is that the first time we've seen the bouncer field set and a full ball bowled? I think it might be.
Might be one of them. I mean, it's not a bad ball to bowl, is it? You think you're going to get a short ball. It probably wasn't quite full enough, actually, was it? So it was quite a nice defending length. It wasn't quite the Yorker length in at the toes of Jamal. 137 for 6.
Got another little Bryden Carse stat. He got off the mark in Test cricket with a 6-second ball, as did Rishabh Pant for India. Been trying to find out how many players have had a 6 to their first scoring shot.
Carse bowls. That one is short. He plays that rather awkwardly. Jamal is up on his toes. He didn't take it on there. He was looking to defend it. Just managed to knock it away into the onside. He might well have struck him on the body there. Anyway, he looks to be okay. Has he taken the glove off?
Oh yeah, he has.
Yes, he has. Yeah, it did. I think it did hit him, perhaps on the elbow. Anyway, so he's a canny player. I think he's asked for some treatment here.
Yeah.
Which will help take them closer to the close of play. On the other hand, of course, he might be hurt, so it's perfectly valid for him to get some treatment.
Physio's taking his time coming out as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I might need to do a little tinkering with a spreadsheet this evening over dinner to confirm it, but as far as I can find from previous instances, it's the 13th time a player has had a 6 as his first scoring shot in Test cricket. Mark Craig of New Zealand hit his first ball faced in Test cricket for 6. Pant and Carse hit their second for 6. I think Carlisle Best for the West Indies against England in 1986 was another one.
I've got a niche one.
And he probably commentated on it as well. I think he did commentate while he was batting. I love that, don't you?
Yeah, I like
commentate
that as well.
While you're batting.
I've got a really niche one. Sophie Ecclestone, first ball in Test cricket, first runs for England. She hit her first ball for 6. It got marked on the scorecard as a 4. So she was denied of those 2 runs.
We got a break in play here. The physio's out there treating Jamal, and some drinks are being brought onto the field. We've got about 10 minutes to go. It's time for Jonathan to take us to the close of play, or what we anticipate will be the close of.
Yeah, Ben Stokes has just run out as well to give Bryden Carse a drink and have a little chat. Probably just say, keep going, mate, you're doing great. We've got 10 minutes to go. See if we can nab another one. But the Pakistan physio is just giving Jamal the freeze spray, no doubt, to numb that pain of being hit. Hello, Jonathan.
Yes, a lively ball, wasn't it? Ben Stokes is out there. He's having a chat with Bryden Carse and anyone else within range. Atkinson, I see there. He's got sort of his training gear on at the moment. I was saying earlier on, he's gone through his paces today. And he looks like a man who really is. Well, he looks ready to play. I don't see what more he can do. He can't play a match. Of course, there's no game that he can play. So it's just a question of how he looks in practice and in the nets and on the outfield there, and just take a bit of a deep breath and hope, I suppose. But anyway, that's for another day. At the moment, with the light starting to fade, shadow coming over the ground, it's 137 for 6. And so Pakistan are still 130 runs behind as Carse prepares to go running in now. He's got 2 balls left in this over. Is there? And he bowls another short ball. He's tucked it off his hip and finds Pope at square leg. And there's no run. So 130 behind, 137 for 6. It's been quite a collapse. And there's been, 3 drop catches in that, 2 very difficult. So 1 should have been taken. Time ticking round towards 5:30 here. That'll be when play is scheduled to end. But if another wicket were to fall, there's that possibility of claiming some extra time. I don't think they get a full. They wouldn't get a full half hour in because of the light. They might get another couple of overs, mightn't they?
Yeah.
Carse is going to come round the wicket. Jamal's on 21. A bit of a partnership building here. As Cast again runs up bowls, and that's a bit awkwardly fended away. Ball runs to long leg for a single, and that will be the end of the over. The light does go quickly, doesn't it? That lovely orange glow over to our right. And we've discovered the secret of the chimney.
Have you?
Yep. Which is it's smokeless all day. Nothing happens, and then after play, this black smoke belches out. I've had all sorts of suggestions what it might be, but I am convinced it's actually a brick factory. So they make the bricks during the day and then fire up the kiln in the evening, and that belches out the smoke. So that explains what that's all about.
There you go.
Exactly. 138 for 6. Bashir, the bowl from the far end. It's bowling to Jamal, who's got 22. There's 3 around the bat, including Root crouching at short leg there with the helmet on, and there's a sweep shot which beats everybody and comes down to the boundary here for 4 byes. Pursued by Pope. Let Jack Leach say, don't worry, I'll go and get it. In fact, he's beaten by a ball boy. That's his moment of the day, young lad there. There are a few peppered about, waiting for the opportunity to toss the ball back again. 142 for 6. Pigeons heading off to roost to our right there, heading this way and that. A lot of them heading for the floodlight pylons. Must be confusing for the birds, actually, because I think it's night time, but actually everywhere's floodlit. Bashir bowls tucked away out towards mid-wicket, a little uppishly, but safely in the end, fielded by Atkinson. 142 for 6.
It's like when you sit in your bedroom in the evening when you're trying to relax, but you've got the big light on.
It is rather, isn't it? 3 round the bat. Bashir bowls, slower ball. Played to Atkinson again, who kicks that up twice with his boot, actually.
You can't relax in the evening with the big light on, though. Feels wrong. Have the side lamp on. Or I do, anyway. You're a big light man, aren't you?
No, I like subdued lighting, actually. There's Bashir bowls, short, flat, tugged away for Leach. Still with his sun hat on down here. So one of those mysterious individuals who bowls left-handed and throws right. Going through his action, maybe he's going to have a bowl up at this end. Look at the way he's going through his action down there, loosening up. There's 2 balls to go in this over. 5 minutes in all. Bashir comes up, bowls, and that's clipped away. Finds Atkinson again at short mid-wicket. Various television colleagues are gathering down to our right there, ready for their close of play analysis. Got a very smart studio, haven't they? An outdoor one down there, white shiny thing.
Be nice to have a weather like that in England, to have an outdoor studio.
All outside, yeah. Bashir bowls. Oh, he's down the pitch, a big heave. Oh, he's got away with it. Someone picks up 4 there, heaving the ball out to deep square leg. It was an ugly shot. And again, one that is a little bit surprising given the time of day and so on. But anyway, he's got 4. 147 for 6 is the score. And let's see. Yes, Leach is taking off his hat, and he's going to bowl from this end. So we might get 2 more overs in.
Such an ugly shot and not really needed from Salman, that big old hack across the line. Gets him 4, but it's getting you out as well. It's got that opportunity. You're not exactly sticking into the end of the day with that shot.
Not really. I mean, it might rain all day tomorrow.
Could do. I've not checked the weather forecast.
No.
I rarely do. I'm abroad.
Wait, but it could, couldn't it? I don't think it's rained here properly for about 6 months. But tomorrow could be the day that the drought breaks. I can have a look if you like. My little app here. What do you think? What do you think the chances are?
I think it'll be about 33 degrees, 50% humidity, and no rain.
Leach is ready. 3 around the bat. He's bowling to Jamal. Moves in now. Bowls quite flat. Pushed away to short cover. It's Friday tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something's gone very strange with weather forecasting. We've seen some of the wind speeds they've forecast for Nottingham, for instance, right? It's like 500 miles an hour. Something's gone crazy somewhere. This is played by the batsman back to Leach again, and it's happened on this. So it must be the same source, I think, because apparently the wind tomorrow is going to be 11,774 knots. That's brisk. So played away back to the bowler. I mean, our friend's parasols are going to end up in India, I think.
Have we had a wind stops play?
I don't know what's happened to this. I'm going to have to change it. I have to look at another one. I'm a bit of a weather freak. Let's look at the airport. That's tucked away out towards mid-wicket.
Is that Nottingham on Neptune, where they think they have the strongest winds in the solar system?
Well, I think it's a bit of a news story at home. It flashed up on my phone that apparently the weather forecasting has gone berserk. There's next one tucked away into the leg side. They'll take a single. So tomorrow maximum 36. Scattered clouds 4,000 feet. There's no mention of rain.
No, surprising that actually.
And this actually says a 10 knots wind, which I think is a bit better than. I mean,
1,100.
What's that? 11,000. 11,000 knots.
11,000.
I mean, that's about 13,000 miles an hour, isn't it?
Yeah. How would you control your little light aircraft in that? I guess?
Well, I don't know, but it's actually got a little windsock signal. I mean, it really believes that is going to be the case. Something's gone very badly wrong there. This is played away into the leg side. There's no run. Looking at the umpire, let's have a look. No, they're going to get one more in. And this is. I mean, so it's going to be 11,774 knots the wind until Wednesday. But on Thursday, there's a significant change. It drops down to 4 knots.
Maybe we're just in for some extreme weather.
Well, imagine pegging your washing out in that.
It would be dry quickly.
Imagine the Pakistan bowlers must have felt that they'd been battered by 1,000-mile-an-hour winds by the end of the...
Yes. Well, that's what's happened there. Gusts. Oh, this is even worse. The gusts are gusting up to 14,000 knots. Here's the last over of the day. Bashir bowls, and the first ball is played by Salman back to him.
What's the wind chill factor when the wind's over?
Oh no, it's still knots? Showing 36 degrees.
Right, okay, lovely.
Warm winds.
Well, that's yes. Bashir again bowls. That's pushed away carefully out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Is that bizarre? I did see something on BBC News actually saying,
don't trust the weather.
It's all gone mad.
Such a company man doing BBC News.
Right, that's the first go-to one. Now that's played off the back foot for Crawley to go and chase, although Duckett actually is making better headway. And he pulls that up with the dive, he's collided with the boundary sponge there, but I think maybe he's kept the ball in. They'll have to check that. And while doing so, I'm just going to check this other weather app here. Tomorrow, 2 to 5 knots, gusts to 10.
That just shows England's commitment, doesn't it? Last over of the day, Ben Duckett chasing the ball to the boundary. And did they run 4?
Ran 2, I think.
2?
151 for 6.
Must have been 2, yeah.
Bashir swings his arm, comes in, bowls. That's turned away out towards short mid-wicket. There you are, look at that. There's a grab of the BBC weather app predicting 15,000 miles per hour winds in Oxford Circus.
Well, there you go. How peculiar.
Wind speeds of 15,345 miles per hour were predicted in Oxford Circus, while temperatures of 404 degrees Celsius were forecast for Nottingham. Next one turned away. That's going to play havoc with my what remains of my petunias.
That might be the least of your troubles.
404 degrees. What my dogs?
It's like Vesuvius in 79.
BBC Weather says it's working to fix some data issues and apologise for the inaccuracy. Bashir bowls, and that's pushed away square into the offside. Well, it's even. I mean, it's reached Multan too. All this data. Hurricane force winds for London. Anyway, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen here either. It's going to be a nice day tomorrow, and England will surely win, because that's a close of play at 152 for 6 with Jamal on 27, Salman on 41. Just going to make a note of all of that so we get our review sorted out. -115. So they need 116 more runs to make England bat again. And just, Andy, if they don't do that, you said this would be the heaviest defeat.
Oh, it would be the first time a team has scored over 500 batting first and gone on to lose by an innings.
That's a much more succinct way of saying it than I've written it. Thank you. I'll copy that down. Well, what can we say, Alex? That's it's yes, I guess surprising, but not entirely so.
I mean, we know that Pakistan in their second innings recently haven't been great. However, England have had an outstanding day and Pakistan have had a terrible day, is all I can say to that. When they were 40 for 4, it's not what you were expecting. There's been some really, really soft dismissals and you have to question why. Is it their fitness? Is it their concentration? What has made Pakistan so different from their first innings? I know they've been out in the field for a long time, but for me they've not been great at all today. But England absolutely exceptional. Harry Brook, we said yesterday, went under the radar, but today scoring 317 alongside his batting partner Joe Root, who got 262, both of them outstanding.
Yeah, walking off together, both of them smiling and applauding and clearly inspired by Jerusalem this morning. So
how have you made that about you?
No, about the Barmy Army, who are up there, they're applauding, still there. So there they go. It has been an extraordinary day. I mean, I think, look at that, 331 for 4 in 49 overs. They added Joe Root's highest test score, the second fastest triple century ever scored, and that was by Harry Brook. I mean, it's just been an incredible day. And I just wonder, that first ball that Woakes bowled to Abdullah Shafiq ripped his off stump. He didn't just bowl him, and the off stump sort of exploded. First ball of the reply, that's quite a hammer blow.
Huge hammer blow. Abdullah Shafiq will have been thinking about batting as soon as England declared. It's like, right, okay, upstairs, it's now my time to shine. This is such a good surface to score some runs on. We've got to catch up to England, if not get some more. We know that the pitch isn't misbehaving, and you get a ball like that. Yes, it did a little bit, stayed slightly low, but in the first innings you bet your bottom dollar he'd have kept it out.